Hua Nation, Jiangnan City Second High School. Today marked the day of talent awakening for senior high students. 200 years ago, the land of divine wrath descended, ushering in an invasion of beasts upon Blue Star and the beginning of the era of universal awakening. Inside the awakening chamber, on the podium sat a row of school leaders. At the center was the balding old principal, who began his speech. Students, 2 years ago, one of the 4 great human sovereigns, Dugu, fell in battle. The demon race seized the opportunity to counterattack, and humanity now faces an immense crisis. This is the worst of times, and yet, it is the best of times. As you all know, it has been 100 years since humanity last saw an SSS grade talent awakening. With Dugu's fall, everyone is awaiting the rise of a new human sovereign. I hope you seize this opportunity, awaken your talents with determination, and strive to excel. Perhaps the next human sovereign is among you. The principal's words ignited a fiery passion among the students, making them so thrilled they could almost punch their desk mates on the spot. All except a boy sitting in the last row, with short black hair and a decent-looking face, who was stunned. What the hell, am I dreaming? Demon invasions, talent awakenings, all these things. Su Yan instinctively touched his thigh, preparing to pinch himself to confirm. But something felt off. Why does my leg feel so smooth? And, kind of nice to the touch? His gaze shifted and, unexpectedly, locked with a pair of exasperated eyes. Dude, you're touching my leg. The voice belonged to his deskmate, Tang Xia, who couldn't believe it as she said. Su Yan, I've always treated you like a bro, and now you're sneaking a feel while I'm sleeping? Wait, his deskmate was a girl? Not that chubby guy? Su Yan was dumbfounded. He instinctively glanced under the desk. What he saw left him speechless, a girl in a breezy short skirt, her long, fair legs fully exposed. Her skin was smooth and delicate, with an incredible texture to the touch. The edge of her short skirt revealed a glimpse of black safety shorts, which instantly annoyed Su Yan. Do gentlemen need to guard against everything? Even their desk mates? Seeing Tang Xia about to grab his hand, Su Yan quickly pulled back, coughing as he said, Ahem, my bad, wrong touch, wrong touch. Wrong touch? Then where did you mean to touch? Tang Xia glared at him furiously. That sounded so wrong. Su Yan helplessly glanced at his female deskmate's face and decided to end this chaotic dream. He pinched his own thigh hard. The sharp pain made him yelp and jump to his feet. Ow, damn. This can't be real, right? It's not a dream? At that moment, everyone turned their eyes to Su Yan, their faces full of surprise. The old principal frowned and asked, Student, what's going on? Su Yan's mind was a mess. After 2 seconds, he suddenly pointed at the smugly grinning Tang Xia and declared, Principal, my deskmate is volunteering to awaken her talent first. Oh, and who's your deskmate? Stand up and let me see. The principal's frown softened, and he asked with a smile. Damn it. Beside him, the sound of teeth grinding could be heard. Tang Xia reluctantly stood up, putting on a pitiful expression as she said, Principal, I was just joking. You don't have to take it seriously. The principal chuckled and said, I admire students with courage. Don't be modest, you'll go first. Snap. The pen in Tang Xia's hand broke in half. Tang Xia, with her high ponytail and short school uniform skirt, was guided onto the awakening platform by the staff. She placed her hand on the crystal. Soon, a voice echoed. Tang Xia, B-level talent, fire frenzy. As the result was announced, the crowd erupted in astonishment, and the school leaders on the high platform nodded in approval. Lively discussions broke out around her. Amazing! No wonder she dared to be the first to awaken. Tang Xia actually awakened a B-level talent, and it's a powerful fire element ability. Yeah, a B-level fire element talent would definitely rank in the top 5 of the whole school in past years. Her ranking this year will surely be high. Su Yan lay back in his seat with an indifferent expression, looking a bit dazed after just merging with his memories. This sudden transmigration had caught him off guard. But listening to the discussions around him, he found it somewhat acceptable. According to his memories, talents were ranked by level, from F grade to SSS grade. The gap between each grade was immense, almost insurmountable. The higher the grade, the harder it was to awaken. Authoritative data showed that 99.9% of the human population on Blue Star couldn't awaken a talent beyond B grade. Textbooks also stated that only 1 in 100,000 could awaken an A-level talent, and only 1 in 10 million could awaken an S-level talent. As for the highest SSS grade, it was exceedingly rare. To date, only 4 individuals had ever possessed it, and no new ones had appeared in the last century. So Tang Xia's B-level fire element talent was already considered very strong. On the awakening platform. Thank you, teacher. Tang Xia finally let out a sigh of relief, bowing deeply to the staff with a bright smile on her face. With her hands clasped behind her back and her ponytail swaying gently, she returned to her seat and winked at Su Yan. Well, how was it? Isn't your daddy amazing? Su Yan straightened up and sneered, "Humph, it's just a B-level talent." Just wait, Grandpa here is about to awaken an SSS grade talent and blow you away. Ha, with your little skills? Tang Xia shot back. The staff began announcing the following results. Li Chang, D-level talent, swift steps. Zhang Tao, C-level talent, reinforced forging. Finally, it was Su Yan's turn. He stood up confidently, immediately drawing everyone's attention. It had to be said, Su Yan was strikingly handsome. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with sharp, clean features and a warm, sunny smile, he was the kind of guy any girl would fall for. Su Yan walked briskly to the awakening platform. The staff asked, "Are you ready? Please place your palm gently on the crystal and hold it there for 30 seconds. Got it. Su Yan nodded and followed the instructions, pressing his palm against the crystal. In an instant, the crystal emitted a soft glow, with strands of light flowing into Su Yan's body. After 30 seconds, the light gradually faded. Su Yan, S-level talent, tenfold absorption. The staff announced the result on the spot. This news hit the crowd like a thunderclap. An S-level talent. It was the first time in Jiangnan No. 2 High School's history that someone had awakened an S-level talent. But soon after, the scene erupted into laughter. Su Yan stood there silently, fuming. Tenfold absorption. S-level possesses an extraordinary appetite and the ability to absorb nutrients at 10 times the normal rate. Talents were categorized into 3 types: combat, support, and useless. Combat talents were suited for battle, the rarest and most sought after. Tang Xia's fire frenzy was a combat talent. Support talents were suited for logistics, like healers or lifestyle professions. As for useless talents, as the name implied, they were practically worthless. For example, a century ago, someone awakened an SS-grade useless talent, divine slumber, and had been in seclusion sleeping ever since. Aside from sleeping a lot, it had no other use. Su Yan's tenfold absorption was more or less in the same category. Other than eating more and absorbing faster, it had no real value. On the high platform, the elderly principal, who had initially raised his arms in excitement, froze upon hearing the talent's name. He sighed heavily. So it's an S-level talent, after all. We were hoping to gain a top-tier expert to bring glory to our school in Jiangnan City, but what a pity! The most disappointed of all was Su Yan himself. He stood before the crystal in silence for a long while until the staff urged him to step aside. No matter. At least it's an S-level foundation. As long as I survive the early stages, the late-stage boosts from the S-level attributes will still allow me to become a top-tier expert. With that thought, Su Yan's mood lifted slightly. Thank you, teacher. He expressed his gratitude, accepted reality, and turned to return to his seat. Just 2 steps forward, and suddenly, you have awakened the SSS level talent, otherworldly hero. You have awakened the SSS level talent, chosen one. You have awakened the SSS level talent, Divine Shackles. You have awakened the SSS level talent, Supreme Authority. You have awakened the SSS level talent, Elemental Conversion. You have awakened the SSS level talent, Descendant of Gods. You have awakened the SSS level talent, Perfect Attributes. You have awakened the SSS level talent, God's Eye. You have awakened the SSS level talent, Void Rift. What just happened? Su Yan's entire body quivered, overwhelmed with excitement, as if he were about to explode. He had actually awakened 9 SSS level talents. This was real, not a hallucination. Stay calm, stay calm. Taking a deep breath, Su Yan steadied himself. Despite the sympathetic gazes from his classmates, he forced himself to suppress his elation and quickly regained his composure. He returned to his seat at the back of the classroom. His deskmate Tang Xia leaned lazily on the table, propping her face up with one hand. Her chest pressed against the edge of the desk, slightly distorted, as she smirked and said, "Wow, Su Yan, you're amazing. You actually awakened an S-level talent." "What? Tenfold absorption? Oh, that's not bad at all." Quack 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 quack. Ignoring his female deskmate's goose-like laughter, Su Yan plopped into his seat, his expression somewhat odd as he said, "Stop laughing for a second, I've got a question for you." "Quack quack, what's the question?" Su Yan asked, "Can a person really only awaken one talent?" "Of course. Isn't that clearly stated in the books? It's always been that way, even the 4 human sovereigns only awakened one talent when they ascended." So his memory wasn't wrong. Awakening 9 SSS level talents? This was absolutely unprecedented. It was beyond belief. But the excitement was real. After a long moment, Su Yan finally calmed down and began examining the descriptions of his talents. Otherworldly Hero, SSS Luck, and all 5 initial attributes are maxed out. The probability of encountering fortuitous events is raised to 100%. Chosen 1, SSS Charisma and Growth attributes reach their peak. All class equipment can be equipped. Divine Shackles, SSS allows you to shackle and contract divine incarnations. Descendant of Gods, SSS is the offspring of a god, you possess mastery over all elements, fire, lightning, etc., deal 50% more damage to demons, gain a 20% critical hit bonus, and receive divine blessings daily. Void Rift, SSS grants an infinitely large inventory and control over void energy. It was dazzling to the eyes. With his years of experience in online games, Su Yan could only describe these SSS-level talents as game-breaking. No wonder those who awaken SSS-level talents become human sovereigns, standing at the pinnacle of humanity and protecting Blue Planet. A surge of hot-blooded passion filled Su Yan's heart. He couldn't help but think, if a single SSS-level talent could crown someone as a human sovereign, then with 9. What could I become? 2 hours later. The awakening ceremony ended, and the students gradually returned to the classroom. According to the regulations of the Human Alliance, anyone who awakened a talent qualified to enter the Divine Punishment Zone. The Divine Punishment Zone, also known as the Realm of Descent, was essentially a world akin to a game. It featured various maps, monsters, bosses, dungeons, and more. Each map acted as a level, with a cap on progression. After reaching the maximum level, a breakthrough quest had to be completed to unlock the next map. Players could grind for experience, unlock maps, and the abilities and items they gained could be brought back to the real world. Seeing how eager everyone was to dive into the Divine Punishment Zone to level up, Tang Xia turned to the dazed Su Yan. Mistaking his distraction for disappointment over his mere S-level talent, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Come on, I'll help you level up." In truth, Su Yan was overwhelmed by the sheer number of talents he had awakened. He was busy trying to understand them all, seizing every second he had. He looked up comically and grinned. "You're going to help me?" At that moment, a line of text appeared beside Tang Xia's beautiful face. "Don't doubt her, she genuinely wants to help you level up." This was the power of the SSS level talent, God's Eye, activating. God's Eye could see through everything and provide hints, just one of its many capabilities. Tang Xia crossed her arms and raised her chin smugly. I just don't want to see my deskmate fail to get into college. I'll reluctantly carry you for a bit. If you really want to help me, Su Yin muttered softly, why don't you try touching my leg again? Tang Xia's face instantly turned red, she had clearly heard him. Su Yin, get lost. 2 minutes later. Su Yin placed his hand on the link crystal embedded in the top left corner of his desk. The crystal emitted a faint glow, pulsing like a heartbeat. A wave of dizziness struck him, and his consciousness began to spin rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a grand temple. The temple was resplendent with gold and jade. Floating in midair was the goddess of dawn, clad in a snow-white gown, radiating divine and holy light. Traveler, welcome to the land of divine retribution. Detected, this is your first entry. Please create a divine retribution ID. As someone who struggled with naming, Su Yin didn't think too much and said, random. Randomization successful. ID, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer? Not bad at all for a randomized name. Please choose your profession. Professions in Divine Retribution were mainly divided into 3 categories: combat, support, and lifestyle. Combat professions included warrior, knight, mage, priest, archer, thief, summoner, and more. When it came to choosing his profession, Su Yin had already made up his mind and spoke decisively, warrior. A true man, of course, chooses warrior. Profession selection successful. Congratulations! Detected, you possess SSS level talents Otherworldly Hero, Chosen One, and Descendant of the Gods. Unlocking hidden special profession, Wrathful Mage. Would you like to set Wrathful Mage as your main profession? Su Yan's spirit lifted. He hadn't expected such a fantastic surprise. He quickly checked the details. At that moment, the Eye of the Gods issued a warning. This profession exceeds the bounds of known understanding. Choose carefully. No way, even SSS level talents don't have detailed information? Su Yin was surprised, but his face was alight with joy. Clearly, the Wrathful Mage was incredibly mysterious and absolutely extraordinary. Yes. Without hesitation, he confirmed to set Wrathful Mage as his main profession. Scanning attributes. Attributes synchronized successfully. After waiting for about 10 seconds, an attribute panel appeared before Su Yin. ID, Demon Slayer. Level, 1. Profession, Wrathful Mage, Secondary Profession, Warrior. Talents, Tenfold Absorption, S level, Otherworldly Hero, SSS level, Chosen One, SSS level, Void Rift, SSS level. HP 150/150, plus 5000. MP 100/100, plus 3000. Attack 20, plus 200. Magic Power 40, plus 250. Defense 10, plus 100. Magic Defense 15, plus 150. Speed 10, plus 60. Luck maxed. Charm maxed. Equipment none. Skills: Judgment LV1, Retribution LV1, Purification LV1. Constitution 10, Spirit 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Agility 10. Seeing that his profession had indeed changed to Wrathful Mage, with Warrior retained as a secondary profession, Su Yin was overjoyed. Dual professions? The land of divine retribution did have the concept of dual professions. If he remembered correctly, many top human players were dual profession. However, dual profession paths were incredibly challenging. Without awakening-related talents early on, it was nearly impossible to achieve. Beyond the dual profession advantage. Under the influence of the SSS level talent Otherworldly Hero, Su Yan's 5 basic attributes were all at 10. Making him stand out considerably. Generally, new players' basic attributes ranged from 1 to 10. A well-rounded warrior like Su Yan was absolutely unprecedented among humans. As for the additional bonuses in parentheses on the attribute panel, they all came from another SSS level talent, Supreme Attributes. Supreme Attributes granted comprehensive enhancements to the character's abilities. For a level 1 character like Su Yen, his attribute panel was dazzlingly overwhelming, completely redefining the standard for new players. Finally, Su Yen noticed that his skill bar already contained 3 skills, which seemed to be exclusive to the Wrathful Mage profession. Judgment LV1 ignores the target's level and marks them with Judgment. If the target's intelligence is lower than yours, Judgment is guaranteed to succeed. The target enters a weakened state for 5 seconds, taking 500 base magic damage plus 70% of your magic power as additional damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Cost, 100 MP. Retribution LV1 delivers a decisive verdict on the target, ignoring magical defenses and all buffs, dealing 800 base magic damage plus 200% of your magic power as additional damage. If the target is under the Judgment state, an additional 1000 base damage plus 300% of your magic power is dealt. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Cost, 200 MP. Purification LV1? This final purification skill, shrouded in question marks, left Su Yen utterly confused. What does it mean when you can't see the skill's effect? Every other skill had a description, why was this one playing mysterious? But with just Judgment and Retribution, Su Yen was already ecstatic. Clearly, these were combo finisher moves. First mark the target with Judgment, then unleash explosive damage with Retribution. Right now, Su Yen had 290 magic power. And once Judgment landed, the additional damage from Retribution would be terrifying. After confirming his attributes, please adjust your appearance, the system prompted. Su Yen, confident in his looks, smiled and said, "No need, just start the game already." Immediately after, divine energy enveloped the temple. The goddess of dawn asked softly, "Traveler, are you ready to step through the Stargate and venture into the unknown land of divine punishment?" Without hesitation, Su Yen stepped into the Stargate, his figure transforming into a streak of white light that vanished. In the blink of an eye, Su Yen was transported to Newbie Village number 1996, Nasi Farm. This was an abandoned farm, with wild grass and moss covering every corner. A decrepit, massive windmill stood alone under the blazing sun, as if lamenting the calamity that had once befallen this place. "This feels way too real," Su Yen muttered as he looked at his hands and moved his limbs slightly, marveling at the sensation. After a brief moment of adjustment, he quickly began checking his status. Though his primary class was Wrathful Mage, he was currently equipped with the Warrior Gear gifted from the starter pack. "No problem, I'll level up first," Su Yen murmured to himself as he looked around. At this moment, new players were pouring in from all directions. Thanks to the ample space in the Newbie Village and the fact that the land of divine punishment had existed for over 200 years, the area did not feel crowded. So this is the divine punishment world? Wow, it's so real, even the tactile feedback is amazing. Dude, I get that you're excited, but stop grabbing my butt. I awakened a C-rank combat talent, Earth Rift. It's a powerful earth element attack. Anyone wanna team up to level? Eek. 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 Gorgeous knight seeking a soulmate, I'll be your personal knight if you're willing. Ignoring the noisy chatter around him, Su Yen decided to head outside the farm to hunt monsters, test his damage output, and get some practice in. According to the lore of the land of divine punishment, Nasi Farm had once been a stronghold for humanity on the Newbie map. But 200 years ago, the wolf clans launched a sudden attack, inflicting heavy losses on humanity and forcing them to retreat. Since then, the Newbie map had fallen into the hands of the wolves. The player's mission was to start from Nasi Farm, break through the wolf clan's encirclement, and advance to the next map, the Forest Kingdom. A short while later, Su Yan arrived at the grasslands outside the farm. There, a group of werewolves roamed, with levels ranging from 1 to 5. Werewolf. Level 2. Health 250. Attack 50. Defense 45. Magic defense 50. Speed 15. Skill Bloodthirst passive. Seeing the werewolf's attributes, Su Yan frowned. A level 2 mob with an attack stat as high as 50? To put it into perspective, a level 1 player with starter gear would only have attack and magic power around 25 and 35, making it difficult to break through the werewolf's defense. Not to mention the werewolf was clearly faster than newbie players. It seemed teaming up to level was indeed the smart choice. Let's test my damage first, Su Yan said to himself, showing no intention of teaming up as he strode toward a werewolf. Bang! Not far to Su Yan's right, a 4-player team was locked in an intense fight. The squad consisted of a warrior, a summoner, a mage, and an archer, all desperately battling a level 2 werewolf. Finally, it's down to 10% health. Hang in there, everyone! The warrior, leading the charge with a starter greatsword, shouted excitedly as he struggled to dodge the werewolf's lunges. Since they were all level 1 and had no skills, they had to rely entirely on manual control. The summoner, mage, and archer stayed firmly behind the warrior, attacking from range like madmen. Their faces flushed red as they maneuvered carefully, trying to shorten attack intervals and squeeze in as much damage as possible. Thwack! 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 -3. Miss. -10. The archer's 6th attack finally triggered their 7th shot's passive effect, dealing an additional 50% of their attack power as true damage. This made the archer the most favored class in the early stages of the game. At that moment, 4 players were drawn to Su Yan's reckless behavior. They saw Su Yan, a mere level 1 player, foolishly charging at a level 2 werewolf, and shouted desperately. Hey! You, the one named Demon Slayer, are you insane? Run! That werewolf is terrifyingly strong. You should form a team and come back later. Despite the well-meaning warnings from the passing players, Su Yan paid them no mind. Facing the ferocious werewolf rushing toward him, he calmly drew a warrior's greatsword from his back. Roar! The werewolf, standing 3 meters tall, with a massive and muscular frame covered in sleek black fur, let out a chilling howl that was enough to make one's skin crawl. Su Yan gripped the greatsword firmly with both hands, swiftly adapting to its weight and assuming a battle-ready stance. Bang! The werewolf lunged forward with a ferocious swipe of its claws. However, its attack speed was mediocre and posed no challenge for Su Yan. With a quick push off the ground, he dodged to the left, evading the attack. As he dodged, he countered with a reverse swing of his sword. Critical hit. -666. Awwa! The werewolf howled in anguish before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous thud. It was instantly killed. Experience plus 100. Fresh wolf meat obtained. Holy crap, a critical hit. Looking down at the werewolf's lifeless body, its face frozen in disbelief, Su Yan was quite pleased with his damage output. Thanks to his SSS tier talent, Descendant of the Divine, his damage against demonic creatures was increased by 50%, and his critical hit rate was boosted by 20%. But even without the critical hit, he could have still taken down the werewolf in one strike. With damage this high, why bother with beginner quests or grinding mobs? I should just dive straight into dungeons, yeah, solo dungeons. With this thought, Su Yan lost all interest in the werewolf before him. Not far away, the 4 players who had just witnessed Su Yan's one-shot kill were left dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. They completely forgot why they were there in the first place. Even their healer got distracted, failing to keep the team alive. As a result, the entire group was wiped out under the werewolf's relentless assault. They were utterly devastated. They began to question whether they were even playing the same game. The beginner map capped at level 50. Once players reached level 50, they had to complete a breakthrough quest to unlock the next map. Thus, Su Yan's goal was to reach level 50 as quickly as possible. In God's Punishment Land, there were many ways to level up. Running dungeons was the most popular method among players. Not only because it provided massive experience points, but also because there was a chance to obtain various equipment and items. With over 2 hours left before school ended, Su Yan calculated the time and decided to try his luck in the hardest dungeon on the beginner map, Wolf King's Valley, a level 50 dungeon. To him, this seemed like the fastest way to level up. Let's see how much more experience I need to reach level 2. Su Yan opened his character attributes to check his experience bar. But almost immediately, he let out a startled cry, "What the heck? Why do I need so much experience to level up?" The experience bar read, 100/99999999999. Thinking he must have read it wrong, Su Yan pulled out a magnifying glass from his void bag and inspected it several times. He confirmed it wasn't a mistake. To level up from level 1 to level 2 required 99,999,999,999 experience points. Could this be because of the God's Wrath Mage class? Su Yan immediately considered the possibility, his expression shifting as he quickly opened the class tab to check the description for God's Wrath Mage. God's Wrath Mage, time flows endlessly in the river of history, while you shall gain immortality. By choosing this hidden class, you will no longer level up. Once your experience bar is filled, you can undertake the Ascension quest. Completing the quest will grant you divinity, making you a Supreme Grand Mage. Whoa! Su Yan gasped audibly. So powerful, it actually allowed him to ascend directly to godhood? This was the opportunity he had always dreamed of. Then what am I waiting for? Time to hit the dungeons. Heart pounding with excitement and full of anticipation, Su Yan set off toward Wolf King's Valley. Buzz! Suddenly, a flash of light appeared up ahead. A heavily armored player strode toward the Nasi farm with an imposing aura. At a glance, Su Yan could tell it was a level 50 knight, likely returning to turn in a quest. He hurriedly approached him and asked, "Hey, buddy, how long does it take to get to Wolf King's Valley from here?" The knight glanced at him, frowned, and said, "You're only level 1, and I'm level 50, yet you dare call me buddy?" Su Yan smiled and replied, "Don't mind that. Just tell me how long it'll take." The knight answered, at full speed, "About 2 hours." Then he asked, "Why are you heading to Wolf King Valley right after creating your character?" Su Yan shrugged. "Nothing special. It's just that leveling here is too slow. I thought I'd grind a dungeon to speed things up." The knight almost burst out laughing. "Grind a dungeon? By yourself?" "Yeah. Want to team up?" Su Yan earnestly invited the knight to form a party, only to be instantly rejected. The knight sneered. "Are you out of your mind? Wolf King Valley is the hardest dungeon in the beginner zone. Even for someone like me, with a B-tier talent and at level 50, I'd need a full team of equally strong players. A warrior, mage, and priest are all essential. And even then, clearing it would depend on luck. You, at level 1, want to go there? Stop daydreaming. My advice, focus on leveling up. Otherwise, you'll get killed by mobs before you even make it to Wolf King Valley." "What's wrong, Ellie?" Ellie snapped out of her thoughts. "It's nothing." As they exited the classroom, Xiao Wutong exclaimed excitedly. Division 9 even requested upper management to delay the announcement of the test results by a day, hoping to secure geniuses before anyone else. Sure, they've earned their merits and have old Master Yi backing them up, but that's just over the top. Still, I got lucky and found our treasure first. As soon as the test ends, we'll get Qin Juanhao to sign the contract. Just thinking about the looks on Division 9's faces makes me want to laugh." Inside the classroom, the atmosphere erupted as soon as the principal called Cheng Wenjin out. Some students near the front row had clearly heard the principal ask about Qin Juanhao, and both of those important-looking individuals had turned toward Qin Juanhao. "What's going on? Who are they?" A student near the door perked up. I heard them mention Division 7. Division 7? My cousin works there. It's the legendary Division 7 of the Sky Shield Bureau. My cousin was scouted early, signed the contract right after the test, and now he's living the dream. Many students were shocked. Some who didn't know much whispered, Sky Shield Bureau? The Sky Shield Bureau is an official, top-tier organization that manages superhumans. It has 9 special divisions. Division 7 might not be in the top 3, but it's still part of the Sky Shield Bureau. And their entry requirements are insanely high, a minimum of Class B. Class B as a baseline? That's nothing. The craziest one is Division 9. My cousin says they call it the Monster Division, where everyone's a genius. Their baseline is Class S. Class S? That's gotta be insane. We're just here to watch the show. The class clown, Su Xiaoqiang, immediately shouted, Juanhao, you're incredible. Who cares which division it is? Just being noticed at all makes you the best. I've always said my bro Juanhao is the top dog. Anyone who disagrees, step up. Qin. Juanhao was a little dazed. Qin Juanhao, how did they discover you? Teach us so we can cram last minute, someone asked. Honestly, Qin Juanhao couldn't explain it himself. Su Xiaoqiang jumped in to defend him. Do we even need to ask? Juanhao's family is loaded. He obviously knows people in the Sky Shield Bureau. Qin Juanhao suddenly understood. Oh, right, my dad knows them. He even had dinner with them once. Did you hear that? That's what having connections looks like. Even if he taught you, you wouldn't stand a chance. Su Xiaoqiang said, puffing out his chest. Qin Juanhao's lips curled into a smile. Xiaoqiang, we're all classmates here. Don't say things that hurt everyone's pride. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Chu Xinyao. Su Xiaoqiang grinned slyly. Chu, our class beauty, did you see that? My bro Juanhao's got real skills. Chu Xinyao let out a cold laugh. They only glanced at him. Who knows what's really going on? For all we know, Qin Juanhao's dad broke the law, and they're here to arrest him. Su Xiaoqiang was immediately at a loss for words. When it came to family background, Chu Xinyao's wasn't lacking either. Everyone knew her mother was the director of the Electricity Bureau, though her father's role remained a mystery. All they'd heard was that he was an important official. So Qin Juanhao's bragging held no weight with her. Chu Xinyao waved a hand in front of Fang Xian. Hey, you're not nearsighted. Why are you wearing glasses? Fang Xian chuckled and handed the glasses back to his deskmate. Just wanted to see what it feels like to wear glasses. He glanced out the window. Xiao. Wutong and Ellie had already walked far away. Who would have thought they'd run into each other again? Luckily, it had been pouring rain that day, and he was wearing a mask. Plus, Ellie was seriously injured. Otherwise, she might have recognized him. His ability was unique. Fang Xian had scoured the internet but found no relevant information. Who knows if one day he might end up being a subject of research. Because of it, the class was still buzzing with chatter. The classroom door opened. Homeroom teacher Chang Wenjin walked in, her eyes lingering on Qin Juanhao for a moment. Teacher, what did those people say? Just now? Nothing much, Chang Wenjin replied with a smile. Wait, is our Hao Ji being specially recruited by the 7th Division? Su Xiaoqiang blurted out excitedly. Chang Wenjin raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Seeing the teacher smile, the students of class 2 to 3 erupted in excitement. Hao Ji, you're amazing. Even Qin Juanhao couldn't hide his excitement. After the testing is done, if I really get recruited by the 7th Division, whatever you guys want to eat, drink, or play, it's all on me. Awesome. Hao Ji is incredible. Su Xiaoqiang's voice cracked from shouting so loudly. Fang Xian watched Qin Juanhao, who looked as though he was about to pop champagne to celebrate. Internally, he knew, if his own talent test results didn't go well, the higher Qin Juanhao soared now, the harder he'd fall. Later, from the front row, Chu Xinyao turned around, resting her chin on the stack of books on Fang Xian's desk. Fang Xian, let them do their thing. We'll do ours. After the testing is done, are you free? There's a new ocean-themed exhibit in the city. I want to go. How about you come with me? Let's talk about it later. I'm not sure yet. Okay. Then once you're free, we'll go. Sure. Chu Xinyao grinned sweetly, revealing 2 adorable little tiger teeth. It's settled then. Don't back out. Chang Wenjin glanced at her phone. Alright, everyone, grab your student IDs and potions. Line up and get ready. To head out. Talent testing is about to begin. The line stretched endlessly. Many students were visibly nervous. After all, this was a pivotal moment in their lives. In today's society, only the awakened truly held power. For ordinary people, even securing a basic livelihood was becoming increasingly difficult. If someone scored a D level in the talent test, at least they could still land a stable government job as long as they stayed out of trouble. The talent test was divided into 3 zones. One zone for freshmen and sophomores, while juniors were split into 2 separate zones. Xu Xinyao stood behind Fang Xin, her pale, delicate fingers drawing and doodling on his back. Occasionally, she would poke him and ask him to guess what she had just drawn. In the distance, a crowd of uniformed personnel surrounded the talent test area. Well-informed students whispered among themselves that most of these uniformed individuals were government officials, while others belonged to prestigious families or powerful organizations. Awakened individuals were in high demand, and everyone wanted to recruit promising talent. Qin Juanhao tilted his chin, scanning the crowd for the 2 people from the 7th division he had spotted outside the classroom earlier. Many students couldn't help but look at Qin Juanhao with envy. His lackey, Su Xiaoqiang, rubbed his hands together like an eager little fly. Juanhao, over there. The people you were looking for are right there. Following Su Xiaoqiang's finger, they saw Xiao Wutong and Ai Li standing side by side. Man, they look so impressive. Juanhao, you'll definitely reach that level someday, and when you do, don't forget about me, Su Xiaoqiang fawned. Qin Juanhao slung an arm around Su Xiaoqiang's shoulders and laughed. Don't worry, I won't forget you. As they chatted, 2 figures emerged from the distance. The first was a tall, lean man with white hair and sunglasses, striding confidently through the group of uniformed personnel with his hands in his pockets. Behind him followed a stunning young woman carrying a suitcase, a lollipop dangling casually from her lips. The moment everyone spotted them, they instinctively straightened up. Non-government members nodded in acknowledgement, while government officials snapped into salutes. Even Xiao Wutong and Ai Li from the 7th division stood at attention and saluted as well. But the white-haired man ignored them completely, his hands still in his pockets as he walked through the crowd and into a nearby classroom. Who is that? He's so badass that even government officials have to salute him? The 9th division. That's the legendary 9th division. Did you see the suitcase that pretty lady was carrying? The dragon emblem on it is their symbol. No wonder the 9th division is so respected, they have the best perks, their members are ranked higher than any other division, and in critical moments, they can command the other 8 divisions. They don't answer to anyone. If I could join the 9th division, I'd give up marrying the school beauty in a heartbeat. Fang Xian's gaze followed the white-haired man and the beautiful woman. Though neither of them exuded any noticeable aura, Fang Xian, with his countless battle experiences, could keenly sense the latent danger radiating from both of them. Especially the white-haired man, Fang Xian felt as though this person could obliterate him with a mere thought. Based on his online research, Fang Xian's power was likely an S-level talent. If it truly was S-level, there was a strong chance the 9th division would take notice. And with people that powerful, if they discovered his hidden killing talent and harbored ulterior motives, he might end up as a lab experiment. That's why Fang Xian had already decided last night not to use the enhancement serum, avoiding unnecessary attention from the higher-ups. He planned to save the serum for Zhang Xiaochai's test later in the afternoon. Last night's decision to skip the serum had also been a way to spite Zhang Weidong. Now, calling the following students, please bring your student ID, inject your serum if applicable, and proceed to the testing zone in order for your talent assessment. Zhang Yuxuan, Wang Zihan, Li Sini. Each testing zone was equipped with several classrooms, and inside each classroom were large cabinets over 2 meters tall. Once students entered, the assessment would be completed within 3 to 5 minutes. However, just earlier, Chang Wenjin had announced that this year's results wouldn't be released immediately, they would be delayed by a day. This unsettled many students, as the waiting period for their results felt like pure torture. Qin Juanhao's gaze shifted toward Xiao Wutong from the 7th division. Xiao Wutong noticed and responded with a smile and a slight nod in Qin Juanhao's direction. Juanhao. He nodded at you. Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed excitedly. Did you all see that? The guy from the 7th division just nodded at my big bro, Juanhao. Su Xiaoqiang bragged to the surrounding students with smug enthusiasm. Qin Juanhao's lips twitched, and he whispered, keep it low-key. We don't know our actual talent rankings yet. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Fang Xian and Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao had her back turned to him, still scribbling on Fang Xian's back as they laughed and played. Completely ignoring Qin Juanhao cast a sidelong glance at Fang Xian. I really Wonder what kind of talent you'll end up with. You know, sometimes those straight-A students, the ones whose brains are overly developed, end up with the weirdest talent results. I remember there was this senior, top of his class, and his talent turned out to be an A-rank, excavator talent. Fong Xin, I wouldn't be surprised if you ended up with some bizarre talent like that too. Fong Xin nodded and smiled. Faintly. That wouldn't be so bad. At least it's better than an A-rank bootlicking talent. Lies don't hurt people. It's the truth that cuts like a knife. This comment struck a nerve with Qin Juanhao, and the change in his expression was immediate. Su Xiaoqian quickly patted Qin Juanhao's chest to console him. Come on, Hao Ji, don't take it to heart. We're all gonna be in Division 7 soon. Once you're in, messing with him will just be a matter of saying the word. Qin Juanhao sneered coldly. Just wait and see how I deal with you then. Xu Xinyao prodded Fong Xin in the side. Where's the potion I gave you? I forgot to bring it. You. Xu Xinyao's brow furrowed, her lips pouting. At such a critical moment, how could you be so careless? With that, she shoved her own potion into Fong Xin's hand and turned to head back to the classroom to grab the one she'd initially prepared for him. Fong Xin gently grabbed her wrist, smiling warmly. We're about to start. There's no time to go back now. If we're late, it'll be marked as skipping the test. Why are you so unreliable? Xu Xinyao said, panic written all over her face. It's fine. If I mess this one up, there's always next time. Just then, Chang Wenjin's voice called from the front. Students whose names I call, please bring your ID cards and proceed in an orderly manner to the testing area. Qin Juanhao, Su Xiaoqian, Zhang Haoyu, Li Bowen, Fong Xin, Xu Xinyao. Fong Xin shot Xu Xinyao a reassuring look and walked toward the testing area. In the distance, Xiao Wutong watched Qin Juanhao head toward the testing zone, a smile spreading across his face. Turning to Ellie, he said, quick, get the contract ready. The moment he's out, we're signing him on the spot. Ha ha ha. The 9th Division has been dominating for too long. It's finally our 7th Division's turn to shine. Fong Xin stepped into the enormous white testing apparatus. He placed his student ID on the scanner. After his identity was verified, a red light began to scan his entire body. His hand instinctively reached up to touch the pendant his grandfather had given him, hanging around his neck. In the classroom. A white-haired boy rocked back and forth in his chair. A girl with a lollipop in her mouth opened a portable case containing a precision control keyboard and a display screen inside the case. A camera projected real-time footage from various testing zones. The seconds ticked by. Beep beep. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm rang out, and the white-haired boy froze mid-rock. His gaze snapped to the wall where the live feed was displayed. On the screen showing Fong Xin's testing zone, a flashing frame appeared. Within seconds, a series of lines lit up. A name, Fong Xin. Talent, strength-based. Talent, SS rank, unboosted. Talent, perception-based. Talent, S rank, unboosted. Talent, Beastmaster. Talent, S rank, unboosted. Talent, light-based. Talent, A rank, unboosted. Talent, mental. Talent, A rank, unboosted. Comprehensive combat assessment, level 3. The girl looked up, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. He measured SS rank talent without using any potion? And he unlocked so many talents. If he takes the potion, all his talents could rise by 1 rank. Plus, he's already combat level 3. Among students, that's practically unheard of. The white-haired boy slowly pulled down his sunglasses, revealing eyes that shimmered with a blinding white light, as if they held 2 terrifying bolts of lightning. A cold smirk curled his lips. Fong Xin. The 9th Division is going to claim you. Ding, testing complete. Candidates, please take your ID cards and exit the testing pod. Fong Xin stepped out of the testing pod, holding his student ID. Homeroom teacher Chang Wenjin announced that the test results would be officially released school-wide in 2 days. In reality, though, the results could be accessed the same day. Over the next 2 days, organizations with connections would undoubtedly find ways to peek at the results in advance and move quickly to recruit outstanding candidates. Of course, everyone had to wait behind the 9th Division. The 9th Division held the right to first pick. Though other organizations often grumbled about the unfairness of it, negotiations had led to an agreement. The 9th Division could select up to 3 top-tier candidates, those with S rank or higher talents, from each district per cohort. Fong Xin reached up to touch the pendant hanging around his neck. With this pendant, his deadly talent could remain hidden. Based on the knowledge he had gleaned online, his power talent was likely S rank, but without using any enhancing agents today, it would probably test as an This way, an organization like the Sky Shield Bureau might take an interest in him, but he would absolutely avoid being pulled into Division 9. To Fong Xin, the people from Division 9 were terrifying. If he ended up there, he'd be discovered in no time. He took a deep breath. Just then, gasps erupted from his classmates. Qin Juanhao had just stepped out of the classroom when he was immediately pulled into another room by Xiao Wutong. This scene stirred up jealous murmurs. Su Xiaoqian let out a whistle. Juanhao, you're the man. The commotion caused a small uproar on the playground. Qin Juanhao stopped holding back, a confident smile tugging at his lips as he waved to the cheering crowd of students. From inside the classroom, a white-haired boy glanced out the window. What's Xiao Wutong up to now? A pretty girl beside him replied, he just signed a student ahead of time. Did we miss out on a promising recruit? Nope. Then what's his deal? The girl casually flipped her hair, revealing a pair of delicate, pale ears adorned with elegant earrings. I overheard him earlier. Xiao Wutong found a decent recruit and is trying to poach our target. The white-haired boy scratched his nose and pointed at the box in front of the girl. Doesn't he know we brought the latest detection equipment this time? Resting her chin on her hand, the girl responded, the news about the upgraded detector hasn't reached Division 9 yet. It's not surprising he doesn't know. What rank is the guy he snatched up? The girl glanced at Qin Juanhao's stats. Originally C rank. He barely squeezed into B rank after using a bunch of enhancement agents. The white-haired boy stretched lazily. Trash. Oh, by the way, prep the contract. Tonight, let's head over to Fong Xin's house to sign it. Just in time for dinner, we might as well score a free meal. Fong Xin made his way back to the classroom, where his classmates were abuzz with talk about Qin Juanhao, their faces full of envy. This wasn't just any stable job, it was a golden ticket. Getting into the Sky Shield Bureau, even if not in a high-ranking division like Division 9, was still a tremendous honor. Xu Xinyao walked up to him and grabbed his arm. Xiao Fong, let's sit over there for a bit. It's too noisy here. Fong Xin paused. I need to go back to the classroom first, then swing by Class 8 to see my sister. What do you need her for? To give her some enhancement agents. Xu Xinyao pouted. So, you didn't use any agents because you were saving them for your sister. Why didn't you just use mine? If you're short on agents, you can take the ones I gave you. Xiao Fong, we've known each other since kindergarten. I won't let you be so polite with me. If you need anything, just ask. If I have it, it's yours. Got it? As she spoke, she stood on her tiptoes and lightly tapped Fong Xin's forehead with her pale finger. Fong Xin raised an eyebrow. Anything at all? Then, can you bow down to me? Fong Xin. Xu Xinyao pinched his waist hard. Humph. Fong Xin picked up the enhancement agent and headed to Class 8. With no lessons today, discipline was lax. The classroom was filled with the chatter of students discussing the talent test, and nearly everyone had an enhancement agent on their desk. Jiang Shaochai was wearing headphones and reading a book. Jiang Shaochai. Fong Xin called out. Her desk mate nudged her, and she looked up toward the door. Adjusting her glasses, she quickly walked over. Brother, is your test done? Yeah. Here, take this. Fong Xin handed her the enhancement agent. Jiang Shaochai froze for a moment, recognizing it as the one from last night. You didn't use the agent? I forgot. You use it. Jiang Shaochai lowered her head, biting her lip. Thanks, brother. No need to thank me. Jiang Shaochai looked up at Fong Xin, her eyes glistening with tears. I know you didn't use it so I could have it. Ah, don't say that. If I didn't use it, wasn't it because I already gave it back to you last night? If you hadn't given it back last night, it was only to spite Dad. Fong Xin awkwardly scratched his cheek. He lightly flicked Jiang Shaochai's forehead. Don't talk nonsense. My classmates are watching. Jiang Shaochai glanced at Xu Xinyao, and Xu Xinyao gave her a slight nod. The two exchanged a knowing look. When Fong Xin returned to his classroom, Qin Juanhao was standing at the podium. Classmates, since you all know by now, I won't keep it a secret any longer. I've been accepted into Division 7. I've already told my dad, and he's decided to donate a building in the name of our school and our class as a thank you for all the support you've given me over the years. Also, my dad's arranged for the butler to make reservations. The day after tomorrow, I'll send a driver to pick everyone up. All expenses are on me. At this, Qin Juanhao looked at Chu Xinyo and said, Chu Xinyo, you have to come. Sorry, I already made plans with Fang Xin to visit the marine-themed pavilion. You guys have fun. Chu Xinyo replied curtly. Qin Juanhao froze for a moment, as if he wanted to say more, but Chu Xinyo had already put on her headphones. After being rejected, Qin Juanhao sat down, his face darkening. His eyes burned with fury directed at Fang Xin, as though he wanted to tear him apart. He pulled out his phone and sent a message, Dad, book out the entire marine-themed pavilion in our city. I want to host a gathering with my classmates there. The talent evaluation tests continued until just before school ended for the day, but then a shocking piece of news spread through the campus. Someone had leaked the test results of some students, and the scores quickly circulated among the student body. Reactions to the results varied. Some were elated, while others were disheartened. If Fang Xin also received his test results, he opened them, but his own name wasn't on the list. Instead, he was surprised to see the scores for Zhang Xiaochai and Zhang Xiaoyu, **** name, Zhang Xiaochai. Talent, mental talent, grade A, potion-based, talent, healing talent, grade C, potion-based, ******* name, Zhang Xiaoyu talent, beastmaster talent. Grade C, potion-based, *****. When Fang Xin got home, his aunt was busy in the kitchen, her face glowing with joy. His uncle, Jiang Weidong, had taken out a bottle of wine he'd been saving for years. He sipped it happily, occasionally slapping his thigh with excitement. Zhang Xiaoyu was lounging on the sofa with an air of authority, legs crossed, acting as if she were the boss of the day. Zhang Xiaochai, meanwhile, sat quietly at the table, absorbed in a book. Fang Xin, you're back. Aunt Fang Huilan beamed as she wiped her apron and greeted him warmly. Fang Xin nodded. Auntie, what delicious dishes are you preparing? Chicken, duck, fish, everything you three love is on the menu, she answered cheerfully. Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly sat up. Mom, what does this have to do with him? My sister and I are the stars of the day. Fang Huilan, still in high spirits, didn't mind her daughter's attitude. Both her daughters had performed exceptionally well, especially her elder daughter, Zhang Xiaochai. Such scores were bound to attract attention from numerous organizations. You're all treasures to me, Fang Huilan said with a laugh. Zhang Xiaoyu scoffed. Who knows if your precious nephew will turn out to be a treasure or a burden? Fang Huilan chuckled, waving off the comment. Don't talk nonsense, you cheeky girl. Pft, pft. Your cousin will do just fine. Today's a day of celebration, so no negative talk. Fang Xin, take a seat, dinner will be ready soon. Jiang Weidong cleared his throat and placed his phone on the table. The screen displayed his daughter's electronic test scores. Here, Fang Xin, take a look at your two younger sisters' results. Fang Xin glanced at the screen and smiled. They're both amazing. Zhang Xiaoyu, feeling indignant, snorted. Do we really need your approval? Jiang Weidong took another sip of wine and tapped his fingers on the table, his expression growing serious. Fang Xin, take a closer look at your elder sister Xiaochai. An A-grade talent. Do you know what that means? Organizations will be lining up to recruit her. Other kids wait to be chosen by organizations, but your sister Xiaochai will be the one choosing her organization. Do you understand the difference? Fang Xin nodded with a flattering smile. Uncle, you're absolutely right. Jiang Weidong slammed his wine glass on the table, pointing at Fang Xin as he spoke with drunken conviction. If it weren't for you taking Xiaochai's potion, her score would have been even better. Fang Xin, you owe my daughter. You'll owe her for the rest of your life. Fang Huilan immediately stepped in to defend Fang Xin. Jiang Weidong, it's a joyous day, and you're being ridiculous with these accusations. Ridiculous, my foot. Jiang Weidong roared, slapping the table as he stood up. Fueled by alcohol and his good mood, he barked loudly. Let me tell you something, Fang Xin. Listen carefully. My daughter was generous enough to give you that potion. If she hadn't, her talent would already be top tier. Her future potential would have been limitless. You've ruined her bright prospects, and you'll never repay that debt in this lifetime. Smack! Zhang Xiaochai suddenly slammed the table with a force that startled everyone. Jiang Weidong flinched and turned to his daughter, his tone softening immediately. What is it, Xiaochai? Did I scare you? My bad, my bad. I was just worried that your cousin's mediocre results would waste that potion. Zhang Xiaochai picked up an empty syringe, gripping it tightly before throwing it onto the table with a loud clatter. Her eyes burned with anger as she glared at Jiang Weidong. My brother gave me the potion, I'm the one who owes him, our whole family owes him. The entire family's gaze fell on the syringe. Jiang Weidong was momentarily speechless. He recognized that syringe and he knew, without a doubt, that Jiang Shaochai wouldn't lie, which meant Fang Xian hadn't used the potion for himself. Instead, he had given it to Jiang Shaochai, and Fang Huilan grabbed the syringe in one swift motion, hurriedly turned around, and tightly held Fang Xian's arm, her eyes reddening as she gently patted his arm. Why? Why are you doing this, child? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? This is your medicine. How can you give it to your sister? As she spoke, her lips trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Auntie, it's fine. I'll manage without the medicine. Fang Huilan wiped her tears. Auntie has failed you, truly failed you. Jiang Xiaoyu, chewing gum, suddenly interjected, Mom, why are you crying? I was in a good mood, and now you've ruined it. Even if Fang Xian used that medicine, he wouldn't necessarily surpass my sister. Besides, he willingly gave it to Jiang Shaochai. No one forced him. Jiang Xiaoyu, have some decency, will you? Jiang Shaochai scolded angrily. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. He said it himself, he can manage without the medicine. Why are you so worked up? Besides, the medicine he took was from our family. He should be grateful to us. Slap. Jiang Xiaochai's palm landed hard across Jiang Xiaoyu's face, the crisp sound reverberating through the room. It was a clean and decisive slap, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu stunned. A few seconds later, she suddenly burst into tears. Dad, do something. She hit me. Jiang Weidong held Jiang Xiaoyu in his arms, gently rubbing her cheek. Shaochai, what's the matter with you? You're hitting your own sister over an outsider? Jiang Shaochai stared coldly at Jiang Weidong. Outsider? We're the outsiders here. Don't forget, it was my brother who took us in. Now, I demand that you immediately apologize to my brother for what you just said. Shaochai, I'm your father. Jiang Shaochai repeated icily, apologize. If you don't, I will give up on joining any organization. Jiang Weidong panicked. Shaochai. Jiang Shaochai's gaze remained calm and unwavering. Her recent exam results had made her the pillar of the family, and Jiang Weidong knew he was in the wrong. He glanced at Fang Xian inside. I'm sorry, Fang Xian. I went too far. I apologize. Please, talk to Shaochai and convince her not to give up on joining a major organization. Fang Xian lightly flicked Jiang Shaochai's smooth forehead. This sister of his was worth cherishing, much better than that ingrate Jiang Xiaoyu. I'm hungry, Shaochai. Oh, okay. I'll get you some food. Jiang Shaochai headed toward the kitchen. Fang Huilan, her eyes still red, looked at Fang Xian with a face full of guilt. Xiaoxin. Auntie, I'm hungry. Let's eat. Fang Huilan gently squeezed Fang Xian's arm. Alright. Auntie will whip up 2 more dishes, and then we'll start dinner. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu clung to Jiang Weidong, complaining tearfully. Dad. It hurts. Jiang Weidong patted her back, rubbing her cheek while shooting a glare at Fang Xian, silently blaming him as the root of all this trouble. With a huff, he led his daughter to find an ice pack for her face. In a low voice, he muttered to Jiang Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, your sister is still family. This is mostly Fang Xian's fault. That slap? It's on him. No one gets good results without the medicine. He's clearly just waiting for the next exam to use connections and buy another dose. Watch and see, Dad will make sure we get that slap back. Jiang Xiaoyu glared hatefully at Fang Xian. Alright, Dad. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who's there? Fang Huilan quickly went to answer it. Standing at the door was a chubby man with a friendly demeanor, holding a large assortment of gifts. Is this Jiang Shaochai's home? Are you Jiang Shaochai's mother? We're from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce, here specifically to discuss her joining our organization. Without waiting for an invitation, he squeezed through the door, freeing a hand to shake Fang Huilan's. Fang Huilan looked bewildered but quickly collected herself and called out toward the kitchen. Shaochai, someone's here to see you. Wiping her hands, Jiang Shaochai stepped out of the kitchen. Hello, Jiang Shaochai. I'm Tong Fingwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. The chubby man beamed as he extended his hand. And you are? Jiang Weidong walked over, curious. The man, ever adept at navigating social situations, quickly bent at the waist and jogged over. You must be Jiang Shaochai's father? I'm Tong Fingwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. We're the largest business association in this district. Jiang Weidong's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. Oh, hello, hello. Please, come in. So, you're here to talk about Xiaocha? Exactly. Xiaocha's stellar performance caught the attention of the Tiannan Chamber, and they sent me, the head of the Lan City branch, to personally invite her. If Xiaocha agrees to join us, we'll gift her a luxury apartment in Treasure Lake Court, the most exclusive complex in Lan City. She'll also receive a chauffeured car, an annual salary of 800,000 yuan in the first year, which will double in the second year. After 3 years, she'll even be eligible for stock dividends based on her contributions. Tong Fingwu laid out all the benefits in one breath. Jiang Weidong's eyes lit up as he listened, swallowing hard several times. He turned to look at Jiang Xiaocha, thinking, if my daughter succeeds, I'll definitely bask in her glory too. So, what do you think, Xiaocha? Tong Fingwu asked again. Before Jiang Xiaocha could respond, there was another knock at the door. Fong Huilan went to open it, and at the door stood a woman in professional attire with glasses, followed by 2 assistants carrying gifts. The woman extended her hand for a handshake. You must be Xiaocha's mother, right? Hello, I'm Li Yinxiao, a representative of the Li family from the provincial capital. We're here specifically to see Jiang Xiaocha. Welcome, welcome. Fong Huilan's eyes sparkled as she looked at the woman. The visitor exuded confidence, like a powerful businesswoman, and Fong Huilan quickly invited her in. Li Yinxiao stepped into the house in her high heels, glancing at Tong Fingwu. Tong Fingwu responded with an innocent smile, only to be met with a dismissive snort. You must be Jiang Xiaocha's father? Li Yinxiao extended her hand to Jiang Weidong. Jiang Weidong licked his lips, feeling slightly giddy, as if someone was here to snatch his daughter from him. After enduring so many years, he finally had a chance to hold his head high. The neighbors had just been gossiping about their family earlier. Hello. Jiang Weidong quickly shook her hand. Li Yinxiao turned to smile at Jiang Xiaocha. Hello, Jiang Xiaocha. I'm Li Yinxiao from the Li family in the provincial capital. It's a pleasure to meet you. I believe the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce has already given you an offer? Well, our Li family will double. We're absolutely sincere. Tong Fingwu squinted, his eyes widening slightly. President Li, don't you think you're being a bit unreasonable here? Li Yinxiao remained composed, smiling as she said, I believe Jiang Xiaocha is worth it. Watching the two sides go back and forth, Jiang Weidong could barely contain his excitement. This feeling, it was simply exhilarating. Why don't we all sit down and talk? Jiang Weidong quickly tried to mediate, but just then, there was another knock at the door. Fan Huilan went to answer it. This time, the visitors appeared even more formal. They were dressed in uniforms, and their gifts were simple, not as flashy as the last 2 groups. Leading them was a square-faced man who looked stern and serious. Hello, I'm Chu Gang, captain of the 2nd Special Operations Team of the 4th Division of the Tian Shield Bureau. We've come specifically to invite Jiang Xiaocha. Fong Huilan quickly welcomed them in. Please, come in. Chu Gang stepped into the house, his gaze sweeping over Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao. Both of them smiled and greeted him. Captain Chu, you're here too? Jiang Xiaocha, have you made your decision yet? Not yet. Well, the 4th Division is also very interested in recruiting you. It's your choice now. Jiang Weidong was so excited his voice cracked. He felt like he was at the pinnacle of his life. Captain Chu, please sit. Have a seat. Chu Gang sat down. You all should sit too. Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao followed suit, taking their seats. Li Yinxiao spoke first. No matter how much competition there is, the final decision lies with Jiang Xiaocha. It's up to her to choose. Jiang Xiaocha felt a bit overwhelmed. She had heard people say she had talent and would be in high demand, but she never expected the competition to be this intense. After hesitating for a moment, she said, I'll listen to my brother. Fong Xin froze. Clearly, he hadn't expected Jiang Xiaocha to say that. All 3 parties turned to look at Fong Xin. Li Yinxiao smiled. You're Jiang Xiaocha's brother? Where do you think she should go? Jiang Weidong immediately interrupted. Listen to him? I'm her father. I make the decisions in this house. Which one of you will take my daughter? As he spoke, he pulled Jiang Xiaoyu closer. Excuse me, but what's your daughter's talent? Someone asked. C-grade Beastmaster talent. Jiang Weidong replied proudly. Chu Gang's expression remained serious. The talent is too low. The 4th Division won't take her. Tong Fingwu's eyes darted. We'll take her. Li Yinxiao, without hesitation, said, we'll take her too, at double the offer from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. President Li, why are you always going against me? Tong Fingwu said helplessly, ignoring him. Li Yinxiao kept her eyes on Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha, the choice is yours. But Jiang Xiaocha repeated, I'll listen to my brother. You stubborn child. Jiang Weidong stood up in frustration. Tong Fengwu glanced at Fong Xin. Are you a student too? Yes. What's your name? Fong Xin. Jiang Weidong probed further. Did you all happen to get the exam results ahead of time? Could I take a look at his report card? Tong Fengwu chuckled awkwardly. Well, the results we've received are all C grade and above. I didn't see Fong Xin's name on the list. So, his score is below AC? Jiang Weidong silently celebrated, something like that. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately beamed with joy, and Jiang Weidong shot a smug glance at Fong Xin, humming triumphantly. Fong Xin was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected his score to be below AC. Jiang Weidong crossed his legs, looking at Fong Xin out of the corner of his eye. Below C grade, huh? Finding a decent job might be tough. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Fong Xin smugly, rubbing her still slightly swollen face, as if she had finally gotten her revenge unexpectedly. Jiang Xiaochai suddenly spoke, whoever is willing to accept my brother, I'll go with him. This statement stunned everyone present. Chu Gang was the first to respond, still maintaining his stern demeanor. The 4th Division has high standards. We don't accept students without talent. Tone. Fengwu's eyes darted around as he began calculating the pros and cons, ultimately finding the idea unappealing. Lin Xiao said, the Li family can take him in, but the benefits and treatment might be subpar. After all, his talent is too low, and besides, before he could finish, the sound of knocking interrupted him. Someone else is here? Huilan, open the door. Jiang Weidong stood up excitedly, pointing toward the entrance, his face beaming with joy. Fong Huilan walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was a white-haired man in uniform, wearing sunglasses, with a beautiful young woman behind him. You must be here for Xiaochai, right? For Xiaochai? I'm here for coffee instead. Is Fong Xin home? Yes, he is. And who are you? His friends. With that, the white-haired man led the young woman inside. Here to see Fong Xin. Seeing the white-haired man, Fong Xin suddenly felt a jolt in his chest. The 9th Division was here. At the same time, Jiang Weidong, who had been smug moments ago, suddenly froze as he saw the white-haired man walk in. Fong Xin, you're a student. If you don't study seriously, what on earth are these random friends you're bringing home? And now you're. Before he could finish, Tong Fengwu and Lin Xiao immediately stood up, bowing respectfully. Mr. Zhuge. Even Chu Gang straightened up, stood at attention, and saluted. I'm Chu Gang from the 4th Special Operations Division, reporting to my superior. The air suddenly froze. Just moments earlier, Jiang Weidong had been full of arrogance, but now the smile on his face had completely stiffened. Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and Lin Xiao from the provincial Li family were both staring reverently at this white-haired man. The most shocking thing was that Chu Gang, an officer from a government agency, had stood up to salute him and addressed him as superior. Jiang Weidong swallowed hard. He had never expected this white-haired man to have such a high status, but he couldn't help but wonder, why was this powerful figure here to see Fong Xin, a person without even a C-level talent? What business do you have with Fong Xin? Jiang Weidong quickly changed his tone, forcing a smile as he asked. The white-haired man ignored him entirely, extending a hand toward Fong Xin. Hello, I'm Zhuge Hang from the 9th Special Operations Division of the Sky Shield Bureau. Fong Xin froze for a moment before reaching out to shake hands, his mind racing with questions. I haven't even used any enhancement serums. How did they find me? Does the 9th Division have some kind of special detection method? What do you want from me? A charming smile appeared on the white-haired man's face. 2 things. First, we want to invite you to join the 9th Division. Second, we're here to grab a meal. Join the 9th Division? What's the 9th Division? You're willing to take someone like me who doesn't even meet C-level standards? Jiang Weidong, now curious like a child, fired off several questions in rapid succession. Tong Fengwu and Lin Xiao looked at him as if he were an idiot. Chu Gang, still stern-faced, explained, the 9th Division is the strongest special operations branch of the Sky Shield Bureau. It only recruits individuals with S-level or higher talents. But didn't Mr. Tong just say that Fong Xin doesn't even appear on the talent records? Tong Fengwu, growing impatient, replied, anyone selected by the 9th Division has their information encrypted. We don't have the authority to access it. That's why his name doesn't show up on the records. Jiang Weidong's eyes widened in disbelief. his entire body frozen in shock. Even Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly stunned to Fong Huilan and Jiang Shaochai, however, were so excited that their hearts felt like they might leap out of their chests. The leap from despair to triumph was almost too much for the mother and daughter to handle. Does that mean my Xiaoxin has exceptional talent? Fong Huilan asked, her voice trembling. Zhuge Hang casually sat down, as if he were at home. He has awakened 5 talents. Without using any enhancement serums, his highest talent is SS level. Here's his record. As he spoke, Zhuge Hang pulled out a sleek black device, about 2 fingers wide. He snapped it open into an L shape, revealing a virtual screen that displayed Fong Xian's information. If Fong Huilan took the device, her hands trembling. Zhang Weidong leaned in for a closer look when they saw the awakened talents listed. Zhang Weidong was completely stunned, rendered speechless by the shock. 1 SS level, 2 S levels, and 2 A levels. Even the lowest ranked talent was more than enough to secure a comfortable future, and what was even more terrifying, he hadn't used any enhancement serums yet. If he did, all of his talent levels could be raised by 1 grade. If Fong Xian studied the data, his brow furrowed. Zhang Weidong's throat tightened, his breathing labored, as if an invisible hand were gripping his neck. Seeing an arrow button on the interface, he clicked it. The second page revealed a brief summary of Fong Xian's family background. Fong Yingtai, grandfather, information encrypted. Fong Zhengping, father, information encrypted. Yi Rujia, mother, information encrypted. Fong Xian stared at the screen, utterly stunned. He could understand why his parents, who had previously worked in research for government agencies, would have encrypted information. But his grandfather's details being encrypted as well? That left him baffled. Zhang Weidong flipped to the next page, which displayed the current family situation of Fong Xian and Zhang Weidong's household. This page also had some apparent comments written by someone else. Zhang Weidong, uncle, big fool. Fong Huilan, aunt, good person. Jiang Shaocha, cousin, little good person. Jiang Xiaoyu, cousin, little troublemaker. Both Zhang Weidong and Jiang Xiaoyu's expressions changed in an instant. Smack. Zhuge Hang, the white-haired man, snatched the device back with a flick of his fingers, closed it shut, and acted as if nothing had happened. Xiaolu. Zhuge Hang snapped his fingers. A beautiful young woman stepped forward, carrying an exquisite and hefty box, which she handed to Fong Xian. And Zhuge Hang rocked his chair casually. Open it, input your information, then we eat. Fong Xian remained silent for a moment. Do I have to join the 9th Division? The moment he said this, everyone froze. For those who knew little about the 9th Division, this reaction might be understandable. But Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao widened their eyes in disbelief. Fong Xian actually dared to say something like this. Zhuge Hang's rocking motion paused briefly, and a sly smile crept onto his face. Most people, upon hearing they can join the 9th Division, would be so thrilled they'd set off fireworks at their ancestors' graves, desperate to wake their forebears to celebrate together. You're the first person in history to refuse joining the 9th Division. Fong Xian thought about it for a moment. Maybe your 9th Division's history is just too short. Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao glanced sideways at Fong Xian, thinking to themselves, this kid has guts, talking to Mr. Zhuge of the 9th Division like this. Young man, you clearly don't know how terrifying this man truly is. Zhuge Hang chuckled at Fong Xian's remark. Now that you mention it, you might be right. The 9th Division was established at the end of the last century, during the chaotic age of the gods. Its predecessor was the notorious Divine Court Organization, which was later incorporated into the Sky Shield Bureau. If you do the math, it's been 92 years. Since its founding officially, anyone chosen by the 9th Division can choose not to join. If others don't want to join, that's their business. But you don't have that option. Fong Xian's heart tightened. He couldn't help but speculate, had his killing talent already been discovered? Why not? Zhuge Hang flashed a wide, toothy grin. Let's discuss this somewhere else. Snap. Zhuge Hang suddenly snapped his fingers. The next moment everyone was astonished to see that Fong Xian and Zhuge Hang had vanished into thin air. Where did they go? Zhang Weidong stared at the empty space in shock. The young woman called Xiaolu explained. Mr. Zhuge is a spatial ability user. There are some things that are inconvenient to discuss in front of others, so he opened a temporary space and brought Fong Xian in for a private conversation. The Zhang family was left dumbfounded. Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao's faces also shifted, while Chu Gang, for the first time, showed a complicated expression. Mr. Zhuge has gotten even stronger? Xiaolu smiled. Mr. Zhuge grows stronger every moment. Fong Xian looked around and realized he was now in an isolated space. Water ripples surrounded him, and staring at them for too long made him feel a little dizzy. Relax. It's just the two of us here. We can talk privately. Zhuge Hang's voice came from behind him. Fang Xian turned around. The white-haired man standing before him didn't exude any overt aura of danger, yet his mere presence was suffocating. Do you know who your grandfather really is? Zhuge Hang asked. My grandfather? Fang Xian responded, puzzled. Yes. Fang Xian replied earnestly, my grandfather is, well, my grandpa. Zhuge Hang clicked his tongue. Say that to anyone else, and they'd probably punch you. After a brief pause, he shifted gears and got straight to the point. Your grandfather, Fang Yingtai, never told your family about his true identity, yet he was actually the leader of the 4 generals in the 9th Division's predecessor, the Divine Court of Fang Qingdi. Fang Xian was visibly stunned. Seeing the expression on Fang Xian's face, Zhuge Hang immediately concluded that Fang Xian had no idea about the truth. Fang Xian himself was utterly shocked. He never imagined that the old man had such a powerful identity. Now that he thought back, the old man's little habits and clues over the years could indeed hint at something. The old man always claimed to be a retired soldier but never mentioned the specific unit he served in. Whenever asked, he would simply say he was just an ordinary soldier who wanted a quiet life after leaving the military. Back when Fang Xian's parents passed away, he stayed in his hometown with his grandfather. At the time, his grandfather told him numerous stories from the last century, including many details about the Holy Light Army and the Eternal Night Army, details far beyond what was covered in school textbooks. The old man spoke with such vivid clarity. Now, thinking back to his grandfather's reaction upon discovering Fang Xian's talent, it was apparent he knew many secrets. Fang Xian tried his best to remain outwardly calm. The waves of emotion surged within him. Feigning composure, he stared at the handsome, white-haired Zhuge Hang in front of him. Fang Qingdi? Never heard of him. Of course, you haven't. His name is forbidden to speak. Your grandfather, Fang Qingdi, betrayed the organization back in the day, causing unprecedented damage to the Divine Court. To put it simply, the chaos of the gods barely scratched the Divine Court, but your grandfather alone dealt them a devastating blow. Fang Xian's mind was in turmoil once again. He couldn't believe the seemingly kind old man had once been so formidable. His expression turned serious. So what you're saying is, you're here to arrest me? Zhuge Hang chuckled. Not at all. After all, I'm one of your grandfather's biggest fans. Your grandfather defected back then because of internal factional struggles within the organization. Someone unjustly accused him of treason and collusion with the enemy, all to get rid of him, a founding hero. Eventually, that faction fell, and the Divine Court cleared your grandfather's name. So, is that why you insist on me joining the 9th Division? Fang Xian pressed. Zhuge Hang raised 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons. First, your grandfather was one of the founders of what would become the 9th Division, a veteran of the Divine Court. The current leader of the 9th Division, Old Man Yi, was your grandfather's closest comrade in arms. If you join the 9th Division, he'll have your back, and your path forward will be smooth. As long as you perform well, no one will block your promotion. In other words, you're practically the 9th Division's crown prince. Second, and this is very important, your parents were top-tier scientific researchers. Their car accident was highly suspicious, more like an assassination. They had discovered something that could enhance genes at a low cost. Someone set their sights on this discovery and orchestrated the car accident. After your parents passed, this thing disappeared. Some suspect it's in your possession. Staying out of trouble doesn't mean you're safe. Holding onto a treasure will only invite danger. So, joining the 9th Division isn't just for your future, it's to protect you. Of course, you can refuse. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Here, take this. When you've made up your mind, crush it, and I'll appear. If you're ever in danger, you can also crush it, and I'll come to help you. Zhuge Hang flicked his fingers, and a nearly transparent small orb flew into Fang Xian's hand. Fang Xian held it, feeling how light it was. He knew he needed to find a chance to contact his grandfather to verify whether Zhuge Hang was telling the truth. Putting the orb away, Fang Xian asked, how strong are you? Back during the chaos of the gods, combat power was divided into 14 levels. Later, it was simplified into level 1, level 2, and level 3. By today's standards, when I'm wearing glasses, I'm level 11. Fong Xin looked at Zhuge Hong, who always wore sunglasses. And without the glasses? Zhuge Hong didn't give a specific level. He stuffed his hands in his pockets, flashed his trademark grin, and confidently said, very strong. Though he didn't specify how strong, Fong Xin could tell he was showing off. Logically, if you're this strong, shouldn't you hold a high position and keep a low profile? Fong Xin asked, puzzled. Zhuge Hong grinned, showing his white teeth. I have a nickname. The 9th Division's street punk. But this trip was worth it. I got to meet my idol, Fong Qingdi. Where did your grandfather go? Based on the clues you left behind, he went to your old home, but he didn't find anyone there. I don't know. Did he leave any message before he left? No, he didn't. Zhuge Hong crossed his fingers behind his head. Alright, that little gadget Xiaolu just gave you is a Sky Shield Smart Link device, developed in-house by the Sky Shield Bureau. Only new recruits in the 9th Division get one right away. For recruits in the other 8 divisions, they'd need to go through a year-long trial period before they'd even have a chance to get one. Once your identity is authenticated, you can use it to contact your teammates, access information, and even check others' talent and combat power levels. As for its other functions, someone will explain them in more detail once you decide to join the 9th Division. Any questions? If not, let's get going. I'm starving. I came here just in time for a free meal. My other talents, why have I never felt them before? Because you haven't truly awakened yet. It's like how a sharpshooter wouldn't know they had a talent for guns until they actually picked one up. And even after picking up a gun, they'd still need training. After your talent assessment, the 9th Division will help you train and refine your abilities. Any other questions? Not for now. Snap, Zhuge Hong snapped his fingers. The scene before them shattered like a broken mirror, and when everything reassembled, they found themselves back in the living room. Fong Xin was in awe of how incredible this talent was. No wonder this man, known as the 9th Division's infamous street rascal, was so formidable. As the two reappeared, everyone in the room immediately turned to look at them. Zhuge Hong plopped himself down casually. And Fong Xin, bring on the food. Fong Huilan was momentarily stunned by his bluntness. Before she could react, Zhuge Hong had already marched into the kitchen and started bringing out dishes himself. Smells amazing. Told you I came just in time for dinner. As he placed the dishes on the table, Zhuge Hong glanced at Tong Fengwu, Li Yinxiao, and Chu Gang. What are you all standing around for? Here to mooch off dinner too? Tong Fengwu quickly shook his head. No, we're here to recruit Fong Xin's younger sister, Jiang Shaochai. And you are? I'm Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. Zhuge Hong raised an eyebrow. Oh, the merchants from Tiannan. You lot have been screwing over plenty of ordinary families' students with your shady contracts. Haven't you? Get lost. Will do. Zhuge Hong turned to Li Yinxiao. What about you? I'm from the Li family in the provincial capital, another merchant. Ha! Scram! Li Yinxiao didn't even dare show a hint of displeasure. Instead, he bowed politely. Goodbye, Mr. Zhuge. The Jiang family looked on in disbelief. The Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and the Li family from the provincial capital were both huge players in the business world, well known even among ordinary people. But here they were, cowering before this white-haired man. Zhuge Hong's gaze then landed on Chu Gang, who stood up and introduced himself. 4th Division, Chu Gang. I know you, Zhuge Hong said while serving himself some food. Send her to the 1st Division first. They're short on people with psychic abilities. If she's not a good fit, then transfer her to your 4th Division. Understood, Mr. Zhuge. You don't have any objections, do you? Zhuge Hong asked, looking at Jiang Shaochai. Jiang Shaochai's head was buzzing. Instinctively, she glanced at Fong Xin. Do what he says, Fong Xin replied. Jiang Shaochai nodded. No objections. Jiang Weidong quickly chimed in. Can my daughters join the 9th Division too? While Zhuge Hong and Fong Xin had disappeared earlier, Jiang Weidong had asked around about the 9th Division and grew increasingly terrified. He hadn't realized that the division Fong Xin was about to join was so powerful. Which daughters? Both of them. Zhuge Hong sat down. Your elder daughter is barely passable. Your younger daughter? Even worse. The gate guards at the 9th Division are all B-rank fire elementals. Any other questions? If not, can we eat now? I'm starving. Jiang Weidong's face turned grim, but he didn't dare argue with Zhuge Hong and instead eagerly invited him to eat. During the meal, Jiang Weidong kept piling food onto Fong Xian's plate, his face full of smiles, as if he'd kneel before him if he could. Here, Xiaoxin, this is your favorite braised fish. Mr. Zhuge, my Xiaoxin, has been smart since he was a kid. Please take good care of him from now on. Xiaoxin, what would you like to drink? You're our family's hero today. Your uncle will pour you some wine. After the meal, Zhuge Han grabbed an apple, biting into it as he walked out. 3 days, give me your answer by then. After seeing Zhuge hang off, Jiang Weidong was still wearing that same fawning expression as they returned to the house. Xiaoxin, want another drink? This is your uncle's finest wine. No, thanks. Fong Huilan looked at Fong Xian with a mix of pride and relief, as if she had just remembered something important. Xiao Xian, almost forgot. There was a package for you this afternoon. It's at the door. I put it in your room. Got it. Fong Xian grabbed the Tiandun Smart device and headed to his room. On the desk sat a delivery box. He opened it. Inside was a phone. Fong Xian immediately recognized it. It was his grandfather's phone. He quickly took it out. The phone was out of battery, so he found the charging cable and started charging it. Once it powered back on, the photo album icon was front and center on the screen, glaringly obvious, as if it were deliberately placed to grab his attention. He tapped on it. Sure enough, there was a video inside. Fong Xian played the video. The screen was pitch black, the camera shaking. After a few seconds, his grandfather's urgent voice came through. From the chaotic movement of the camera, it seemed like his grandfather was running for his life. The video also contained piercing screams in the background. Xiao Xian, it's your grandfather. You must remember the 2 things I'm about to tell you. First, with your talent, joining the 9th Division won't be a problem. The current head of the 9th Division has been a close friend of mine for years. He'll help you, no doubt. Second, before midnight tonight, stand in front of a mirror and use your life energy to activate the slaughter rune. Maintain it for half an hour. Xiao Xian, there are many things I can't explain right now. Don't lose this phone, I'll get in touch with you. The video ended there. Fong Xian was left unsettled for a long while. From the video, it was clear his grandfather was hiding from something, but the screen was too dark to make out his location. Fong Xian watched the video repeatedly, but couldn't find any useful clues. Thinking back to his grandfather's sudden disappearance, it was clear there was a story behind it. Reflecting on the video's instructions, his grandfather's mention of the 9th Division confirmed what the white-haired guy had told him was true. As for the second instruction, what exactly was he supposed to do in front of a mirror tonight? Fong Xian glanced at the time. It was a little after 8, still hours away from midnight. He scrolled through the phone several times, confirming that the video was the only thing his grandfather had left behind, no other clues. Unable to extract more information, he set the phone aside. His gaze landed on the Tiandun Smart device on the desk. He powered it on. It was the same device Zhuge Han had taken out earlier in the afternoon to look up information. When activated, the device unfolded into an L-shaped structure with a virtual screen at the corner. Despite its robust appearance, it was surprisingly lightweight. Upon startup, 2 buttons appeared on the screen: Register Identity, Log In. Fong Xian thought for a moment and tapped Register Identity. Please face the center of the screen to complete facial recognition. Fong Xian positioned himself accordingly. Facial recognition complete. Please input an invitation code or the name of the inviter. When it came to entering a name, Fong Xian hesitated. The white-haired man had introduced himself as Zhuge Han, but he didn't specify which character was used for Hang. What's more, the input field came with a warning: only 1 attempt allowed. Zhuge Han hadn't left any contact information when he left, only giving Fong Xian a small space orb that could summon him in times of danger. Fong Xian didn't want to waste this freeloader opportunity. He also wanted to take this chance to see what the white-haired guy was truly capable of. Just then, his phone buzzed repeatedly. Qin Juanhao, who had recently been accepted into the 7th Division, was overjoyed. His dad had just bought him a luxury car worth 7 million yuan, and he was showing off photos in the group chat. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqiang, acting like a sycophant, kept showering him with praises. Fong Xian treated their over-the-top boasting as pure comedy. Half an hour ago, Zhu Xinyo had messaged him, "Hey, Fong, I want to go to the ocean theme park. Will you come with me? Pretty please?" Remembering how Chu Xinyo had helped him deliver medicine before, Fang Xian felt indebted. He bought 2 tickets for tomorrow and sent her a screenshot. Chu Xinyao replied excitedly, "Wow. I knew Fang was the best. Oh, by the way, the exam results will officially be announced the day after tomorrow, but there's been a leak, and the school decided to release them tomorrow instead." Fang Xian paused for a moment, surprised that the results would be revealed early. Not that it mattered, he already knew what they were. Got it. Want to play a game? Fang Xian checked the time. Since his grandfather's instructions weren't until midnight, he figured he had some time to kill. Logging in, Xiao Wutong spun around in place like a monkey that had bitten into wasabi. He stared at Qin Juanhao's report card over and over, each time looking like he was about to burst into tears. This shouldn't be happening. How is this possible? Ellie, are you sure that Qin Juanhao is the guy you bumped into in the alley the other day? Ellie gazed at the white-framed smart screen with her icy blue eyes. I suppose so. I don't really remember too clearly. Xiao Wutong rubbed his head furiously, as if he were donning a mask of despair. This doesn't make sense at all. Someone barely reaching a B-level aptitude couldn't possibly have level 4 combat skills at such a young age. I thought I hit the jackpot, rushed to recruit him in a panic, and now look, I'm the laughingstock. And Qin Juanhao's even throwing a huge banquet, broadcasting this everywhere. God, I can't take it anymore. I swear, I want to kick him with my size 10 leather shoe so badly. Ellie snapped the smart screen shut with a decisive clap and switched topics. Headquarters has assigned us a mission. The 7th Division is tasked with protecting someone. Who? Chu Xinyao. The detailed information's already been sent to you. Xiao Wutong shook his wristwatch, and out of the small device popped a smart terminal. He scanned his face to unlock it and saw the latest message. Dear God, this girl's the daughter of that big shot. And the remnants of the Eternal Night Army dare to go after his daughter for a kidnapping? Ellie continued, that big shot holds a critical secret, and the remnants of the Eternal Night Army want to use his daughter to pressure him into handing it over. Frankly, their infiltration runs too deep. The fact that the exam results leaked early this time was one of their operatives at work. They're trying to create chaos, pose as a major faction, and poach some exceptionally gifted individuals to strengthen their forces. Xiao Wutong shook his head in frustration before suddenly shouting in surprise, they've sent a level 8 combat master just to kidnap this girl? Ellie nodded. That's why the division leader is personally stepping in. We need to leave immediately to protect her in secret. Fang Xian set his phone down and glanced at the time. It was nearing midnight. That's enough for today. Alright. I'm tired too. Get some rest. Got it. Good night. See you tomorrow. After setting his phone aside, Fang Xian rose and walked to the bathroom. He stared at his reflection in the mirror and began to channel his qi and blood. The killing rune on the back of his hand glowed red, as if it were about to drip blood, but the face in the mirror showed no change at all. What exactly did Grandpa want him to see by staring at the mirror? Fang Xian continued to fixate on his reflection, letting the seconds tick away. By the time the clock struck midnight, strange and eerie legends began to flash through his mind, but the mirror showed no signs of anything unusual. According to Grandpa, he had been staring at the mirror for over half an hour, yet he still couldn't find anything. Fang Xian let out a long sigh. That's enough for today. I'll look again tomorrow. He turned to leave the bathroom, but just as he turned away, Fang Xian suddenly froze, a cold sweat breaking out across his back. Because out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror. His reflection was standing there, arms crossed, smiling at him. In that instant, Fang Xian's hair stood on end. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He stiffly turned his head back toward the mirror. The reflection of Fang Xian remained perfectly still, arms crossed, staring directly at him. Finally, Fang Xian saw the details of the figure in the mirror. It looked identical to him, except for one thing. Its eyes were blood red, just like his own eyes when he activated his killing aura. The two locked eyes through the mirror. The mirrored Fang Xian slowly leaned back, and behind him, a blood-red throne suddenly emerged. The mirrored Fang Xian sat atop the throne with ease, a single hand resting under his chin in a fist, his blood-red eyes fixed on the real Fang Xian, his lips curling into a faint, arrogant smirk, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Surprised? A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Fang Xian's entire body tensed, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. The reflection in the mirror himself was actually speaking? How could he not be shocked? His mind reeled, unable to calm the storm of thoughts. Finally, Fang Xian asked the first, profound question that came to him. Who are you? Fang Xian sat on the blood-red throne reflected in the mirror, his mind echoing with a voice full of lazy arrogance, laced with disdain. Who am I? Now that's a question worth exploring. But I go by many names. The Zero Arbiter. The first of the 7 kings. The King of Slaughter. The God Slayer. Or, you might prefer to call me the Destroyer of Gods. However, I do have one name that could be considered my original, Fang Xian. If you insist on asking who I am, then I am you. Fang Xian's mind was thrown into chaos, a storm raging within him as if his brain were about to overheat. Everything before his eyes was far beyond his comprehension. The Fang Xian in the mirror smirked. You're me? Fang Xian refused to believe it. He was just an ordinary student, academically excellent, good-looking, but otherwise completely average in every way. The overwhelming aura emanating from the figure in the mirror was nothing like him. The Fang Xian in the mirror propped his chin on his hand, seated casually on the throne, and said, "There's no need to dwell on that question now. Don't waste time. With your current power, you can only see me for 3 minutes. After that, everything will return to normal. 1 minute and 47 seconds have already passed. Let me explain a few things. You possess the slaughter talent, making you a godslayer, but you don't fully understand your own gift yet. You only know that killing increases your strength. Did you know? You can also absorb others' talents through killing. If you kill an enemy with the same talent, you can even level up your own. The talents you currently possess, aside from the ones related to light, all came from killing others. That is the true, terrifying nature of the slaughter talent. Additionally, you have another ability. You can strengthen me through killing. I am like the King of Slaughter with whom you've signed a contract. When you're in danger, you can summon me. I can take control of your body. For 3 minutes. However, at the moment, I can only wield the power of a level 5 at its peak. To summon me, all you need to do is activate the slaughter rune, place your hand over your chest, and recite the word Sasiya. I will appear. Oh, and be careful of someone, specifically the person who tried to. Before the sentence was finished, the scene distorted, twisting like a static-filled TV screen. Who? Fang Xian quickly leaned toward the mirror to ask, and the Fang Xian in the mirror leaned toward him as well. The two locked eyes, sharing the same bewildered expression. When Fang Xian moved, the figure in the mirror moved too. 3 minutes were up. Everything returned to normal. Leaning against the sink, Fang Xian tried to steady himself. Everything that had happened today was beyond his imagination. He splashed water on his face, staring into the mirror, recalling the warning to beware of someone. Who was it? What was the warning about? The message had been cut off. Fang Xian's first thought was Zhu Gahong, the only person in the real world who could make him feel pressured. That white-haired, handsome guy from the monster house. Was he the one to watch out for? Or was it someone else? It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow night to ask the mirror again. A concerned voice came from outside the bathroom. Xiao Xian, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you in the bathroom for so long? Fang Xian quickly replied, I was just playing on my phone. You child, hurry up and get some rest. Jiang Weidong's voice followed immediately, tinged with indulgence. Come on, let Xiao Xian play with his phone if he wants to. His strength speaks for itself. If the kid wants to relax, let him. Fang Huilan snorted coldly, clearly unimpressed by Jiang Weidong's overly doting attitude. Back in his bedroom, Fang Xian's gaze fell on his grandfather's package. The box bore no indication of where it had been sent from, only his address and name as the recipient. He tucked his phone into the hidden compartment of his drawer. Looking out at the full moon, his mind replayed everything he had just seen and heard. He stared at his own hands, realizing for the first time that his talent could grow stronger. But he had never heard of such a thing before, a talent that could evolve. In the early morning, Zhang Xiaoyu's cries woke up Fang Xian. Jiang Weidong had gotten up bright and early to buy Fang Xian's favorite steamed buns. However, he forgot to buy the milk tea that Zhang Xiaoyu had been wanting. Feeling confident because she had done well in her exams yesterday, Zhang Xiaoyu pointed at Jiang Weidong and yelled, Why do you buy stuff for Fang Xian and not for me? You went all that way to get something for him. So what if Fang Xian has slightly better grades? What kind of person are you after the grades came out? I'm your biological daughter. He's just an orphan with no one to care for him. Why are you spoiling him so much? You're such a spineless man. I'm your father. You can't talk to me like that. Jiang Weidong retorted angrily. Even if you're my father, you may not really be my father. Jiang Xiaoyu screamed. Smack! Unable to hold back, Jiang Weidong slapped her across the face. Being an adult, Jiang Weidong didn't hold back, and the slap was heavy. Jiang Xiaoyu's beast-taming talent couldn't protect her face, and the slap left her cheek swollen and crooked. She immediately quieted down. After washing up, Fang Xian sat down to eat. Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a glare, her teeth grinding audibly. She wanted to lash out but didn't dare to, so she vented by repeatedly banging her spoon against her bowl, creating an irritating clatter. Xiaoyu, what happened to your face? Fang Xian asked, feigning casual curiosity. Jiang Weidong quickly laughed to smooth things over. This kid doesn't watch her mouth, so I gave her a little lesson. Fang Xian immediately grabbed Jiang Weidong's hand. Oh, uncle, is your hand okay? It's fine, it's fine. Jiang Weidong's smile grew wider at Fang Xian's concern. Fang Xian turned to Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, aren't you a little too old to be so immature? Using your face to hit your dad's hand? Look at that, you've hurt my uncle's hand. Jiang Weidong's expression changed. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes instantly filled with tears as she ran to her room, covering her mouth and crying. See? She's happy now. Jiang Xiaocha couldn't help but laugh. Fang Huilan gently tapped Fang Xian on the head. Why are you so wicked? Jiang Xiaocha chuckled and said, Mom, my brother's sharp tongue isn't something new. Jiang Weidong immediately corrected her, sharp tongue? Your brother is just being humorous. Fang Xian shook his head, his mind drifting back to an ancient book he'd read from 400 years ago. It contained a story called Fan Jin Passes the Exam. At this moment, Jiang Weidong's behavior reminded him of Fan Jin's father-in-law. Brother, there's no school today. Where are you going? Jiang Xiaocha asked. I've got plans with some classmates, we're heading out to have some fun. Just as he spoke, his phone buzzed. It was a voice message from Chu Xinyao. Calling student Fang. I'm already on my way out, and I feel great. Where should we meet? Xiao Wu pressed his earpiece, speaking seriously, everyone, stay alert. Chu Xinyao was on the move and heading to the ocean theme pavilion. The enemy has begun to act. At all costs, ensure her safety. Ellie suddenly raised her head and added, Captain Xiao, there's one more thing. Xin Juanhao has also booked his classmate gathering at the ocean theme pavilion. As Fang Xian stepped out of the subway station, he spotted Chu Xinyao across the street. Chu Xinyao was fixated on the station's exit. The moment she saw Fang Xian, she waved enthusiastically. Have you been waiting long? Fang Xian asked as he approached. Just got here. Well then, let's go. Today, Chu Xinyao was wearing a JK-style short skirt. Her soft, pale legs swayed gently with every step, and the combination of her little leather shoes and white lace-trimmed socks gave off a vibe that was both innocent and subtly alluring. The ocean-themed aquarium had just opened at the end of last month, and thanks to some solid promotion, it was drawing quite the crowd. Decades ago, when humans awakened their innate talents, they discovered that many animals had also started to become smarter, especially marine creatures. What set this particular aquarium apart was its collection of sea animals that had awakened unique abilities. From the outside, the entire structure resembled a giant killer whale resting on the ground. When they entered and scanned their tickets, one of the staff cheerfully said, Today, your tickets grant you free access to all the services and performances inside. The aquarium was brimming with a rich variety of marine life. A dolphin leapt out of the water, waving its fins as it shouted in a thick accent, Yo! Bro, you made it. There was even an octopus playing the flute and piano simultaneously. Fang Xian couldn't shake the feeling that the melody it played had an aggressive edge to it, as if it might smash the piano at any moment. Other spectacles included jellyfish that sang, starfish running around underwater in tiny shorts, and an emperor crab waving its massive claws to snatch tips from visitors. There were even people with water-based abilities, dressed as mermen, performing synchronized dances with schools of fish underwater. But the most popular attraction was the underwater gladiator arena. At the moment, a seahorse wielding a lance and clad in armor was squaring off against an electric eel that sparkled with lightning. The seahorse was shockingly formidable, and after several charges, it had left the eel battered and bruised. The audience erupted in cheers. Watching the duel between the seahorse and the eel, Fang Xian thought to himself that he had never seen anything this thrilling before. On either side of the arena, two seals pounded on drums, adding to the excitement. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Fang Xian might have thought he was imagining it all. Just as he was engrossed in the spectacle, A voice cut through the air. What a coincidence. You're here too? Fang Xin turned to see Qin Juanhao walking over with a group of classmates. Feigning surprise at spotting Fang Xin and Chu Xinyao, Qin Juanhao put on an over-the-top expression of astonishment. Chu Xinyao regarded him as though she'd just spotted something unpleasant, her brows furrowing. Are you stalking me? She demanded. Qin Juanhao quickly shifted the blame onto his father. What? Of course not. Pure coincidence. My dad said this aquarium sounded interesting, so he booked the place and told me to bring some classmates. Fang Xin, what are you doing here? Fang Xin, with a deadpan expression, lied through his teeth. I saw a promotional video online. They said there were a lot of cool performances here. Apparently, there's even a turtle that throws its shell as part of its act. The audience nicknamed it Blame-Throwing Turtle. I was curious, so I came to check it out. Qin Juanhao's expression darkened, his face a mix of emotions. Chu Xinyao couldn't help but laugh. Fang Xin usually couldn't be bothered with Qin Juanhao, but whenever he did strike back, it always left Qin Juanhao stewing in discomfort. Qin Juanhao's loyal sidekick, Su Xiaoqiang, jumped in to scold him. Fang Xin, who are you calling a blame-throwing turtle? Fang Xin pointed to the side. Sure enough, beyond the thick glass, there was a turtle performing. The turtle swam rapidly, leaving its shell behind. Its front flippers flailed comically between its back legs before it finally wriggled back into its shell. The absurd act had the audience snapping photos and laughing. I'm talking about that turtle. Or do you see another blame-throwing turtle around here? Su Xiaoqian was momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Juanhao sneered, attempting to regain the upper hand. Fang Xin, the test results are coming out today, and yet you're here fooling around? Exactly. Our Juanhao here has already secured a position at the 7th division. His future's bright. It makes sense for him to take a little break, Su Xiaoqiang chimed in, eager to flatter. Fang Xin maintained his composed demeanor. Didn't I already say? I came for the blame-throwing turtle. Test results are boring, having fun is what matters most. Qin Juanhao clenched his fists, forcing a fake smile. The results will be out in 2 hours. I heard you didn't even use any potions yesterday. Let's see if you're still in the mood to play once the results are out. Su Xiaoqiang smugly added, yeah, by then, Fang Xin will just be a laughingstock for Juanhao. As they spoke, a sudden wave of screams erupted from the direction of the gladiator arena. The electric eel, still battling the seahorse, had suddenly unleashed a blinding surge of electricity. The arena made a full circle, and the spectators in the front row were instantly roasted, looking like charred remains. The entire aquarium descended into utter chaos. Immediately afterward, an earth-shattering boom followed. The shell-less turtle clutching its 2 legs glared, with a terrifyingly fierce light in its eyes. Gripping the shell tightly, it hurled it like a discus with ferocious force. With a deafening crash, the glass wall separating the visitors from the marine creatures shattered. Instantly, the entire pane collapsed, and water surged out of the exhibit hall. The shell swiftly returned to the turtle's claws, and with another throw, the relentless series of crashes continued. Every glass wall was smashed to pieces, unleashing torrents of water and marine creatures into the open. The visitors were thrown into a panic, frantically running for the exits. But the entrances and exits had been locked at this critical moment. The seahorse in the duel slowly turned, its long spear pointing directly at Chu Xinyao. Xiao Wutong, disguised as a staff member, stared at the scene before him, clutching his head in shock. My God! These remnants of the Eternal Night Army have gone insane. Not only did they deploy a top-tier level 8 combatant, but they also activated this seemingly ordinary aquarium's sacred-level artifact, all just to capture a defenseless little girl. Xiao Wutong, stop standing there like an idiot. Go protect that girl, a stern voice commanded from behind him. Xiao Wutong quickly turned around to see a man standing there in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. The man was burly, with cold, sharp eyes and a steady, composed demeanor. Team leader, Xiao Wutong called out in urgency. The man adjusted his tie. You all go protect Chu Xinyao. I'll handle that level 8 combatant. Understood. Xiao Wutong immediately led his team toward Chu Xinyao. By now, the exhibit hall had devolved into utter pandemonium. Fang Xian's gaze swept across every corner, his hand gripping the small spatial orb given to him by Zhuge Heng. If things got desperate, he could summon the dashing, white-haired Zhuge Heng to lend a hand. As the chaos erupted, several men in black rushed forward, encircling Qin Juanhao protectively. Qin Juanhao glanced back at Chu Xinyao. Xinyao, don't be scared. Come over here. My bodyguards are top-notch experts hired by my dad at great expense. This bodyguard captain is a level 3 combatant. Hiding behind his bodyguards, Qin Juanhao waved and signaled to Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao clutched Fang Xian's arm tightly, a trace of panic evident on her face. She was clearly frightened. Xinyao, come here quickly. Do you think hiding behind Fang Xian will help? Can he protect you? Qin Juanhao urged desperately. Chu Xinyao's face was pale. Seeing that Fang Xian remained motionless, she bit her lip and stood resolutely behind him. Qin Juanhao was furious. He yelled at his bodyguards, don't act recklessly until the critical moment. I want them to know that I'm the one they can rely on. And Chu Xinyao must be prioritized for protection. Leave Fang Xian out of it. Fang Xian's eyes locked onto the seahorse holding the spear. The seahorse's weapon was aimed directly at Chu Xinyao. Suddenly, the seahorse lunged toward her, slicing through the water and leaving a trail of frothy white spray. Within seconds, it was upon them. It raised its spear, thrusting it toward Chu Xinyao. This strike wasn't meant to be lethal, but it was enough to severely hinder her movements. Fang Xian quickly pulled Chu Xinyao aside, dodging the attack. At that moment, several figures rushed in from the side. Leading the charge, Xiao Wutong struck a pose he thought was elegant and deflected the seahorse's spear with his sword. He positioned himself at the forefront. Behind him, Ellie and her team stood in front of Chu Xinyao. Miss Chu, we're here to protect you. Fang Xian was momentarily stunned, glancing at Chu Xinyao. She actually had people from the 7th Division guarding her. Just how powerful was her background? It was true that her mother had some influence, but it wasn't enough to warrant the 7th Division's direct intervention in her protection. This could only mean Chu Xinyao's father was no ordinary person. The rumors about his extraordinary identity must be true. Fang Xian looked up and found Ellie staring at him. Their eyes met, and Ellie smiled and nodded. Fang Xian returned the gesture politely. In addition to Xiao Wutong and his team, another group joined the fray, with their leader fiercely battling an electric eel. Seeing Xiao Wutong and Ellie, Qin Juanhao's face lit up as he excitedly waved and ran toward them. Captain Xiao, Sister Ellie, are you here to protect me? Qin Juanhao asked eagerly. Ellie responded coldly, no. Qin Juanhao awkwardly forced a smile, failing to look cool. Hastily changing the subject, he asked, so this is a 7th Division operation? Yes. Qin Juanhao tried to ingratiate himself. Can I join? I brought bodyguards. My bodyguard captain is a level 3 combatant. I want to fight alongside you. Xiao Wutong glanced at Qin Juanhao, his face filled with helplessness. Every time he saw Qin Juanhao, he felt utterly annoyed. He'd start off in high spirits, only to end up with such a headache to deal with, and they had just signed a contract yesterday. If they cancelled it today, the 7th Division's credibility score would take a massive hit. Looking at Qin Juanhao, Xiao Wutong felt like he'd become a public disgrace. He turned away decisively. Ellie, take them to find an exit. Ensure Miss Chu's safety at all costs. Understood. Escort Miss Chu? Qin Juanhao looked utterly confused, staring at Chu Xinyao in shock. He hadn't expected her identity to be so powerful, to the point where the 7th Division had been deployed specifically for her protection. The classmates nearby also wore expressions of astonishment. Follow me. Ellie commanded, leading the 7th Division team. They formed a protective circle around Chu Xinyao as they dashed toward the safe passage. Clang. 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 In the distance, the octopus playing the flute and piano suddenly began hammering the piano keys wildly, producing a cacophony of nerve-wracking sounds. The flute emitted a piercing, grating screech. Hearing the music, the attacking sea creature's eyes turned blood-red. They became crazed beyond belief, as if empowered by some force, fighting without regard for pain, relentlessly charging forward until their very last drop of blood was spent. At the same time, the jellyfish that had been singing floated serenely in the water, emitting an enchanting melody that made anyone who heard it feel drowsy. This is bad. Both the octopus and the jellyfish have psychic abilities. Xiao Wutong's face darkened as he fought off a seahorse. Ellie, form the barrier. Protect Miss Chu. Ellie swiftly shook her wrist, activating a device on her bracelet. An intelligent gadget flew out, unfolded, and attached itself to the ground. The other 3 team members followed suit. The devices emitted crimson beams of light that connected to form an octagonal barrier, instantly blocking out the encroaching water and sound waves. The astonishing sight left the classmates dumbfounded. Their faces filled with curiosity, Qin Juanhao stared excitedly at the device on the ground. Brimming with pride, he began explaining to his classmates, "This is called the Sky Shield Linked device. It's a masterpiece developed by the Sky Shield Bureau itself. Only official members can use it, and you have to serve in the Bureau for a whole year to even qualify for one. Wow, Juanhao, I'm so jealous of you. In just a year, you'll have access to this incredible gadget." Su Xiaoqiang wasted no time flattering him. The other classmates looked on with envy in their eyes. Qin Juanhao's lips curled into a smug smile. His gaze drifted toward Fong Xin and Xu Xinyao, his expression practically shouting, "See how amazing I am?" Fong Xin shot him a disdainful look. He glanced briefly at the linked device. The white-haired man from yesterday had given him one as well. He'd thought it was just a tool for communication and looking up information. Who would have guessed it had such impressive capabilities? He assumed the barrier could hold for a while longer, but unexpectedly, in almost the next instant, the sea turtle launched a new attack, hurling its shell. The spinning shell flew toward them with tremendous force, slamming into the barrier. With a thunderous crash, cracks appeared on the nearly transparent shield. Everyone's faces turned pale. They hadn't expected the sea turtle to be this powerful, and then a chilling air surged forth. The water outside the barrier froze instantly, and countless fractures formed across the barrier's surface before it shattered completely. The turtle shell spun back into the sea turtle's hands. The sea turtle hurled the shell again, this time aiming to completely obliterate everyone inside the barrier, but before the shell could make contact, it was kicked back with a single blow. The shell smashed into the sea turtle with tremendous force, sending it skidding across the water's surface. It crashed heavily into the wall, struggled a few times, and then went still. A man in a suit stood before the shattered barrier. He stomped hard on the ground. The icy surface cracked, waves of water receded rapidly, and a dry, clean area was revealed. The man adjusted his glasses coldly. "Take them out." Through the southeast corner, he ordered. Ellie nodded. "Understood, team leader." "Team leader?" Qin Juanhao's excitement was palpable, as though he'd just won the lottery. "It's the team leader. What's so special about the team leader, Juanhao?" Su Xiaoqiang asked, trailing after him like an eager sidekick. Qin Juanhao gazed at the man in the suit with an expression of awe and admiration. "In the 7th Division, the highest rank is Division Chief. Below that are team leaders, then captains, and finally squad leaders. Ellie is a squad leader, which requires a level 3 combat rating. Xiao is a captain, which requires at least level 5. But a team leader, they need to be at least level 8. Su Xiaoqiang gasped in amazement. "Wow! Even in a small place like Lanchang, there aren't any level 8 powerhouses stationed here. And now we've actually seen one in person." Fong Xian's gaze flickered toward Chu Xinya. For someone to dispatch a team leader, a level 8 combatant, at minimum, for protection, just how powerful was Chu Xinyao's father? The man in the suit adjusted his tie. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes locked coldly. Onto a diver dressed in a fish costume, hidden among the school of fishy buddy. Work is already stressful enough. And now you're hiding in the dark, pulling underhanded tricks. You're really giving me a headache. The school of fish scattered, and the diver laughed, saying, "So it's Leader Shang from the 7th Division. Didn't expect you to show up in person." The man in the suit loosened his tie and wrapped it around his arm. "Giving such a powerful artifact to someone like you is such a waste. You're not even using it to its full potential." "Then let's see you try." The diver's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding waters froze again, as if he intended to turn the area into a frozen wasteland. The fish transformed into spinning ice spikes, hurtling toward the man in the suit. The tie wrapped around the suited man's arm radiated a blinding golden light. He charged toward the diver like an icebreaker. The icy surface was instantly torn apart, leaving a massive fissure in its wake. "Stop staring. Move it," Ellie urged. The group of students snapped out of their shock. Was this what a real battle between the strong looked like? Ellie led them forward, but unexpectedly, they were blocked by a dolphin. The dolphin fixed its gaze on Qin Juanhao and, in a heavily accented voice, said, "What are you looking at?" Qin Juanhao shrank behind his bodyguards. "What if I am looking at you? You little punk, who do you think you're picking a fight with?" The dolphin flared up an angry. Fong Xin, watching the talking dolphin, thought to himself how intelligent some animals could be, especially those whose innate talents had been awakened, enabling them to speak. The dolphin circled around and then charged at them. Ellie stepped forward to block it. A flicker of blue light from her blade marked the beginning of an intense clash. The dolphin had water-based abilities, while Ellie specialized in assassination talents. Both were at level 3 in combat strength, leaving them evenly matched. Qin Juanhao and the Other students watched anxiously, but Fang Xian, having been through countless battles, remained utterly unbothered. A slash opened a bloody wound on the dolphin's side. Ow, you bastard. That's ruthless. You're ruthless. I swear. I'll kill you. Leopard, what the hell are you guys doing? I've got this annoying one tied up, go grab the target. Once we've got her, we can wrap this up and report back. Suddenly, two sea lions, previously seen playing drums, in the arena, charged out from the side. They led a swarm of shrimp soldiers and crab generals straight toward Chu Xinyao. Protect Miss Chu. Ellie shouted over her shoulder. Three team members quickly encircled Chu Xinyao, forming a defensive ring, and immediately engaged the enemies in battle, but the sheer number of attackers was overwhelming, and the three were barely holding their ground. To make matters worse, the two sea lions were both at the peak of level 2 combat strength, making them formidable opponents. Qin Juanhao licked his lips, sensing his chance. Xinyao. Don't worry. I'll protect you. But in the next instant, the two sea lions opened their large mouths and spat out a war drum. They slammed their chests against the drum's surface, producing a deafening sound. The three team members froze. One was instantly blasted apart by the sound, reduced to a bloody mist. The other two were injured as well. The two sea lions quickly shifted focus, heading straight for Chu Xinyao. The scene left many of the students frozen in fear. This was their first time facing a life and death threat so up close. The sea lions closed in. Qin Juanhao's head bodyguard, following orders, prepared to rush forward to protect Chu Xinyao, but Qin Juanhao grabbed him. What's the point of protecting her? Protect me. The sea lions were nearly upon them. Ellie tried to turn back to assist but was desperately held up by the dolphin. Ha ha ha. You worthless piece of trash. I'm gonna score big this time. Fang Xian placed himself in front of Chu Xinyao, twisting his body, and threw a punch. That punch. It was a ferocious strike born from countless life and death trials. It was the punch of a prodigy, someone who could achieve peak physical power without relying on any enhancers. And above all, it was a simple yet devastating, indomitable punch that smashed through all obstacles in its path. One punch. As his arm sliced through the air, it emitted a piercing, explosive sound. The fist landed heavily on the chest of the seal. The punch went straight through the chest of the leading seal. Blood gushed out from its chest. The seal twitched twice before collapsing to the ground. Fang Xian's movements were seamless. He leapt forward, locking his legs around the head of another seal. His elbow came down like a blade. With a shattering crack, the seal's skull fractured on the spot. Blood rushed out from its mouth and nose. The seal collapsed, squirmed momentarily, and then lost consciousness. Though it seemed complicated, everything happened in an instant. Fang Xian, expressionless, scooped up some knee-deep water and washed the blood off his fists. Ellie's ice-blue eyes sparkled with amazement. The dolphin let out a startled screech. What the hell? A hidden master? That little punk is a student? Fang Xian finished washing his hands and turned toward Qin Juanhao and the other classmates, who were all staring at him in shock. I've liked boxing since I was a kid and learned a bit of martial arts. Taking down two seals is no big deal, right? Qin Juanhao swallowed hard. No big deal my ass. Those weren't ordinary seals. Those were seals with combat strength at the peak of level 2. Even the most basic of seals couldn't be taken down with a single punch. Goosebumps covered Qin Juanhao's body as his shock turned into fear. Why was Fang Xian this strong? If Fang Xian wanted to kill him, even his bodyguards wouldn't stand a chance. The group of students stared at Fang Xian, too stunned to speak. The usually kind, top-performing Fang Xian, who got along so well with everyone, turned out to be this formidable? Chu Xinyao patted her chest, letting out a breath of relief, still shaken. She flashed a sweet smile at Fang Xian. Thank you, Fang Xian. Fang Xian had wanted to ask why someone had attacked Chu Xinyao, but with so many classmates around, he decided against it. Ellie's attacks grew fiercer, and the dolphin was clearly struggling. Damn it! What the hell is this? Kill it! The dolphin spun its body and disappeared into the water, vanishing without a trace. Under the knee-deep water, a dark shadow darted swiftly. Suddenly, a hand shot out of the water, reaching for Chu Xinyao's ankle. Chu Xinyao let out a scream as half her body sank into the water. From the distant passage, a gust of wind roared through. The water's surface churned violently. A dazzling golden light rushed toward them. Within the golden glow, a man in a suit, wielding a foot-long, palm-wide machete, slashed down fiercely at the hand grabbing Chu Xinyao's leg. A scream echoed from beneath the water. The severed hand floated to the surface. Not far away, a whirlpool formed on the water's surface. Just then, a diver emerged from the water, his face pale. The suited man erupted with another burst of golden light and struck swiftly. When the light dissipated, the diver had been bound and thrown onto the ground. Adjusting his tie, the suited man tucked it neatly into his pocket. Others from the 7th Division quickly arrived on the scene. Xiao Wutong also stepped forward. The suited man adjusted his glasses, fixing his gaze on Qin Juanhao, whose face was still pale, his composure shattered. Xiao Wutong, is this the rookie you wasted a spot on? Hearing this, Xiao Wutong felt as uncomfortable as if he'd swallowed a fly. Team leader, I made a mistake. Okay? But at least the kid meets the minimum standard, don't you think? The implication behind their words was clear to everyone. They were openly expressing their disdain for Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao's pride was utterly crushed by the team leader and Xiao Wutong's remarks. Even his classmates looked at him with complicated expressions. So, it turns out he wasn't as great as they thought. The team leader turned his attention to Fang Xin. What's your name? Fang Xin. With a power-type talent that can take down peak level 2 combatants, your gift is at least grade A, possibly reaching grade S. The classmates were stunned, unable to process that Fang Xin's talent was this extraordinary. Qin Juanhao, on the other hand, hung his head in despair. His supposed advantage was completely gone. Which organization are you with? I haven't joined any yet. That's odd. No one's approached you? Some have, but I haven't agreed to anything. I'm still considering my options. Team leader Shang paused for a moment. You haven't decided yet? So, you're rejecting all the organizations? Has Division 9 not approached you? No, that can't be. If Division 9 came to you, with their style, they wouldn't even give you the chance to think it over. How about joining Division 7 instead? Once you pass the evaluation period, I can directly promote you to team leader. This statement left the classmates stunned. Someone even gasped aloud, being personally invited by Division 7's leader and promised an immediate promotion after the probation period? Incredible! Leader, our slots are already full. Xiao Wutong reminded him. Team leader Shang took off his glasses, sighed, and began wiping them. Then we'll recruit an extra spot. I'll report it to the director. What do you say? Fang Xin? No need. Team leader Shang froze mid-motion, his hands still wiping the glasses. Xiao Wutong and the other classmates were equally dumbfounded. Only Ellie, with her icy blue eyes, stared at Fang Xin, as if she'd already guessed something. Division 7's team leader personally invited him, and Fang Xin actually turned it down. Just like that, Qin Juanhao was green with envy. After being accepted into Division 7, he had been so thrilled that he bragged about it everywhere, wanting the entire world to know. But Fang Xin, in front of everyone, rejected Division 7's team leader's offer, and Shang even guaranteed a direct promotion to team leader after the evaluation period. That was a remarkable deal. How could someone turn down such goodwill? Was there no sense of propriety left? Team leader Shang put his glasses back on. So, do you have other plans? Little one, you can come to me instead. A raspy, aged voice suddenly echoed. Everyone froze in shock. In an instant, team leader Shang erupted in golden light, shifting into combat mode as he turned back. Alert! The water rippled and churned, and atop a 2-meter-high wave, an old man sat on the back of a giant sea turtle, smiling as he looked over at them. Team leader Shang gripped his machete tightly, a flicker of astonishment flashing behind his glasses. In a small place like Lan City, you're dispatching a 10th level combatant? You remnants of the Eternal Night Army are really sparing no expense, Shang said coldly, glaring at the old man on the turtle. The old man chuckled lightly. You've got an 8th level peak team leader from the Sky Shield Bureau here, so of course, we had to show enough sincerity. Shang scanned the surroundings, his brows furrowed tightly. The scenery outside the theme pavilion's windows began to blur and retreat rapidly, as if the entire ocean-themed pavilion was flying through the air. All communication devices instantly failed. The old man smiled and said, now that we've used this sacred great artifact, the mission must be completed. Don't even think about escaping. You have nowhere to run. No one can save you now. You'll all just become sacrifices to this artifact. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Fang Xin. Except for you, little one. So, have you thought it through? I've seen your moves, swift, decisive, and sharp. For someone your age, with your talent, you're quite a rare find. And now, I'm giving you 2 choices. Either join us, the 9 Nether, or I'll have to deal with you the hard way. After all, if you grow stronger in the future, you'll definitely be a formidable enemy. Qin Juanhao's face was filled with jealousy. as if he wanted to rush up and shout, "Are you kidding me? Division 7 already wants you, and now even the villains are fighting over you? Is there no fairness left?" Fong Xian stared at the old man, his hand tightly gripping a small spatial orb. "Can I choose a third option?" The old man burst into laughter. "Little one, not many dare to joke with me." Qin Juanhao whispered to Fong Xian, "Just agree to join them, even if it's fake. Try to curry favor with them, say something nice. That way, they might let us go. Are you really going to watch all of us die?" The old man glanced at Qin Juanhao and pointed. "This little one has the right idea, and it's a good one." He then turned back to Fong Xian. "Little one, I haven't asked for your name yet?" Fong Xian replied with a straight face, "My name is Qin Juanhao." Qin Juanhao froze for a moment. "Fong Xian, you're calling yourself Qin Juanhao? Then what am I supposed to be called? Don't drag me into this. Grandfather, his name is Fong Xian. Ha ha ha. Fong Xian, little one, you're interesting. I'm starting to like you more and more. If you join us, I'll let your classmates go. But if you dare to refuse, I'll kill them all right here and now. Fong Xian, what are you waiting for? Save us already." Qin Juanhao urged in a hushed voice. "There are many ways to save people. Begging on my knees isn't the only one." "Then what exactly are you planning to do?" Team leader Shang glanced back, visibly annoyed with Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao forced an awkward, helpless smile. Fong Xian looked at the old man. "Old man, are you really a 10th level? Strong man? Indeed. Mid-10th level. Impressive, huh? No one here can defeat me, not even the leader of the 7th division. And can you beat him?" Snap, the spatial orb was crushed. The space began to distort. An elderly man with white hair, hands casually tucked into his pockets, stood behind Fong Xian. He wore his signature grin, revealing a neat row of small, white teeth. The old man's expression suddenly shifted. He abruptly stood up, shouting in alarm, "Zhuge Hang! Hey, hey, hey! Old turtle, no need to get so worked up seeing me, alright?" Zhuge Hang's hands remained stuffed in his pockets. It was then that everyone noticed Zhuge Hang's feet weren't even touching the ground. With each step he took, transparent steps materialized beneath him. As he descended from those steps, the water flooding the ground parted on its own, retreating to either side. Zhuge Han stood steadily on the now dry surface. Seeing the old man's panic-stricken face, Qin Juanhao and the other students were stunned. They remembered the white-haired man had appeared at the school before, arrogant and unyielding, with immense power. But they never imagined this old man could be so terrified, frightened to this degree by someone else. However, it didn't take long for Qin Juanhao and the others to realize something even more shocking. How could Fong Xian summon someone from the 9th division? Could it be? Their eyes widened in disbelief as they turned to Fong Xian. Fong Xian was actually connected to the 9th division? The 9th division was the most elite group in the entire Sky Shield Bureau, famously known as the Monster's Den. At that moment, all the pride Qin Juanhao and his companions had crumbled completely. Even Su Xiaoqiang, the fanatical supporter of their group, was utterly shaken. He never would have thought Fong Xian could have any ties to the 9th division. Smack, Zhuge Han slapped the back of Fong Xian's head, causing his head to dip slightly forward. "Damn it! Taking my stuff without asking. You're the first one, kid." Though it looked like a scolding, there was no anger in his tone. It felt more like playful banter between friends. "Mr. Zhuge." Team leader Shang turned around and, upon seeing Zhuge Han, let out a sigh of relief. It was as if Zhuge Hang's presence alone meant the crisis was resolved and everything was back under control. With his hands still tucked in his pockets, Zhuge Han casually strolled over to team leader Shang. "You all underestimated this situation. Your intelligence gathering has glaring gaps. You almost sent 2 squads to their doom. Effective immediately, you're suspended for a month to reflect on your actions." Team leader Shang nodded, not daring to argue. "Understood." Zhuge Han tilted his chin slightly, looking toward the white-haired man still sitting atop the sea turtle. "So, are you going to come over here to let me beat you to tears, or should I walk over there and beat you half to death?" The old man's face twisted with rage. "Zhuge Han, we might as well fight to the death." "Alright, then I'll come over and beat you half to death." The old man spread his arms wide, and the surrounding air instantly turned icy cold. Everyone felt a chill creeping from within, as if their blood was about to freeze. With water making up 70% of the human body. The old man's water-based ability allowed him to control the moisture inside living beings. Raising one hand, the old man pointed toward the walls of the passage. The walls began to secrete a highly corrosive, pungent slime, as if intent on dissolving everyone present. "Die, all of you," the old man roared. But in the very next second, the old man froze in place. Zhuge Hang suddenly appeared beside him, one hand still in his pocket while the other gripped the old man's neck. With a forceful motion, he slammed him down. The two figures flickered in mid-air before vanishing altogether. In the next moment, they reappeared near the wall. With a resounding boom, the old man was slammed into the wall by Zhuge Hang, embedded inside as if fused with it. The old man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face filled with terror. Level 11, Peak Tier. No wonder you're considered the most promising contender to become a deity in the past decade. Zhuge Hang slowly loosened his grip on the old man's neck. "Thanks for the compliment. But you got one thing wrong." Zhuge Hang adjusted the sunglasses perched on his nose, revealing eyes that crackled like lightning. "It's the past 30 years. With that, he threw a punch. The punch tore through the air, landing squarely in the old man's abdomen. The old man doubled over like a shrimp, spewing blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He collapsed to his knees, utterly powerless. As the old man hit the ground, the impact caused a 2-meter-wide hole to burst through the wall behind him. The walls beyond were also punctured, forming concentric circles of varying sizes. Strangely, the walls began to writhe, as if they were alive. Zhuge Hang stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning down to observe the writhing wall with an expression of amazement. "This treasure is no ordinary item. Letting you use it would be a waste. Later, I'll gift it to the little dragon maiden of the 5 Elements Palace. It'll earn me a favor." "Thanks a lot, you old turtle." The old man curled up on the ground, his eyes dazed, his face pale, and his entire demeanor one of utter despair. Zhuge Hang turned and walked toward Fang Xian. "Have you made up your mind? Are you sure you want to join the 9th Division?" "I've decided." "The item?" Fang Xian looked confused. "What item?" "The Tiandun smart device I gave you yesterday? I didn't bring it home." "Where did you leave it in your house?" Zhuge Hang asked. Fang Xian paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "It's on my desk." "Why?" Before he could finish his sentence, something happened that left Fang Xian and everyone else utterly stunned. Zhuge Hang reached out with one hand, directly into thin air. When his hand reappeared, he was holding an apple, which he casually bit into. Then, he reached in again and pulled out the Tiandun smart device he had given Fang Xian yesterday, tossing it to him without a second thought. Zhuge Hang took another bite of the apple. "After you get home, let your aunt know that the apple was taken by me. I might have startled her just now." Fang Xian's mind was reeling. All he could think was how unbelievably powerful the people of the 9th Division were. He had no idea they were this strong. Fang Xian had tested the device yesterday. After facial recognition verification, Zhuge Hang had entered his name into the system. That's when Fang Xian learned the name of the white-haired man. Beep. Identity verification successful. Member, Fang Xian. Welcome to the 9th Division. While taking another bite of his apple, Zhuge Hang said, "Once you've joined the 9th Division, someone will contact you to arrange your follow-up training. I'll also be checking in on your progress from time to time." Fang Xian seized the chance and quickly asked, "Can I have your contact information?" Zhuge Hang tilted his chin and pointed at the smart device in Fang Xian's hand. "Xiao Lu will add you to the group chat, and my contact info is in there." He glanced outside and said, "A mistake is a mistake, and credit is credit. I'm taking this same tier artifact with me. I'll make sure to report all of the 7th Division's contributions. Any objections?" "We'll follow your lead, Mr. Zhuge." "Alright then, let's go." Snap, Zhuge Hang snapped his fingers, still holding the apple in his mouth. The surrounding scenery began to shatter like a broken mirror, the images blurring and distorting. When everything reassembled, everyone found themselves standing in an open clearing. Looking around, they realized it was still the same ocean-themed park from earlier. Only the orca-shaped building was now gone. The ground was empty, and tourists nearby looked completely bewildered. Fang Xian took a deep breath. Everything that had just happened was simply unbelievable. "Fang Xian, you've joined the 9th Division. You've joined that 9th Division, the one everyone calls the Monster's Den." One of his classmates broke the silence first, and the others all looked at Fang Xian with envy. Team leader Sheng smiled and said, "You just said you hadn't decided yet." I thought you were considering joining another organization. I didn't expect you were serious about the ninth division. You're the first student to genuinely consider joining them. Fong Xin smiled lightly. Someone has to be the first to try. Shang laughed out loud. Su Xiaoqian glanced at the Tiandun smart device in Fong Xin's hand and said, Haoji, didn't you say you'd have to join Tiandun Bureau for a year before you could get one of those? How did he get his so early? Shang stepped in with a calm tone, because he was chosen by the ninth division. It's as simple as that. Qin Juanhao felt like cold water had been poured all over him. Captain Xiao, one of your new recruits chose to compromise at a critical moment. His mindset has serious issues, you need to get him under control. The 7th division doesn't tolerate weakness. Sheng adjusted his glasses, his voice steady and serious. Understood, team leader Shang. Xiao Wutong replied helplessly, glaring at Qin Juanhao. Got it. Go back and copy the 7th Division's regulations until you can recite them backwards. Qin Juanhao felt like the sky was falling. Xiao Wutong turned back to Fong Xin and found himself liking him more and more. Shang extended his hand to Fong Xin and said, I'm Shang Tianqi. From now on, we're colleagues. Fong Xin confidently shook his hand. I'm Fong Xin. Please take care of me. Shang glanced at his watch. Danger resolved. Prepare to wrap up. As the 7th Division began to prepare to leave, Ellie suddenly stepped forward. She extended her pale hand toward Fong Xin, her icy blue eyes locked on his. My name is Ellie. Fong Xin, nice to meet you. Ellie spoke the word sir with a tone of clear respect. Fong Xin paused slightly during the handshake, his gaze locking onto Ellie's stunning, ice blue eyes. Ellie's words were straightforward, she had already recognized Fong Xin. However, judging from Xiao Wutong's behavior, it seemed Ellie hadn't shared this revelation with him. Hello, Captain. Ellie. Just call me Ellie. Their eyes met briefly. Ellie broke the silence first, can I have your contact information? No problem. After exchanging contact details, Ellie followed her team and left. Fong Xin tucked his phone into his pocket. After a long day of chaos, even though his arm had been washed earlier, the water wasn't exactly clean. He decided to head home for a proper shower. Chu Xinyo approached him with a sweet smile. Fong Xin, thank you so much for today. Then shouldn't you give me a big hug of gratitude? Chu Xinyo puffed up her cheeks and poked Fong Xin's stomach with her finger. You're the worst. The results are out. Someone announced as they received their notification, and soon, everyone pulled out their phones to check. On the school's leaderboard, Fong Xin ranked first. The sight of Fong Xin's dazzling scores set the entire class ablaze with excitement. Wow! Some people haven't even awakened their talents, and yet Xin bro has already unlocked 5 of them? And he managed this without any potions? If he used potions, wouldn't all his scores rise another level? SSS level strength talent, maybe? I told you Xin bro is the best. Wait a second, Chu Xinyo ranked second? SSS level light talent? SS level healing talent? That's insane. Fong Xin looked at Chu Xinyo in mild surprise. Chu Xinyo tilted her chin up. Impressive, huh? I'm the queen around here. Impressive. I've really underestimated you. Fong Xin. Chu Xinyo glared at Fong Xin, her cheeks puffing up again as she jabbed at his stomach with her finger. Su Xiaoqian was flipping through the scores. How bro, here you are. B-level Earth attribute. Talent. Everyone turned in unison to stare at Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao's talent scores were among the top in the school. But compared to Fong Xin and Chu Xinyo, he was like a firefly competing against the moon. At this moment, Qin Juanhao looked utterly defeated. His previous arrogance was nowhere to be found, replaced by eyes filled with envy and bitterness. Fong Xin didn't pay him any attention. Checking the time, he said, Xiao Chu, I'm heading home now. Sure, I'll walk with you. The two bid farewell to their classmates. On the subway, Chu Xinyo and Fong Xin sat side by side. With your talents being so exceptional, how did the 9th Division not find you? Fong Xin asked curiously. Chu Xinyo hesitated for a moment. They didn't because of my father's unique circumstances. I have to go elsewhere. Your father is. Before Fong Xin could finish, Chu Xinyo reached out and covered his mouth. Fong Xin, let's not talk about this, okay? Looking into Fong Xin's eyes, Chu Xinyo explained, my father's identity is special, and I can't tell you for now. But if the day ever comes when I can, you'll be the first to know, okay? Chu Xinyo looked up, her beautiful eyes locking onto Fong Xian's, carrying a pleading expression. All right. He, I knew. You were the best, Fong Xian. Back home, the moment he stepped inside, Fong Xian was greeted by the sight of his Aunt Fong Huilan and Uncle Jiang Weidong acting suspiciously. Fong Huilan was holding a rolling pin, while Jiang Weidong clutched a mop. The sound of the door opening startled them. What are you two doing? Fong Xian asked, puzzled. Xiao Xian, you wouldn't believe it. Something strange happened today, it nearly scared me to death. While I was cleaning, a hand suddenly appeared in the living room, grabbed an apple, and disappeared. Fong Huilan said, trembling. Fong Xian immediately realized it must have been Zhuge Hang's doing. Auntie, that was Zhuge Hang grabbing something for me. He said he might have scared you and asked me to apologize for him. Zhuge Hang? Fong Huilan seemed momentarily confused. That white-haired guy from the 9th Division. Yesterday. Fong Xian reminded her. Fong Huilan's face lit up with realization and she patted her chest. Oh, it was him. That scared me to death. But wow, the people from the 9th Division are incredible, grabbing things. From a distance? Fong Xian chuckled to himself, thinking, you haven't even seen the really impressive stuff yet. If you did, you'd be shocked for a lifetime. After taking a shower, Fong Xian stood in front of the fogged-up mirror. He wiped it clean and stared at his reflection. Tonight, he needed to seriously figure out who he should be on guard against. When he returned to his room after changing clothes, he noticed the Tian Shield smart device on his desk flashing with a notification. Upon opening it, he found someone with the nickname Little Deer inviting him to join a group chat. The group was called the 9th Division Red Lotus District and Taiyang District Youth Training Class. There weren't many members in the group, counting Fong Xian, Little Deer, and Zhuge Hang. There were only 8 people in total. Fong Xian noticed that Zhuge Hang's profile picture was a taiji fish symbol and casually sent him a friend request. Someone in the group sent a message. The profile picture was a muscular man, and all the members used their real names. The one speaking was named Sure Tai Lang. A new member? Called Fong Xian? Is it a girl? Height? Weight? Measurements? What's your ability? Don't be so blunt. You're going to scare the poor girl away. Fong Xian, why don't you introduce yourself? The second voice came from Zhang Yaozu, whose profile picture was a little yellow chick wearing overalls, holding a basketball, and sporting a middle-part hairstyle. Sure Tai Lang retorted indignantly, alright, Zhang Yaozu. Girls love my straightforward style. Fong Xian, do you like muscular guys? Fong Xian thought for a moment and replied, hello, everyone. My name is Fong Xian. Biologically, I'm male, but I have gender dysphoria and see myself as a girl. Also, I'm a lesbian, so I only like women. The group chat went silent. A member with a profile picture of a handsome anime character named Baiyulan broke the silence. Another weirdo. Is it a requirement for new recruits in Division 9 to have some kind of quirk? Sure Tai Lang tagged Baiyulan. Are you the brother or the sister right now? Baiyulan replied, I'm my brother. Sure Tai Lang quipped, oh. Great. Your split personality's acting up again, and now you've got a brother. Our Division 9 is more of a psych ward than a monster squad. Zhang Yaozu quickly changed the subject. Hey, have you seen it? This year's National Ability Test results are out. Across the 12 districts in the country, there are a total of 18 SSS level talents. And our Honglian district alone has 3 of them. After the chaos of the gods, the dragon nation's territory had doubled in size, becoming vast. For easier management, it was divided into 12 districts. Lanchang was a small city in Qinzhou province, under the Honglian district. Zhang Yaozu continued. Even a little place like Lanchang produced an SSS level talent? Apparently, it's a light type ability. Light type abilities are already rare, and SSS level ones are even rarer. Sure Tai Lang chimed in, the results list didn't include names for privacy reasons, but I heard it's a super beautiful girl. Wait a second. Fong Xian's profile says he's from Lanchang. Could Fong Xian be that SSS level light type girl? Fong Xian froze for a moment. He didn't expect Xu Xinyao to have gained some fame already. That's not me. Baiyulan sighed, in a small place like Lanchang, having an SSS level talent is no small feat. Unexpectedly, Xiaolu suddenly spoke up. To be precise, Lanchang actually produced 2 SSS level talents. 2? But the SSS level stats table only lists 1, instructor Xiaolu. Xiaolu explained, that's because the other student didn't use the enhancement serum. Their test result came out as SS level. That student is our very own Fong Xin. What the heck? Anyone who doesn't use the serum is a beast. Sure, Tai Lang was stunned. Zhang Yaozu was equally shocked. Oh my god. I barely managed to get SS level with the serum, and you got SS level without it? Why didn't you use the serum? Fong Xin modestly replied, I heard Division 9 is intense, so I thought I'd go low-key and aim for another division by not using the serum. Guess I couldn't keep a low profile. The group went silent for a long time. Sure, Tai Lang eventually exploded. I can't take it anymore. I'm offering $500,000. Who's going to launching to beat him up for me? I'll add another 100,000. I'll throw in 200,000. I'll chip in another 100,000. Even some of the quieter members started pitching in. Xiaolu quickly intervened. Alright, everyone, calm down. Now that the results are out, we have a week off. After that, someone will come to escort everyone to the training camp. See you all in a week. Fong Xin's smart device vibrated again. It was a friend request from Xiaolu. After accepting, Xiaolu sent a message, Fong Xin, sign the contract and send it over to me. Do I need to print the contract myself? Just aim your smart device's virtual screen at a table. Fong Xin followed the instructions, and a beam of light flashed. A contract materialized on the table. Once you've signed it, tap the plus sign in the bottom right corner. There's a transfer button. Use that to send me the contract. Fong Xin was dumbfounded. This was incredible. This thing seemed like a spatial artifact of some sort. He wasn't sure of its exact grade yet. After completing the process, Xiaolu sent over a user manual for the smart device, along with the rules and regulations of Division 9. She also forwarded a plane ticket and an unencrypted bank card. Please make sure to carefully read the rules of Division 9. The bank card contains 1 million as your joining bonus. Welcome to Division 9. See you in a week. Fong Xin replied with a quick, see you in a week. He skimmed through the rules, memorizing the main points. He carefully read over the instructions for the SmartLink device, becoming more and more astonished as he went on. It turned out this gadget had another name, the Omni Tool. For solo combat, it could emit a laser to function as a lightsaber. In group settings with 2 or more people, it could form barriers and even enable short-range teleportation. This was a powerful artifact developed at great expense by the Sky Shield Bureau. Artifacts were ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 9, with levels above Tier 9 reaching a mythical forbidden tier. The themed hall they encountered earlier was actually a terrifying Saint tier artifact. The SmartLink device in Fong Xin's hand was a Tier 4 artifact. By standard protocol, new recruits joining Division 9 were typically issued only Tier 1 devices. However, Zhuge Heng had pulled some strings for him, granting him a Tier 4 device right away. As his abilities advanced, he would receive progressively stronger SmartLink devices. Following the manual's instructions, Fong Xin folded up the SmartLink device and pressed it against the table. A crimson laser shot out from one end, forming a blade resembling a Tang Dao, a traditional saber exuding an imposing aura. Though this laser sword was immensely powerful and could easily slice through steel, its use consumed the wielder's vitality. As a result, most people avoided using it unless they had a strength-based talent with an exceptionally high vitality pool. It felt as though this tool had been custom-made just for him. Fong Xin swung the laser sword a few times. It felt perfect in his hand. He figured that if he combined it with his slaughter talent, he'd be able to hold his own against a level 5 early-stage combatant. As he was engrossed in his experimentation, his phone vibrated repeatedly. Fong Xin picked it up and saw it was a message from Ellie. Fong Xin, do you have a moment? Can we talk? Fong Xin, fiddling with his phone, was unsure of Ellie's intentions. He replied vaguely, what's up? Ellie responded swiftly, I wanted to thank you for saving me the other day. Oh, and I should address you formally, thank you. Fong Xin asked, when did you figure it out? Ellie admitted, when I visited your classroom that day, I realized. Fong Xin was puzzled. Why didn't you tell Captain Xiao? Because everything pointed to you not wanting anyone to know, so I kept quiet. Fong Xin stared at the messages. You've said quite a lot. Your purpose isn't just to thank me, is it? I'm genuinely grateful. You're my lifesaver, and I won't forget that. But today, yes, I do have something I need your help with. Fong Xin had only met Ellie 3 times and spoken to her twice. They weren't close. Her immediately asking him for help felt like someone borrowing money right after getting acquainted. He didn't respond for a while. Ellie sent another message. Fong Xin, are you still there? After some thought, Fong Xin replied with mock seriousness, "My brother's asleep." Ellie started typing. A long silence passed. Finally, Ellie sent a lengthy message. "Fong Xin, I really need your help. Many years ago, my parents were murdered, and my younger sister disappeared shortly after. The case became a cold case back then, but I've never given up. I've been searching for the real culprit and for my sister. Her name is Aiku. Recently, I uncovered some leads, but the enemy has a level 4 combatant on their side. I'm too weak to handle this alone. As a junior captain, I don't have the authority to mobilize a team for personal matters, so I hired a few bounty hunters, but they're unreliable. Please, I'm begging you to help me. If you don't believe me, you can check the case file through the Smart Link device." Fong Xin checked out the case Ellie mentioned, and it did exist. Over a decade ago, Ellie's parents, who had been doctors, died in a car accident. The case file even included childhood photos of Ellie, a mini version of her, with messy hair, a tear-streaked face, and a bewildered look in her eyes. Her small, lonely figure tugged at one's heartstrings, making it hard not to want to help her. He read through the entire case. 6 months after Ellie's parents died, her twin sister disappeared. During that period, hundreds of children went missing. The case eventually hit a dead end and was classified as a cold case. Fong Xin's eyes narrowed as if he had discovered something. He then pulled up the file on his own parents' car accident. The file contained only a brief summary and a few photos. The rest of the documents were encrypted. He zeroed in on a photo of the car that had killed his parents, suddenly sitting up straight. He retrieved the photo of the car from Ellie's case. Zooming in, he compared the two images side by side. Both vehicles bore a hanging charm of a sunny doll. And both dolls had eerie, sinister smiles on their faces. Was this a mere coincidence, or had someone orchestrated it? A flood of questions swirled in Fong Xin's mind. Who was behind his parents' deaths? It seemed this time he would have to investigate in person. After some deep thought, Fong Xin replied to Ellie, "Alright, no problem. Tell me the time and place." Ellie seemed a little surprised, not expecting Fong Xin to agree so quickly. "Tomorrow morning. At 9, South Heaven Road, Cafe 122. You can keep all the spoils of battle, and I'll even give you a perception fruit to help you awaken a perception-based talent before heading to the training camp. See you tomorrow morning." Fong Xin sat up, his mind drifting back to the car accident that took his parents. The case files were encrypted. If he wanted to access them, he'd need to either ask Zhuge or earn a promotion himself. He reached into the hidden compartment of his drawer and pulled out his grandfather's phone. No new messages. Where was his grandfather now? The clock was nearing noon. Fong Xin walked into the bathroom, staring into the mirror. He began to circulate his chi and blood. 4 crimson runes of slaughter slowly emerged. He stared at his reflection. Midnight. 12:30 a.m. Fong Xin stood in front of the mirror, staring at himself for a full 45 minutes, but tonight, he couldn't see the familiar version of himself. Frowning, he scrutinized the face in the mirror. Earlier, he'd pretended to turn away, just like the night before, but this time, not even a flicker of something unusual caught the corner of his eye. Everything had been normal last night. What was different tonight? Could it be that some triggering condition was missing? He retraced the events of the previous day in his mind. If he repeated the exact steps as before, Fong Xin couldn't help but wonder, was it because he hadn't watched that video his grandfather had sent? The day had already passed, so it seemed he'd have to wait until tomorrow night to try again. Fong Xin returned to his bedroom. Lying in bed, his thoughts drifted to his plans with Ellie for the next day. The next morning, after breakfast, Fong Xin received a message from Ellie. They were meeting at a cafe. When Fong Xin arrived, Ellie was already waiting for him by the entrance. Her silver white hair was tied into a short ponytail. She wore a baseball cap, a varsity jacket, and tight-fitting jeans that perfectly showcased her figure. "Over here." Ellie waved him over. Fong Xin had also donned a baseball cap for the occasion. As he approached, Ellie reminded him, "This mission carries some risks. Are you sure you're ready? You're sure the target is only at level 4? I've been scouting for half a month." "Then it's fine. Did you hire anyone else to help?" Ellie grabbed Fong Xin's arm. "Those people are unreliable, so we'll have to use fake names and identities. For now, my name is Zhao Yaomei, and I'm an out-of-towner. You should pick a different name, too. Then call me Qin Juanhao. Pick another name. Qin Xiaoqiang. He's your cousin." Ellie smirked as she spoke, handing Fong Xin a mask and pulling out a small, sleek box. "Put on this mask, it'll change your face. And here's the sensory-enhancing fruit I promised you." Fong Xin blinked in surprise. "You're giving this to me before we've even started? I'm just happy you agreed to come. What about your captain and teammates? Aren't they helping you? Ellie placed the mask over her face, and as soon as it adhered, her appearance transformed. Completely, even her facial structure and hair color changed. Hearing Fong Xian's question, she sighed. They helped before, but this time, Captain Xiao messed up some intel. Recruited Qin Juanhao, and wasted a spot. Now he's confined to write a report as punishment. You know how it is with the others, they all got injured during yesterday's mission. Fong Xian scratched his face awkwardly, feeling a bit guilty. He thought to himself that this was all his fault for recklessly using someone else's name. If not for that, Xiao Wutong wouldn't have prematurely chosen Qin Juanhao, and he wouldn't be stuck in confinement now. If Fong Xian put on the mask, his face transformed. He used his phone to check. His reflection, flawless. There wasn't a single flaw detectable. Opening the ornate little box, he found a bright red fruit inside. You can eat it now, Ellie urged. Fong Xian took a bite. The fruit was juicy and crisp. He finished it in 2 bites. A refreshing coolness spread rapidly through his body, like a burst of mint, leaving him feeling clear-headed and sharp. Fong Xian already had strong sensory perception, but now it was heightened to an extreme. After swallowing the fruit, he found himself able to sense the movements of everyone within a 30-meter radius. Even the ants and mosquitoes on the ground were vividly clear, like a 3-dimensional, transparent map in his mind. Within this 30-meter range, every word spoken and every action taken by anyone was as clear as day. Inside the cafe, Fong Xian could even hear a server chatting with a friend in the restroom. He took a deep breath. So this was what it felt like to awaken a sensory affinity. The ability was undeniably powerful. Being able to clearly perceive everything around him would allow him to detect danger well in advance, but using the ability consumed a lot of energy. Prolonged use made his head feel a bit dizzy. Thank you for coming to help me. Ellie looked up at Fong Xian, her face hidden behind the mask. Her ice blue eyes had turned black. She spoke with sincerity. Helping you is helping myself. Let's go. Ellie didn't say much more and began leading the way. Fong Xian followed, his eyes on her back. Ellie was a year older than him, a senior from the previous class. After completing her training at the academy, and becoming the captain of the 7th Division right away, it was clear she had worked harder than anyone else. They crossed the street and entered a small grocery store. At the counter stood a burly man with a fierce expression. The doorbell chimed sharply as Ellie stepped forward and handed him a card. The man glanced at it briefly and said, "Head inside, 4th door on your right." Fong Xian followed his gaze, but all he could see was a solid wall. Ellie retrieved the card, turned around, and led the way with Fong Xian close behind. The wall began to ripple like water, and Ellie pulled Fong Xian through, stepping into the 4th private room. The two of them entered. Fong Xian was still bewildered, unable to believe this grocery store concealed a secret passage. After they sat down, Ellie began to explain. Every city has its black market, and this is Lang City's black market trading hub. Here you can take on missions, trade goods, buy and sell intelligence. Anything a black market can offer, you'll find it here. I've hired a few bounty hunters who'll be here shortly. Once they arrive, we'll head out to that place. Ellie pulled out a small sphere, tapped it, and it lit up, projecting a hologram of a standalone villa. The structure of the villa was clearly displayed. Yesterday you mentioned connecting your parents' car accident with your sister's disappearance. Ellie nodded. Exactly. I discovered by chance that both the driver who killed my parents and the person who abducted my sister had 6-pointed star tattoos on their arms. Fong Xian was taken aback. You found the driver who hit your parents? He was found a year after the accident, but by then, he was already dead. That cut off a lot of leads. As Fong Xian sat in silence, the door suddenly opened. 3 people entered one after another. The first was a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, built like a titan. The second was a middle-aged man with long blonde hair, a narrow face, and a bushy beard. The third was a dark-skinned, curvaceous woman dressed in a low-cut top, ultra-short shorts, and fishnet stockings oozing sensuality. Why is there someone else here? The burly man sat down, muttering to Fong Xian in a low voice. Ellie explained, he's my cousin. He won't take a cut of your commission. The burly man cast a sidelong glance at Fong Xian, scrutinizing him from head to toe before scoffing. Your cousin? He looks scrawny like a little chick. Can he handle this? Just don't slow us down. Fong Xian glanced at the 3 people in front of him. His sensory talent had already awakened. This sensory talent came with a unique ability, the power to sense danger beforehand. What is commonly referred to as a 6th sense. The strongest SSS level sensory talent could even foresee future crises. Without the use of enhancers, Fong Xian's sensory talent was at an S level. Nowadays, most people relied on enhancers, so by those standards, his talent had already reached SS level. The king of carnage in the mirror had once told him that if he killed enemies with the same talent, his abilities could be enhanced. Using his sensory talent, Fong Xian confirmed that the three people in front of him posed no threat. This meant their combat strength was at level 4 or lower. Ailey spoke sternly, "Don't worry, he won't hold us back. Now that everyone's here, let's quickly formulate a battle plan." The burly man rubbed his bald head. "Plan? For what? Let's just charge in and kill them all." "No," Ailey immediately interrupted. "There are 7 people in the villa. The 2 guards outside are only level 1 in combat strength. Black Pearl, you have a mental talent. Work with me. You'll handle confusing the 2 guards, and I'll take them out." Ailey turned to the sultry woman sitting and twirling her hair. The sultry woman coiled a strand of hair around her finger and smirked. "You want me a peak level 2 to deal with 2 level 1s, and on top of that, cooperate with you? Isn't that underestimating me a bit too much?" Ailey continued, "Be cautious. After the guards are down, there are 2 enemies on the first floor, one level 1, the other level 2. On the second floor, there's another 2, one level 2, and one level 3. Use your mental talent to confuse the enemies on both floors. Black Pearl and my cousin Qin Shouchan will handle the first floor. Jean Rue and I will take care of the second floor." Ailey shifted her gaze to the blonde man. "Little brother, just follow big sis and don't wander off." Black Pearl crossed her long, seductive legs, blowing a kiss at Fong Xian while licking her lips. "Slut!" The burly man couldn't hold back and cursed. Fong Xian pretended not to hear. Ailey went on, "Our real target is on the 3rd floor, a level 4 mental talent expert. So, Balu, your job is to charge up to the 3rd floor and attack that level 4 expert. Hold them off for a bit, and we'll back you up as soon as possible." Balu rubbed his head. The guy's a level 4 mental talent. If Black Pearl uses mental attacks, won't he sense it coming? Ailey explained, "Every day around noon, he invites a woman over to relieve himself. Mental talents are at their weakest defensively during this time. Attacking at this point will reduce his vigilance." Balu rubbed his shiny bald head and laughed. "He'll be scared stiff when I barge in. This is exactly the kind of thing I love doing, ha ha ha. Prepare to move out." Ailey put away the holographic projection sphere. The group left the general store, splitting into 2 teams. Ailey led Fong Xian into a car. Half an hour later, the car stopped in the countryside, about 500 meters from their target, hidden in a dense forest. Not long after, another car arrived, and Balu and the other 2 got out. The 5 of them stared in the direction of the villa. They waited for a while. Ailey glanced at her watch. 11:45. She should be here soon. A taxi pulled up outside the villa. A woman in a tight dress and wavy hair stepped out, her long legs striding confidently. Her red-soled high heels clicked against the ground in a tantalizing rhythm, her body swaying seductively as she walked. The 2 guards in the courtyard immediately approached for inspection. While checking her, they grinned wickedly, taking the opportunity to harass her. The woman didn't resist at all, giggling and flirting back. Balu rubbed his shiny bald head and licked his lips. "This woman is absolutely top tier. Bet her services are first class, and she's a screamer too. I'll have to ask her price later." Ailey kept a cold expression, checking the time. 10 minutes. Get ready to move. Time ticked by second by second. Fong Xian dug at his ear. His hearing had always been sharper than normal. And after eating the sensory fruit Ailey had given him, it had improved even further. Just as Balu had said, the woman was indeed very vocal. Fong Xian quickly shifted his focus elsewhere. "Move." At Ailey's command, Black Pearl darted out first. Ailey bent low and followed closely behind, melting into the shadows on the ground like a miracle. Fong Xian hesitated for a moment, marveling, she truly had an assassination talent. "Kid, don't slow us down. Why'd you bring some snot-nosed brat along?" Balu gave Fong Xian a heavy slap on the shoulder, grinned widely, and took off in long strides toward the villa. As he sprinted, his body seemed to merge with the earth. An earth element talent. The blond man crouched low, gathering power, and dashed toward the villa at an astonishing speed. He had a wind element talent. Fong Xian followed closely behind the Black Pearl reached out her hand towards the two sentries. In an instant, the sentries' gazes lost focus, their eyes turned vacant. Almost simultaneously, Ellie emerged from the shadows on the ground. A faint, icy blue glint flickered as her blade slashed across one of the sentries' necks. She then melted back into the shadows, slipping through a second-floor window. The blonde man sprinted and leapt into the second-floor window. The ground suddenly writhed as a massive earth dragon carried Baru upward at high speed. Baru, enveloped in a layer of earthy yellow glow, charged toward a third-floor window. The sound of shattering glass echoed loudly, and immediately after came the sound of startled screams. Chewing her gum, the Black Pearl strode confidently toward the first floor, her long, toned legs moving gracefully. She glanced at Fong Xin. "Little brother, stay behind your big sister here. If you get hurt, I'd be heartbroken." She swayed her hips playfully and nudged Fong Xin before stepping into the villa's first floor. Ahead of him, two men on the first floor stood up, preparing to move upstairs. Chewing her gum, the Black Pearl effortlessly took down a level 1 enemy in a flash. The other, a level 2 combatant, collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in pain. "Little brother, isn't your big sister amazing?" The Black Pearl threw a flirtatious glance toward Fong Xin. Unexpectedly, on the staircase between the second and first floors, a level 3 combatant who had been on the second floor rushed down. Seeing the two on the first floor, his expression twisted into a snarl as he charged toward the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl's face turned pale instantly. She almost swallowed her gum in fright and immediately launched a psychic attack to try and stop the enemy. The man's expression shifted slightly. Clearly, the psychic attack had affected him, but being a level 3 powerhouse, and with a strength-based ability, he powered through the interference and continued his charge. The Black Pearl screamed, "Jin Rui, help me!" A whooshing sound came from upstairs. At that moment, out of the corner of her eye, a figure flashed by. Fong Xin leapt up, delivering a flying knee strike straight to the enemy's face. Instant knockout. The Black Pearl froze in shock. The blonde man, Jin Rui, stood on the staircase between the first and second floors. Fong Xin turned back, offering a faint smile as he looked at the Black Pearl. "Big sister, isn't your little brother amazing?" The Black Pearl stared at Fong Xin in disbelief. Although his appearance had changed, he still looked very young. This was why they had initially thought Fong Xin might hold them back. But just now, Fong Xin had taken down a level 3 combatant in an instant. It was only now that they began to take him seriously. The Black Pearl snapped out of her daze, patting her ample chest nervously. She gave Fong Xin a wide grin, teasingly licking her lips. "Little brother, you're incredible. I wonder if you're just as impressive in other ways." Fong Xin chuckled, thinking to himself, "You sly old fox, you're dreaming if you think you can play me." A tremor came from upstairs. Fong Xin dashed past the blonde man, racing toward the upper floor. The Black Pearl finished off another enemy, sauntering over to Jin Rui with a seductive sway. "We underestimated him," the blonde man said in a low voice. "So young, but at least level 3 combat strength. I noticed earlier that his strength ability is at least SS level. He's definitely some rich kid sent by a super organization for training." The Black Pearl licked her lips again. "Then I'll have to test him out properly." On the third floor, chaos reigned. Baru's body radiated an earthy yellow glow, his entire figure encased in a layer of earthen armor. On the bed lay the beautiful woman from before. She clutched the covers tightly, trembling in fear as she curled into a corner, her pale skin exposed in large patches. A slightly overweight man, dressed in ragged shorts, was frantically dodging between the sudden appearance of numerous earth-colored hands rising from the ground. The man's face twisted with rage as he repeatedly reached out, trying to grab Baru. Suddenly, an almost transparent hand materialized out of thin air, reaching for Baru's head in a psychic attack. Ellie stood in the corner, gripping her blue-patterned dagger tightly, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. Fong Xin arrived just as the Black Pearl and the blonde man followed him upstairs. The fleeing, chubby man let out an enraged roar, rolling to the ground. He rubbed his fingers across a ring, and a transparent raincoat materialized. He quickly put it on. Instantly, his body became invisible. Fong Xin's heart tightened. He immediately activated his sensory ability. The layout of the room became crystal clear in his mind. His sensory ability could neutralize invisibility cloaks. He saw the chubby figure holding a strange revolver with both hands, aiming it directly at Baru's head. "Watch out, he has a gun." Fong Xin shouted. The gunfire rang out. The earthy yellow glow around Baru quickly moved to shield his head, chest, and groin. After the shot, the earthy yellow glow shattered. An earth-colored orb fell to the ground in pieces. Baru's face turned pale. A crack appeared on the skin of his forehead, and blood slowly seeped out. He had narrowly escaped death. Baru turned to look at Fang Xian, all traces of his earlier disdain gone, replaced with deep gratitude. Fang Xian had just saved his life. At that moment, Baru wanted to kneel and bow to him in thanks. The fat man turned his head, glaring at Fang Xian with a sinister grin. Didn't expect you to have a sensory-type ability. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the barrel of his gun was aimed directly at Fang Xian. Although Baru couldn't clearly see the fat man, he had a good sense of his intentions. Clapping his hands together, he forcefully lifted them upward. A wall of earth erupted from the ground, positioning itself between Fang Xian and the imminent threat. Bang! The gun fired, the earthen wall shattered instantly, but Fang Xian had already darted to the side. The runes of slaughter on the back of his hand shimmered faintly. Brother, tell me where he is, and I'll finish him off. Baru shouted to Fang Xian, crouched low, his eyes sharp and cold, as they locked onto the fat man. Why can't you just turn the ground into sand? That way, his footprints would give him away. Fang Xian snapped angrily. Baru slapped his forehead, realization dawning on him. Damn it! Why didn't I think of that? With a stomp of his foot, the ground immediately transformed into sand. As the fat man moved, a trail of footprints became visible on the sandy surface. Ha ha, brother, you're a genius. Baru laughed heartily. I totally underestimated you earlier. Without you, I'd be dead. For sure today. The fat man's face twisted in rage as he continued to point the gun at Fang Xian. Fang Xian sidestepped again, his sensory ability allowing him to anticipate the gun's direction and narrowly avoid a second shot. Baru clapped his hands together once more, and two massive hands of earth rose from the ground, reaching for the fat man. Ah, got you. The enormous hands clasped tightly around the fat man. The raincoat slipped off, revealing the fat man's contorted, furious face and bulging eyes. Ellie and the blonde man simultaneously launched their attacks at the fat man, aiming to incapacitate him. However, the fat man suddenly threw his head back and let out an enraged howl. A green light emanated from his ring as he quickly shoved a strange fruit into his mouth. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and his entire body erupted with ferocious energy. A powerful aura exploded from him in an instant. The forbidden fruit! Baru shouted in alarm. The fat man's face twisted into a grotesque grin. I'd rather lose 3 years of my life than let you all walk away alive with my power. Run! Baru yelled. The fat man reached out, and an almost transparent hand materialized behind Baru's head, gripping it tightly. Baru screamed in agony, stumbling to the ground as blood poured from his nose and mouth. The blonde man and the black pearl woman made a frantic escape. Ellie, her face cold and resolute, shouted at Fang Xian, run! Unexpectedly, the fat man's ring glowed again, and a 1-foot-long baton appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the fleeing blonde man, the black pearl woman, and Ellie, then finally at Fang Xian. Just as the three had jumped out the window and landed ready to flee, they suddenly fell heavily to the ground as if frozen in place, unable to move. Their faces filled with terror. The fat man's gaze locked onto Fang Xian, the only one still in the room. What he saw surprised him. Fang Xian had placed one hand over his chest. A smile crept across the fat man's face as he stared at Fang Xian menacingly. Curse you! You're the reason I had to resort to using the forbidden fruit. This fruit cuts 3 years off my life. But I'm not going to kill you. No, I'll make you suffer for those 3 years. Starting with cutting out your tongue. Before the words were fully spoken, the fat man lunged forward to carry out his threat. Fang Xian's hand remained pressed to his chest. In this moment, rather than fleeing, he made the choice to fight back. More importantly, Fang Xian still had one trump card to play, the King of Slaughter. He silently recited in his heart, Cethia. The fat man had already closed the distance. But at that precise moment, Fang Xian, who should have been immobilized, slowly lifted his head. His eyes had turned a deep crimson. A natural, kingly disdain graced his expression. He raised one hand slowly. 5 glowing rings of slaughter runes circled his arm. Mortal, kneel before me, and face the judgment of your king. Fang Xian's palm was aimed directly at the obese man. The blood-red slaughter runes on the back of his hand glowed with an eerie brilliance. A halo formed by 5 slaughter runes spun rapidly around Fang Xian's arm. The fat man stared into Fang Xian's crimson eyes, utterly shocked. He had never seen such a powerful ability. Nor had he ever felt such an overwhelming sense of oppression, like a monarch descending upon his subjects. His face contorted in terror. He wanted to flee. but his legs felt as though they were filled with lead, completely immobile. Even though it was his magical artifact that had immobilized Fong Xian, now it was he who was frozen in place. Fong Xian's palm targeted the fat man. Bang, the slaughter. Halo coiled around Fong Xian's arm struck the man viciously. The fat man stumbled backward 5 steps. On his chest, 5 bright red concentric circles appeared. Like a target. And the bullseye was directly over his heart. Fong Xian raised his hand again. The 5 slaughter halos spun wildly on his arm, the smallest one at his fingertips, growing larger as they spiraled upward, forming the shape of a deadly spear of slaughter. Fong Xian thrust it through the air, aiming straight for the man's chest. The spear of slaughter pierced through his heart. The man lowered his head, his mouth agape, blood pouring out uncontrollably. His eyes widened as he saw a fist-sized bloody hole in his chest, completely penetrating through. With great difficulty, the man lifted his head, disbelief written all over his face as he stared at Fong Xian. What kind of ability is this? With a deafening crash, the man fell to his knees and collapsed heavily to the ground. Fong Xian reached out and made a clawing motion in the air. A strand of blood-red light flew into his palm. Visibly, the 4th slaughter rune on the back of Fong Xian's hand became even brighter. Mental-type abilities, huh? Could use a bit of an upgrade. His gaze shifted, and his blood-red eyes locked onto the woman hiding by the bed. The woman was petrified, having never witnessed such a horrifying scene. In her panic, she knocked over the bedside table and saw a gun inside. She grabbed the gun and aimed it at Fong Xian. As Fong Xian's gaze fell on her, the woman thought to herself, there's no escaping this. Might as well go down fighting, without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed Fong Xian's cheek, leaving a shallow bloody mark. Fong Xian's blood-red eyes fixed on her. He wiped the blood from his face. Almost instantly, the wound healed, as if by magic. The woman froze, horrified by his monstrous regenerative ability. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Fong Xian's eyes. The arm wrapped in slaughter halos rose once more, pointing at the woman. Boom! A deafening explosion. A bloody hole appeared in the woman's chest as she collapsed limply to the ground. Fong Xian's gaze swept across the room. From the bodies scattered on the 1st floor, 2nd floor, and the courtyard, faint traces of blood-red light emerged, silently merging into Fong Xian's arm. The 4th slaughter rune grew even brighter, and the 5th seemed on the verge of igniting. The slaughter halos coiled around his arm turned an even deeper crimson. Fong Xian gently waved his arm, and the slaughter halos retracted into his skin. The blood-red color in his eyes gradually faded to black. Clutching his chest, he panted heavily, crouching on the ground. One hand supported him as his rapid heartbeat felt like it might burst from his chest. His face was pale, his forehead slick with sweat. When his body had been controlled earlier, it felt as though he had been watching the actions of the King of Slaughter from a god's perspective. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, he hadn't anticipated that his slaughter-related ability would evolve into something as terrifying as the King of Slaughter. Glancing at the man's corpse, a thought flashed through Fong Xian's mind. He needed a way to cover this up from Ellie and the others. His senses confirmed there were no cameras in the area, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With the fat man dead, the constraints on Ellie and her group outside were lifted one by one. The blonde man and the dark-skinned woman looked back toward the 3rd floor, their faces filled with shock and trepidation. Neither dared to approach the villa. Instead, they immediately ran toward the safe zone, dragging the gravely injured and unconscious Baru with them as they fled. Ellie, however, looked back at the villa. Fong Xian was still inside. She had brought Fong Xian here, and now his life was uncertain. She couldn't just leave. With the restraints gone, it was clear the fat man had to be dead for that to happen. There was almost no chance he had released the restraints voluntarily. Could it be that Fong Xian had killed him? Ellie thought the possibility was slim, but recalling the first time she met Fong Xian, where he effortlessly defeated a level 4 combatant, killing that fat man wasn't entirely impossible. Regardless, she couldn't just give up on Fong Xian. Clenching her teeth, Ellie activated her assassination talent, silently slipping into the shadows and sneaking upstairs. When she saw the fat man's corpse, Ellie froze. So, he was dead after all. Her gaze shifted to Fong Xian, who was lying on the ground, his face pale. Ellie hurried over. Fong Xian, are you hurt anywhere? Fong Xian clutched his chest and shook his head weakly. What happened earlier? Did you kill him? Ellie asked again. Fong Xin spoke with a straight face, spinning nonsense. I don't know. I was immobilized just now, then suddenly my heart hurt and I passed out. I have no idea what happened after that. Ellie touched his chest, feeling his rapid heartbeat. It seemed like he wasn't lying. Ellie was baffled. Who had killed that man? Noticing Fong Xin's racing heart, Ellie quickly picked him up. I'll take you to the hospital. You better hurry. If you wait any longer, I might just heal on my own. Ellie paused, unsure how to respond. Ever since she met Fong Xin, his words always made her want to punch him. Fong Xin waved her off. I just need a bit of rest. Ellie glanced at the fat man's now lifeless corpse. He's already dead. The trail's gone cold. We won't be able to get any information from him. Ellie was silent. For a moment. It's fine. As long as you're okay, we can always find clues later. I remember you also have a psychic talent. Once it awakens and you're strong enough, you'll be able to use your mental power to force enemies to tell the truth. Fong Xin was slightly taken aback. A psychic talent could do that? So what you're saying is, I'll have to team up with you again next time? Fong Xin asked. Is that okay? Ellie's voice became soft, almost pleading, with a hint of shyness. Fong Xin looked at Ellie. The first time he met her, in the alley, her entire team had been wiped out. The second time, at the aquarium, one of her teammates was critically injured while the other two were on the brink of death. The third time, today, one tall guy was severely wounded, so badly that even if he recovered, he'd probably still drool. Fong Xin couldn't help but wonder if Ellie carried some weird curse your teammate's ability. If so, it'd be a pretty handy skill for an undercover agent. Seeing Ellie's expression, Fong Xin rubbed his still-thumping chest. When's the next mission? The exact time isn't set, but I have another lead. It'll take about 2 weeks to get results at the earliest. Fong Xin thought about it seriously. 2 weeks? That might not work. My 7th uncle's getting remarried. And I have to be the best man. Ellie smirked slightly. It's my fault for not gathering enough intel. I nearly got everyone killed this time. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Just cover my medical bills, and we're even. Ellie pursed her lips, then picked up the immobilizing baton from the ground, along with the gun that nearly killed Baloo. She took off her cloaking suit and slid a ring off the fat man's finger, handing it to Fong Xin. This is for you. As promised, the spoils are yours. Fong Xin glanced at the ring. Honestly, these items were tempting, but he'd been burned before. When he first started targeting other superhumans, he'd looted their gear, but those items were often bound to their original owners. If the enemy had connections, they could track him through the equipment's aura. After learning his lesson, he never looted again. This thing has his aura. If I take it, what happens if someone tracks me down? Other places require spoils to be turned in, but the 9th Division has a system to remove auras for members. You just need to scan the items with your smart device. Fong Xin stashed the items away. At that moment, Black Pearl and the blonde man silently entered from outside. When they saw the dead man, both were shocked and stared at Fong Xin. Did you kill him? Fong Xin shook his head. No idea. No idea? Fong Xin repeated the same excuse he'd given Ellie earlier. The two looked skeptical but said nothing more. The group split up and carefully searched the house, inside and out. Black Pearl glanced upstairs. How could a level 5 die like this? The blonde man thought for a moment, becoming more confident in his theory. It must be what I guessed. He's probably a young master sent by a major organization for training. Either an elder helped him, or he had some kind of powerful artifact. Black Pearl licked her lips. I'm getting more and more curious about what he tastes like. Before leaving, Black Pearl discreetly slipped a small note into Fong Xin's pocket, giving him a calmy look before getting into the car. Fong Xin pulled out the note and saw a contact number written on it. He casually tossed it aside. He and Ellie said goodbye in the park outside his house. After returning home, Fong Xin took out the Jillian device. Sure enough, there was an option for its spoils processing room. Holding the ring in his hand, Fong Xin carefully sensed its contents and discovered that the space inside was quite large, about the size of a room, filled with various items. Besides a stun stick, a revolver, and an invisibility cloak, there was also a huge pile of cash, roughly over 7 million. Suddenly, Fong Xin furrowed his brows slightly, sensing something unusual. It was an extremely worn-out notebook. Fong Xin took it out from the space ring. In such a spacious ring, there was actually this old notebook inside. It was as conspicuous as an ugly monster surrounded by a group of handsome men and beautiful women impossible to ignore. When he opened the notebook, a fragment of a newspaper floated down, which Fong Xin caught between his fingers. The newspaper piece was only palm-sized, with burnt edges. The paper contained a news article dated to the mid-20th century. The headline read, "After a decade of tireless effort by the research team at Lion Corporation, a major breakthrough has finally been achieved in the Wild Genesis project. The newly developed Wild Genesis 1 is hailed as a groundbreaking substance capable of fully enhancing the comprehensive abilities of awakened gifted beasts. Ferocious beasts with high talent levels could even reach the legendary status of mythical primordial beasts under the effect of Wild Genesis 1. For those with beast-taming talents, this is undoubtedly a revolutionary blessing. The rapid three-stage progress of this project in such a short time is all thanks to the dedication of Professor Shang and his team. Professor Shang and the rest of the text was missing. Fong Xin turned over the newspaper piece and found an old photograph on the other side. It was of the now giant biotech company, Lion Red, featuring its colossal logo. Fong Xin was puzzled. He had never heard of Lion Corporation having developed any drugs that could enhance animal abilities. He uploaded the paper to the internet for a search but found no relevant information. He then used his Tianqiu Zhilian device to search the keywords from the newspaper, but again, nothing came up. There was no record of either the Wild Genesis project or Wild Genesis 1 anywhere. Fong Xin grew increasingly curious, convinced there was some unspeakable secret behind this. Judging from the timeline, the appearance of Wild Genesis 1, as mentioned in the article, was decades before the chaos of the gods. Fong Xin's attention shifted back to the notebook. Opening it, he found the pages densely packed with sketches of various biological structures and complex formulas, spanning dozens of pages. Through the notes, Fong Xin was astonished to discover that the notebook contained the core secrets of Wild Genesis 1. As he flipped further, he found several diary entries, though many pages had been torn out. August 2nd, 2158, overcast, these selfish people actually threatened my teacher's family to seize the core formula of Wild Genesis 1. The professor burned the most important laboratory. I heard their leader was furious and vowed to torture my teacher. I'm scared, but I've resolved to follow my teacher's will. I will never bow to these villains. September 4th, 2158, cloudy, they've gone mad, all of them. It's been half a month since the professor was taken. These maniacs killed the professor's wife for the sake of Wild Genesis 1. They call themselves a righteous force, but what they've done is less than human. December 1st, 2158, heavy rain, my mood is as gloomy as today's weather. The professor has been imprisoned for over 3 months, and I've exhausted every connection I have to rescue him, to no avail. I heard a young man named Fong Qingdi spoke up for the professor, or else he might already be dead by now. April 12, 2159, overcast, I visited the prison today. The professor used a secret code, one only I could understand, to tell me something. Before revealing Wild Genesis 1 to the public, the professor had injected it into a ferocious beast, and the results were highly successful. That beast was called a Qilin. The young creature hasn't fully matured yet, and the professor instructed me to escape with it. September 19, 2162, sunny turning to cloudy, it's been over 2 years since I escaped that place. The past events are as vivid as yesterday. I wake up from nightmares countless times, always reliving the day of my escape. If it weren't for that young man, Fong Qingdi, sparing me, I might already be dead. The professor has been gone for over a year now, and the Qilin has slowly grown, awakening the powers of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. No wonder those people were so cruel to my teacher. If Wild Genesis 1 fell into their hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can't hold on much longer. I don't have a beast taming talent and can't form a contract with the Qilin, nor can I find a suitable candidate. That young man named Fong was a good person, but unfortunately, he isn't beast taming talent either. December 18, 2162. Heavy snow. I can't hold on much longer. I sent the Qilin into the divine demonic ruins, instructing it to find a righteous and kind-hearted person to form a contract with. Using the last of my voodoo-based abilities, I cast both blessings and curses upon this notebook. Whoever gets this notebook, if they are righteous and kind, they can form a contract with the Qilin. But if they're wicked and sinister, well, they'll just have to await their doom. The diary ends here. Snap, Fong Xin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his finger, like being pricked by a needle. Without giving it much thought, he tossed the notebook aside. He inspected his finger and, sure enough, a tiny red dot had surfaced on his fingertip. Looking at the notebook lying on the table, he muttered to himself, "What a weirdo. Writing such an odd diary, full of curses and blessings. Seriously, who even writes stuff like this?" Fong Xin rubbed at the red dot on his finger, feeling as if something had changed within him, yet, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't pinpoint anything unusual. Even so, the contents of the diary kept swirling in his mind. The diary mentioned his grandfather's name, that meant the person who wrote it knew his grandfather. And apparently, the writer had lived a few extra years because his grandfather had shown him mercy. Beyond that, the note about this primordial number 1 project didn't reveal much, but it did result in the creation of a beast called the Qilin. The diary's author had placed the Qilin in the divine demonic ruins, claiming that only someone righteous and kind-hearted could form a contract with it. Fong Xin rubbed his finger again, considering his own beast-taming abilities. If he could actually capture this Qilin, it would be a total game-changer. He researched the divine demonic ruins mentioned in the diary. The area was marked as forbidden territory. Fong Xin started talking to himself. "Aside from my sharp tongue, I think I'm pretty decent, right? Alright. Starting tomorrow, I'll help old ladies cross the street every day. That should count as doing good deeds." He made a mental note, but still, why did everything seem tied back to his grandfather? Fong Xin felt like he was tangled in a web of mysteries. The slaughter talent, his parents' car accident, Ellie's parents' car accident, Ellie's missing sister, and now this diary, all seemed interconnected somehow. Yet, for now, the exact links remained out of reach. Pulling his thoughts back to the present. He located the options for the loot processing room. To be safe, Fong Xin first scanned the invisibility cloak. The cloak vanished instantly, and a few minutes later, the indicator light on the smart machine blinked, spitting the cloak back out. When Fong Xin picked it up, he realized it had now become an unknown item. Next, he systematically placed the stasis rod, revolver, and other items into the machine. After carefully inspecting every item, Fong Xin finally felt reassured and converted them all into his personal equipment. Of all the items, he was most intrigued by the stasis rod. The smart machine had evaluated the equipment earlier. The invisibility cloak was a 4th-tier artifact, the revolver was also a 4th-tier artifact, but it came with only 3 bullets, each capable of instantly killing any 4th-tier combatant without artifact defenses. As for the stasis rod, it was a 9th-tier artifact. It could only be used by individuals with 5th-tier combat capabilities or higher. No wonder the previous owner hadn't rushed to use it and had waited until after obtaining the forbidden fruit. At the 5th tier, it could immobilize enemies of the same level or below, but only 3 times. The higher the user's strength, the more uses it would have. Fong Xin swung the stasis rod around with glee, thinking to himself, "This thing is amazing. I can't believe I managed to pick up such a powerful piece of equipment." Time flew by, and soon it was past 11 p.m. Fong Xin sat up from his bed and took out a phone hidden in his grandfather's drawer compartment. He turned it on and began scrolling through the videos in his grandfather's photo album. After watching them, he turned and walked into the bathroom. Facing the mirror, he began to activate the slaughter rune. 12:30 a.m. Fong Xin stared at his reflection in the mirror, surprised to see himself looking exactly the same as the night before. No matter how exaggerated his poses were, his reflection remained utterly unresponsive. Fong Xin kept pondering, trying to figure out where he had gone wrong. He had replicated every single action he had taken before, looking into the mirror, almost perfectly recreating the circumstances from last time. Yet, he still couldn't summon the King of Slaughter from the mirror. He retreated to his bedroom and lay on his bed, racking his brain to figure out what crucial trigger he had missed. But no matter how much he tossed and turned, he couldn't pinpoint what was missing. Unable to sleep, his thoughts drifted to the mention in his journal of a divine demonic ruin that housed a Qilin. The beast, referred to as a Qilin by Professor Shang, wielded the formidable abilities of wind, fire, lightning, and thunder. If he could strike a contract with this mythical creature, said to rival the ancient divine beasts, his power would increase exponentially. Fong Xin began poring over the records once again. The history of the divine demonic ruins was shrouded in mystery, perpetually veiled in dense fog. Few who entered ever made it out alive. Those who did return were often left mentally unhinged. Even the most elite fighters who dared to challenge the ruins never reappeared. From the fragmented ramblings of the survivors, a few details could be pieced together. The ruins were scattered with ancient stone statues of deities, though most were weathered and incomplete due to their age. Additionally, the ruins were rumored to be brimming with rare and precious treasures. Despite being a forbidden zone, the ruins opened to adventurers twice a year. Over time, a handful of fearless warriors had managed to gather enough experience to discern one important pattern: the ruins imposed stricter restrictions on those with higher cultivation levels, while being comparatively more accessible to those of lower levels. The annual midterm and final assessments of the youth training camp were held on the outskirts of these ruins. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Fong Xian's eyes. This meant he could gain entry into the ruins at no cost by participating in these two assessments, giving him a chance to seek out the Qilin. The thought thrilled him to no end. However, the curse mentioned in his notebook gave him pause. The man he killed today had been one of the curse's victims. Fong Xian reopened the notebook, meticulously studying the complex formulas in the earlier sections. While much of it was beyond his understanding, the annotations proved to be immensely helpful. After he finished reading, he sat upright on his bed, brimming with excitement. The Qilin, which Professor Shang had injected with the primordial serum number 1, possessed unparalleled abilities in all 4 elemental gifts. If it could fully mature, it would undoubtedly rival the ancient divine beasts. Based on the timeline, it had been many years since these events occurred. Awakeners live significantly longer than ordinary humans, and from what Fong Xian knew, some of the first-generation Awakeners were still alive today. By that logic, the Qilin should still be alive as well. If it had indeed survived until now, its battle prowess would be utterly unimaginable. Carefully putting the notebook away, Fong Xian's eyes gleamed with determination. He resolved to do whatever it took to form a contract with the Qilin. His phone suddenly began vibrating incessantly. Picking it up, he saw it was messages from his class group chat. Qin Juanhao was showing off again. Qin had sent several red envelopes as a start. Su Xiaoqiang, his ever-loyal lackey, immediately chimed in after grabbing one. "Brother. How, why are you still up? Something's been on my mind. But you're about to report to the 7th Division, what's there to worry about? I'm heading to the youth training camp soon. My dad just bought me a private jet so I can fly there. Honestly, I wanted to take the train and experience what it's like for regular folks. But my nanny told me the train is packed with migrant workers heading to the city, and the smell is unbearable. So I gave up on that idea. I even thought about going low-key and driving instead, but now I'm stuck deciding whether to take my 7 million yuan sports car or my 12 million yuan supercar. The 7 million one is cheaper, but I like its design better. The 12 million one is superior in every other way. I just can't decide." Qin Juanhao lamented dramatically. Then he sent another message, at Chu Xinyao. "Xinyao, can you help me choose?" He attached several photos of his luxury cars. Fong Xian, seeing the red envelopes, quickly grabbed a few. Free money was free money, after all. Chu Xinyao noticed the notifications from Fong Xian grabbing the envelopes, and messaged, "Xiao Fong, you're still awake? Yeah, can't sleep. What's bothering you? Too many awakening talents. None of them are high level, and I can't figure out which to focus on first. It's stressing me out." After that, Qin Juanhao went silent, and the group chat grew noticeably quieter. Fong Xian's phone buzzed again. It was a private message from Chu Xinyao. "Xiao Fong, my dad said he's really grateful for what you did to save me last time. He also mentioned he'd like to meet you sometime." "Sure, have him schedule an appointment with my secretary." Fong Xian. Chu Xinyao replied with an angry emoji. Chu Xinyao's father had always been a mysterious figure. His sudden proposal to meet left Fong Xian slightly surprised. To be honest, he was rather curious to see what kind of person this man was. "When?" Fong Xian asked seriously. Chu Xinyao continued. "He's been really busy lately. The youth training camp is about to start, and you'll need to go for training too. There's no time to fit it in. We'll have to wait until after the midterms when they give us a 1-week break. Let's schedule it then." Fong Xian agreed. "Alright." Chu Xinyao beamed. "Then you better not bail on me." "I won't." Chu Xinyao added a warning in advance. "One more thing, my dad has a bit of a weird temper. Maybe it's because of his job, but he can be pretty sharp-tongued. You should be prepared for that." "Don't worry, I know a bit of self-defense," Fong Xian joked. Fong Xian. Chu Xinyao huffed and gave him a light smack on the head. "I'm kidding. Of course, I wouldn't actually use my fists." Chu Xinyao went on. "Fong Xian, my dad has friends in official circles, and he has connections in the Sky Shield Bureau too. When you go to the training camp, make sure to train hard. I'll be keeping an eye on you later. When you come to my house, have a proper talk with my dad. I'll put in a good word for you. That way, when you're trying to get promoted in the 9th Division, there won't be any obstacles. Otherwise, in a place like that, without a solid backing, no matter how great your achievements are, it'll still be hard to climb the ranks.
Fong Xin froze for a few seconds. This was something
the white-haired Zhuge Hong had mentioned to him before, but Zhuge Hong had been more blunt about it.
He had told Fong Xin that the 9th Division's leader, Old Master Yi, was Fong Xin's grandfather's sworn brother. As long as Fong Xin joined the 9th Division, avoided major mistakes, and met the requirements for merit, he would move up the ranks smoothly.
No one could stop him. In other words, Fong Xin was practically the crown prince
of the 9th Division.
Fong Xin, why aren't you replying? Did you fall asleep?
Fong Pig.
Humph, remember to text me back tomorrow. Good night.
Fong Xin paused for a moment and replied, no need to trouble your dad.
Chu Xinyo assumed Fong Xin's pride had been hurt.
Fong Xin, we're about to step into the real world.
This kind of thing is normal. If you want to establish yourself in society, having connections is crucial. I understand how you feel. You're capable, and you have your own pride. You want to make your own way. But, if someone can help you while you're working hard, it'll save you a lot of detours.
Fong Xin chuckled. He had long
understood what Chu Xinyo was saying. No matter the era, if you wanted to grow strong and stay on top, hard skills weren't enough, you needed someone backing you too. Chu Xinyo continued, take Zhuge Hong from the 9th Division, for example. My dad told me that as amazing as Zhuge Hong is, he still relies on the powerful Zhuge family backing him.
Fong Xin was taken aback.
He hadn't realized the white-haired guy had such strong connections. It was honestly infuriating how some people just seem to have it all. Chu Xinyo suddenly remembered something. Oh, there's one more thing. Just listen, it's up to you if you act on it. My dad said Zhuge Hong has a good chance of becoming the director of the 9th Division. He might even take over as the #1 leader of the Sky Shield Bureau, or at the very least, the #3 leader.
His Zhuge family is one of the most renowned clans in the entire Dragon Nation.
If you could build a good relationship with Zhuge Hong, it would really help your future.
Fong Xin stared at the long string of messages Chu Xinyo had sent. To be honest, Fong Xin didn't like bootlicking.
People like Su Xiaoqiang, who thrived on flattery, were just not his type. Sure, those types often ended up doing well in life, but Fong Xin still looked down on them. Besides, whether it was the white-haired Zhuge Hong or Chu Xinyo's father, he was always going to be an outsider to them. They wouldn't help him unconditionally. Even if they did, it would come with strings attached.
Instead of relying on them, he might as well bow to Qin Shi Huang and pray to the ancestral dragon for blessings. Of that said, Fong Xin understood Chu Xinyo's intentions.
Her mom worked in government, so she was exposed to this kind of system. She knew how much relationships mattered in society. She just wanted to help him out. Seeing that Fong Xin hadn't replied for a while, Chu Xinyo sent another message. Fong Xin, hey.
Honestly, if you don't want to compromise or go along with all this, that's okay. Just remember, you've got me behind you. If you don't want to deal with it, I'll handle it for you.
I'll be your strongest support.
Fong Xin smiled. He and Chu Xinyo
had been friends since kindergarten. Chu Xinyo was so kind to him for two reasons. First, because of fate, and second, because she hadn't been a pretty child. Back in elementary school, she was chubby, always eating, and often bullied. Fong Xin always stood up for her. At that time, Chu Xinyo's parents hadn't yet achieved their current level of success. They were workaholics and didn't pay much attention to her.
Fong Xin still remembered the time when Chu Xinyo had been seriously ill.
Her father hadn't visited her once, and her mother only came briefly before leaving to take a phone call.
Back then, Fong Xin's parents were still alive, and it was them who
had taken care of Chu Xinyo. Fong Xin replied to her message, then I'll just focus on being the lucky charm hanging off Yao Jie's leg from now on.
He. Alright, Xiao Fong. I'm sleepy, time for bed. Good night.
After exchanging goodnights, Fong Xin lay down on his bed and glanced out the window. Tonight, Lon City was unusually quiet. The city often had activity from the gifted at night, so a curfew was strictly enforced. No one was
allowed outside after midnight.
Even with these measures, there were occasional disturbances, and the police would patrol the streets. But tonight was eerily silent. He looked at the constantly blinking screen of his SkyShield SmartLink device. Picking it up, he noticed a new message in the 9th Division's Youth Training Camp group chat. As usual, it was Shi Tailang who had kicked off the conversation. Hey, did you guys hear? There's supposed to be an assessment test when the training camp starts this year.
Any idea what that's about? Zhang Yaozu quickly replied, not just this year, it happens every year.
Sure, Tai Lang followed up, my brother told me. The assessment test measures combat strength against puppets ranked from level 1 to level 3. But at the 9th division, they call it the Devil's Trial. Each puppet here is the strongest in its respective rank. In short, a level 1 puppet in the 9th division could take down a level 2 puppet anywhere else. They say it's nearly impossible to pass the assessment unscathed unless your combat strength reaches level 4.
Level 4 combat strength? You must be joking, someone named Shinyu replied. I'm not joking, Zhang Yaozu responded.
If someone awakens an SSS level talent early, they can potentially reach level 4 combat strength.
It's happened before in history.
Sure, Tai Lang jumped back in, you yourself said it, throughout the entire history of the Dragon Nation, since talent awakening was discovered in the early 20th century, there have been
only 2 high schoolers who've ever awakened an SSS level talent and reached level 4 combat strength. Shut up, you fat idiot. Do you have to argue with me about everything?
Zhang Yaozu retorted angrily. Sure, Tai Lang
chuckled, by the way, have your talents awakened yet? What's your combat level? I'll go first, I'm at level 2, early stage. Damn it, I'm only at level 1, peak stage. How is a fatso like you already at level 2? Zhang Yaozu grumbled in frustration. I'm at level 1, peak stage 2. Shinyu chimed in. Sure, Tai Lang began to panic. Crap, if we're all like this, we're doomed. Make sure you guys stock up on all kinds of medicine before we go. What about you, Fong Xin?
What's your combat level? Someone in the group asked. Fong Xin stared at the messages in the chat. The current youth training camps were somewhat like universities from a long time ago, though he'd heard that college life used to be much more relaxed.
Nowadays, these training camps were grueling,
pushing you to your limits like a dog. The upside was that graduating from the camp guaranteed a job placement with excellent benefits.
Back then, college graduates often ended
up unemployed, thrust into a fiercely competitive society, exploited like beasts of burden. The earlier talent tests were just basic assessments, the higher the talent grade, the earlier the awakening. As of now, Fong Xion's strength talent allowed him to exert level 3, peak stage combat power. His slaughter talent could push him to level 4, peak stage combat
power.
If he managed to summon the King of Slaughter, he might even reach level 5, peak stage power. By those standards, he would barely rank among the top 3 in the entire history
of the Dragon Nation. Just then, Bai Yulin sent a message, interrupting the conversation. Did you guys hear about the full-scale beheading operation against the gifted in the Red Lotus District tonight? Bai Yulin tagged Fong Xian at XANGE. Lon City is within the operations range. What's the situation over there? Fong Xian froze for a moment, then stood up and looked out the window.
No wonder the night was so unnaturally quiet. He was about to reply to the message. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere. It flailed around wildly before
grabbing his arm and yanking him with incredible force. In an instant, Fong Xian vanished. Fong Xian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When everything returned to normal, he noticed
the white-haired guy standing beside him, hands shoved into his pockets, wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night.
Fong Xian looked down and realized, to his horror, that he was
suspended over 500 meters above the ground. Startled, he instinctively grabbed onto the white-haired guy's arm. The white-haired guy flashed his signature grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth.
Good evening. Fong Xian steadied himself and couldn't help but complain, dude, if you wanted to talk in the middle of the night, couldn't you just come to my house? Why drag me out like this? What if I was in the middle of using the bathroom or taking a shower? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Zhuge Hong tilted his chin, gesturing downward.
I brought you up here to give you a side gig, earn some points.
It'll make buying things easier once school starts. Fong Xian was utterly confused and glanced down. At that
moment, he was hovering above Lon City, with the entire city sprawling beneath him.
Tonight, Lon City seemed anything but peaceful.
A massive, dome-shaped barrier enveloped the
entire city.
The transparent light membrane shielded residential areas, preventing enemies from escaping and muffling any noise to avoid disturbing the residents.
Battles of varying scales were breaking out in numerous places across Lon City. Fong Xian immediately realized this was the decapitation operation Bai Yulin had mentioned in their group chat earlier. Are you the person in charge of this operation against the awakened in the Crimson Lotus District?
Standing in the night sky with his hands in his pockets, Zhuge Hong shook his
head. I'm not Lon City's overall commander. I'm the general supervisor for this operation across Qinzhou province. Fong Xian clicked his tongue, once again startled by this white-haired guy.
Zhuge Hong cast his gaze downward, continuing to explain, most of these awakened are remnants of the Eternal Night Army. You've read about the Eternal Night Army in your history books, so I won't go into detail. These people are attempting to restore the Eternal Night's rule. Awakened individuals come in various types, organized groups and scattered ones. Anyone harmful to ordinary people falls under the watch of the Heavenly Shield Bureau.
Fong Xian recalled the mention of points earlier.
You said something about points? After you enroll in the training camp, the government will provide some resources for students, but it's not enough for you to grow. The government isn't a charity. They'll issue missions for you to earn points. Accumulate enough points, and you can exchange them for resources. Killing a level 1 enemy earns you 100 points, level 2 enemies 200 points, and enemies below level 5 are calculated proportionally. Officially wanted enemies are worth even more points. Of course, you can also exchange real money for points, but 1 million in cash only gets you 100 points. Even if your family left you tens of millions, that would only convert into a few thousand points. And many rare resources and treasures require thousands, or even tens of thousands of points to exchange for. Your cash wouldn't be enough, and it wouldn't be worth it. More importantly, many resources are controlled by the government and major powers. Having money doesn't mean you can buy them. In the world of the awakened, points are the true universal currency, more valuable than cash. Points also reflect an awakened individual strength. So, if I had 1 billion points and spent them all, wouldn't my strength be considered weak? Zhuge Hong flashed a grin, showing his white teeth. Points have a ranking system, with different star levels for each rank. If you have 1 billion points, your star level will naturally be high. When others see your card, they'll know your strength. Fong Xian nodded. Where's the card and smart device little Lu gave you? Didn't bring them. Left them on my desk. Zhuge Hong reached out, his arm piercing through the void. A few seconds later, he held a bank card between his fingers and handed it to Fong Xian. Every new recruit in the 9th Division gets a card loaded with 1 million cash, equivalent to 100 points. After you kill enemies, the system will automatically add points. Fong Xian took the card and then grabbed the smart device from Zhuge Heng's hand. So, if I kill enemies normally, will my points increase? They will, but you have to scan the enemy after the battle. If the review confirms the target was an awakened, your points will increase. Scanning someone else's kill won't work, so don't try to game the system. How do they ensure I'm not faking the points? Zhuge Hong explained, when the smart device scans a corpse, it captures the deceased's aura. Back-end auditors, who usually have sensory talents, use these abilities to read some of the deceased's memories before death. They compare these memories with the database's identity records. Once the review passes, your points increase. Fong Xian looked at the smart device in his hand, thinking to himself, no wonder. This thing is called the all-purpose machine, it's incredible. Any other questions? Zhuge Hong asked. If I team up with someone to kill an enemy, how are the points distributed? Points are divided based on the damage each of you dealt to the enemy. Fong Xian nodded. Got it. Then let's get started. Wait, can I at least put on some shoes? Fong Xian asked. Hurriedly. He had been captured while still in his pajamas. Barefoot. Zhuge Hong flashed a toothy grin. If an enemy ambushes you while you're on the toilet, do you think they'll wait for you to finish wiping before they attack? With that, he gave Fong Xian a light pat on the back. Good luck. Fong Xian's vision went dark. When he opened his eyes, he found himself inside a barrier. Within the barrier stood 3 level 2 awakened and 1 level 3 awakened. A 5-person squad from the Sky Shield Bureau had been dispatched. Both teams froze at the sudden appearance of Fong Xian. Dressed in pajamas and barefoot, he stood awkwardly between the two groups. Neither side was sure whose side Fong Xian was on. Dirty, stagnant water pooled on the ground, forcing Fong Xian to balance on 1 foot. One of the awakened, with a menacing face, fixed his gaze on Fong Xian, from the heavens to the abyss. Fong Xian hesitated for a moment. Neither realm reveals itself? The awakened sneered coldly. Wrong code. Before his words had fully hit, a massive hand reached for Fong Xian from a distance. Fong Xian felt a chilling sensation beneath his feet. To his horror, a nearly transparent hand emerged from the filthy water below. It was a spectral ability. Swish, a streak of light cut through the air. The leader of the Sky Shield Bureau's squad transformed his smart link device into a laser sword, slicing through the translucent hand in one swift motion. Protect him, the squad leader commanded. One of the team members positioned himself in front of Fong Xian.
Don't move recklessly. How did you even get here? Fong Xian pointed to the night sky overhead.
Beneath the crescent moon, a figure hovered in midair between heaven and earth. That white-haired guy brought me here.
The teammate shielding Fong Xian froze for a moment, instinctively. Glancing upward, when he saw the figure, he was even more stunned. Did Instructor Zhuge bring you here? Are you a new recruit from Division 9? Yes. Fong Xian answered the moment
he spoke. The squad and the three awakened opponents erupted into another round of fierce combat. The squad leader wielded an electric-based ability, making him a level 3 combatant. On the opposing side, the burly man with the spectral ability was also level 3. The two sides were evenly matched, locked in a brutal stalemate. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the burly man suddenly retreated a few steps, pressing a hand to the ground. A strange sigil appeared on the ground. With a swift pull and lift of his hand, the ground split open. A corpse, resembling a zombie, crawled out of the fissure, its body oozing with sickly, foul-smelling slime. The corpse was also at level 3 combat strength. The burly man's face twisted into a menacing grin. You're all dead meat. Fall back, the squad member guarding Fong Xian shouted, immediately moving to protect him. Fong Xian had claimed he was brought here by the white-haired man, but he was still in pajamas. The squad member thought to himself, Instructor Zhuge must have yanked this rookie straight out of bed and tossed him into this brutal battlefield. After all, Instructor Zhuge never follows conventional rules. For Division 9, the so-called monster unit, throwing a greenhorn into combat isn't out of the ordinary. Stay behind me, the squad member urged. Every recruit from Division 9 was a promising talent, and the squad couldn't afford to lose one. Frankly, this wasn't just training for the new recruit, it was a test for the veterans, too. But then, out of nowhere, Fong Xian suddenly dashed forward. Hey, what are you doing? The squad member yelled. The burly man, who had just summoned the zombie, sneered as he saw Fong Xian charging at him. Not bad. You'll make a fine zombie. The squad leader, catching Fong Xian's movement out of the corner of his eye, shouted mid-fight, Hey! What are you? Before he could finish, Fong Xian had already leapt into the air. His elbow was like a blade, his knee like a spear. Fong Xian's knee slammed into the burly man's face with devastating force. Blood and flesh splattered as the man's face instantly became a mangled mess. Fong Xian wrapped his arms around the burly man's head, locking it between his knees. With a swift twist of his waist, a sickening crack echoed. The man's neck snapped, and he dropped to the ground, lifeless. The movement was clean, precise, and utterly ruthless. As the burly man died, the zombie he had summoned slumped over, lifeless, as if its power source had been cut. Before the burly man's body even hit the ground, Fong Xian pushed off it, his smart link device emitting a crimson laser blade. With one fluid motion, he drove the blade straight through the forehead of another awakened, pulling the blade free. Fong Xian executed a reverse slash. The laser blade extended from under his armpit, piercing the heart of the last remaining awakened. Fong Xian retracted the blade. Though it sounded complicated, everything happened in the blink of an eye. High above, Zhuge Han watched Fong Xian intently, a slow smile spreading across his face. Not bad. Fong Xian tucked his smart link device back into the pocket of his pajamas, crouching down to pull off a pair of shoes from one of the fallen awakened that seemed close to his size. He gave them a sniff, gagged, and immediately tossed them aside. When he turned around, he saw the entire squad staring at him. Their faces were filled with utter disbelief. Is this the true strength of a new recruit from the 9th Division? No wonder they're about to enter the monster room. A rookie this powerful? What rules? What restrictions? To have 3rd level combat power before even officially enrolling, this is top tier, even in the 9th Division. Sure, the quirk of sniffing shoes off of corpses is a bit odd, but that's irrelevant. What genius doesn't have their eccentricities? The squad leader stepped forward and saluted Fong Xian. Hello, I'm Tian Junhui from the 6th Division. Fong Xian quickly stood up, noticing a badge on his chest. The badge bore the characters for Yunting and Lu. Good day, sir. My name is Fong Xian. Fong Xian returned the salute. The other squad members also saluted Fong Xian one by one. Tian Junhui hurriedly covered Fong Xian's mouth. No, brother, don't call me sir. You're a new recruit from the 9th Division, right? The other squad members nodded and smiled. Fong Xian looked a little puzzled but still nodded, yes. Tian Junhui laughed and said, a new recruit from the 9th Division is about on par with a squad leader from the other divisions. Don't call me sir. I can't handle that kind of title. Fong Xian froze for a moment. It seemed the treatment of the 9th Division was indeed extraordinary. Tian Junhui continued, so, are you planning to join us for the next operation? Fong Xian maintained his one-legged stance. I'm fine with anything, but first, I need to find an Esper who doesn't have stinky feet to deal with these shoes. Only then did everyone notice Fong Xin was barefoot. No wonder he sniffed the shoes before pulling them off the Espers earlier. It was because of this. The corpses on the ground were scanned by the intelligence device and disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, a light flashed from Fong Xin's pajama pocket. He pulled it out to take a look. His bank card displayed a number. At first, 100 flashed briefly, then the number changed to 520. Earlier, those 3 Espers, 2 were at level 2, and 1 was at level 3. Combined, they could be exchanged for 700 points. Tian Junhui's team had sustained 40% of the damage, while Fong Xin had handled 60%. Therefore, the points were distributed proportionally, with
Fong Xin earning 60% of the total. Of Fong Xin felt a little embarrassed.
I kind of stole your points. How about this? You guys team up with me to deal damage, and we'll work together to clear through quickly. As long as the numbers are high enough, the points will naturally increase, right? Tian Junhui glanced at his teammates. Everyone nodded in agreement. They'd already witnessed Fong Xin's strength. As long as the quantity was there, farming damage for points was no problem.
No problem. He raised his wrist, and the watch face projected a 3D map of Lan City.
On the map, numerous red dots represented Espers moving about. Fong Xin stared curiously at the watch, remembering the first time he met Ellie. She had something similar. What is this? He asked. Tian Junhui explained. This is a Sky Shield watch. It looks like a wristwatch but also has storage functionality. It's issued after graduating from the training camp and is a symbol of identity. However, your 9th Division training camp graduates get Sky Shield rings, which are more advanced than ours.
Fong Xin suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Tian Junhui pointed at a few red dots and asked Fong Xin, there are a few runaway Espers here. Should we head over?
Sure.
Tian Junhui noticed Fong Xin
was still barefoot. He turned his wrist and took out a pair of shoes from his storage device.
New shoes, if you don't mind, they're yours. Fong Xin accepted the shoes gratefully. Thank you so much. Why would I mind? He put on the shoes. Alright, let's head out.
The team charged toward the red dots. Half an hour later, Tian Junhui and his teammates beamed with
excitement. In just half an hour, Fong Xin had led the team to swiftly eliminate 4 Esper squads. They focused on dealing damage while Fong Xin finished them off, splitting the
points nearly evenly. Fong Xin watched as the points on his card increased from 520 to 1570. Tian Junhui told him that to check point balances in the future, all he needed to do was place the card on the intelligence device, but the Espers weren't fully cleared yet.
Tian Junhui selected another Esper squad but sought Fong Xin's opinion first. Clearly, everyone already viewed Fong Xin as the core leader. Of Fong Xin glanced at the enemies. The squad consisted of 5 members, 2 at level 3, 2 at level 2, and 1 at level 1. Let's do it. Fong Xin had long grown accustomed to dealing with Espers.
These people had committed too many atrocities. Eliminating them carried no emotional burden. A few minutes later, Fong Xin led the team into battle against the enemies. At the start, Fong Xin severely injured a level 3 Esper, then let his teammates deal damage while he stood by, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, until the lowest level Esper, a young boy with an ugly face and sinister triangular eyes, suddenly shouted, "Grandpa!
Grandma! Save me!"
Fong Xin's heart tightened. Relying on his sensory talent, a strong sense of danger surged within him. He immediately dodged. The ground cracked open, and a massive centipede burst forth from beneath the earth. Its gaping maw, full of sharp fangs, snapped ferociously toward where Fong Xin had just been standing. Missing its target, the centipede coiled its body and lunged toward the nearest teammate. That teammate was just about to run when a voice rang out, "Try to run, and I'll trip you." As the words fell, the teammate inexplicably tripped over himself. The centipede seized the opportunity to bite off his leg. The centipede fully emerged from the earth, with an elderly couple seated on its back. Their faces were grim, and blood stained the corner of the old man's mouth.
His yellowed eyes locked onto Fong Xin. "Young man, your strength talent is impressive."
"Old lady, drain his blood.
For our precious grandson to drink, it'll nourish him nicely."
The old woman, who resembled a witch, let out a chilling laugh.
Not bad, not bad. He'll definitely have plenty of blood to drain. Old man, you take a bowl, I'll take a bowl, and the rest goes to our dear grandson.
Beep, beep, beep. Tian Junhui glanced at the alert on his wrist, his expression turning serious. The screen first flashed 3 red dots, then changed to 4 red dots.
A level 4 beast tamer. and a level 3 Hexmaster. Fong Xian looked up but noticed that Zhu Gahang
had vanished into the night sky, leaving no trace of where he had gone. He couldn't help but touch his ring. Zhu Gahang possessed immense magical power, and no one knew where he was hiding, so for now, the plan was to hold off on using the killing talent. Fortunately, the ring carried both an invisibility cloak and a revolver. One shot was enough to take down an old man with level 4 combat strength. Tian Junhui and a few team members dragged back the teammate who had a broken leg. Without hesitation, they prepared to call their superior captain for support, requesting backup. Please, the old woman perched on the centipede's back let out a cold laugh. Dare to call for backup? Your tongues will rot. Just as Tian Junhui and his men opened their mouths, they groaned in pain, spitting out a stream of dark, viscous blood. Fong Xian's eyebrows shot up, his eyes widening in shock. What the hell was the curse from the witchcraft talent really this terrifying? The old woman's brown eyes locked onto Fong Xian, glinting with greed. Ran into this old couple and still think you can live? Don't even dream about it, old man. Kill him and let our precious grandson drink his blood. The massive centipede reared its upper body high into the air. The old man on its back licked the blood-stained corners of his lips, clearly having just drunk human blood. His gray-blue eyes glimmered with a ghostly light as he stared unrelentingly at Fong Xian. He slapped the centipede's back. Kill him for me. The nearly 10-meter-long centipede opened its massive, blood-soaked maw, emitting a piercing screech as it lunged ferociously at Fong Xian. Tian Junhui and several others didn't hesitate, throwing out their intelligence-linked devices and quickly forming a hemispherical barrier to shield everyone. Hold the barrier no matter what. Call for reinforcements immediately. Tian Junhui's words were slurred, black blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The team members around him hastily sent out distress signals as well. The centipede opened its enormous jaws and bit down viciously on the barrier. A deafening boom echoed, reverberating like a sonic explosion. Not far away, an old woman clutched a drum made of human skin. As her wrist twisted, the drum emitted an eerie, head-spinning sound. She opened her mouth, revealing yellowed teeth, and let out a harsh, grating screech, like nails scraping against metal. If you don't open the barrier, you're all doomed. The barrier's light was visibly dimming. Tian Junhui remained calm. Xiao Chang, your psychic abilities counter witchcraft. Attack her. Before he even finished speaking, a young man beside him locked his gaze on the old woman, releasing transparent psychic daggers that shot straight at her head. Unexpectedly, the old woman pulled out a strange scarf from who knows where and draped it over her head, completely blocking the psychic attack. She sneered maliciously. Old man, go for the barrier from below. The old man nodded, stood up, and stomped his foot. Beneath him, the centipede suddenly burrowed into the ground. Tian Junhui's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Tile." The unassuming young man beside him slapped his hands onto the ground, instantly turning the surface as hard as iron. The enormous centipede used its head to shove up a section of the ground right where the barrier was located. It pushed upward with all its might, attempting to lift the barrier and everyone inside into the air, only to slam them down again with devastating force. Tian Junhui's face was grim, his expression taut as he forced himself to remain calm. Glancing at the display on his wrist, he saw several blue markers converging rapidly toward their location. Fong Xian, don't worry, reinforcements are almost here. Wait, where's Fong Xian? Tian Junhui's voice was weak, his mouth still bleeding black, but as his gaze swept the scene, he realized Fong Xian was gone. The other team members exchanged puzzled looks. Fong Xian had been standing at the back of their group just moments ago, but everyone had been too focused on the enemy's attacks to notice when he had suddenly disappeared. The group's expressions grew heavy with concern. As the barrier was on the verge of collapse, a gunshot rang out from a distance. The Beastmaster old man's head burst like a watermelon, struck by the fiery flash from just a meter away. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering across the old woman's face. The old woman shrieked in terror. "If you don't dare take off that invisibility cloak, your entire family." Before she could finish, Fong Xian, cloaked in invisibility, appeared directly in front of her. With a swift twist of his waist, he threw a powerful punch. The old woman's jaw snapped sideways, half her teeth flying out as her body was sent hurtling through the air. Fong Xian's talent lay in his overwhelming physical strength. Though strength-based abilities were often looked down upon by other awakened individuals as crude and unrefined, in close-quarters combat, they were undeniably king. A single punch could leave an enemy gravely injured. Some awakened individuals even trained their bodies specifically to survive blows from strength-based attackers.
The old woman, struck by Fong Xian's punch, flew through the air like
a brittle leaf in the wind.
Worried she might not be fully dead, Fong Xian darted forward and delivered another punch, slamming her head directly
into a wall. Who are you cursing to have their whole family die? My parents are already dead. Your damn curses don't work on me, Fong Xian muttered, as he kicked the old woman's body twice out of sheer frustration. Everything had happened so quickly that no one, on either side, had time to react until both the old man and the old woman were down. On the other side, the massive centipede let out a furious screech, thrashing wildly and destroying several walls in its rage. Fong Xian, still cloaked in invisibility, sprinted toward the enemy squad. One punch per enemy, each blow landing with deadly precision. In mere moments, the entire enemy team had been wiped out by Fong Xian alone. One by one, the enemies fell. Faint, blood-red glimmers emanated from their bodies, swiftly merging into Fong Xian's own. The entire scene unfolded so rapidly that no one noticed anything unusual. When the blood-red light from the Beastmaster old man finally fused into Fong Xian, he immediately felt a strange transformation, as if his own Beastmaster abilities had been somehow enhanced. Fong Xian casually picked up the treasured artifacts and spatial rings of the two elderly individuals, inspecting them briefly. The rings were filled with assorted items. In the pocket of his pajamas, a bank card shimmered brightly, as if pulsating with light. Taking it out for a closer look, Fong Xian discovered that the elderly couple were both on a wanted list, with bounties worth 450 and 350 points respectively. Together, they totaled a full 800 points, all of which now belonged to him. From the 5-person squad, Tian Junhui and his team contributed 37% of the damage, while Fong Xian handled 63%. As a result, the total reward was 1,100 points, with Fong Xian earning 693 of them. Now, Fong Xian's total points had reached 3,063. He grinned so wide he could barely close his mouth. Thinking about how those points could be converted into cash, it amounted to over 30 million. In the distance, a team approached swiftly. Their chest badges bore the character Lu, representing the 6th Division. Seeing Tian Junhui and his group with black blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, the pile of corpses on the ground, and Fong Xian standing in the middle in his pajamas, grinning foolishly, the team immediately went on high alert, aiming their weapons at Fong Xian. Tian Junhui quickly grabbed the arm of their captain. Though his words were slightly slurred, they were still intelligible. Captain Zhang, he's a new recruit from the 9th Division. Captain Zhang froze, staring at the corpses on the ground and then back at Fong Xian. Are you saying that this new recruit from the 9th Division actually killed a level 4 Beastmaster? And a level 3 Witch Doctor, along with a 5-person squad? The entire team that Captain Zhang had brought was stunned. This was simply unbelievable. They all knew that the 9th Division's monster room was full of geniuses, but for a recruit who hadn't even officially enrolled yet to take down a level 4 Beastmaster, a level 3 Witch Doctor, and an entire squad, it was beyond astonishing. Is he already at level 4? Captain Zhang asked nervously. After all, someone so young reaching level 4 was a rarity in the entire history of the Dragon Nation. Fong Xian slipped the card back into his pocket and glanced at Captain Zhang. Not as impressive as you think. I just hit level 3. I only managed to kill them because I had the help of some artifacts. Captain Zhang smacked his lips. Even at level 3, that's already really strong. At the 9th Division, you'd be considered top tier. Fong Xian pointed at the massive centipede still writhing on the ground. What about this thing? How do we deal with it? You killed the Beastmaster, so the centipede is your war trophy. How you handle it is entirely up to you. Before Fong Xian could respond, a voice rang out. Since you have a Beastmaster talent, why not tame it? A white-haired man appeared out of thin air, walking down a staircase made of space itself. He stopped about 30 centimeters above the ground, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Instructor Zhuge. All the team members immediately saluted. Zhuge Hong merely nodded lightly. Earlier, when Fong Xian was in danger, the white-haired man had been watching from above Lan City. When he saw Fong Xian eliminate the elderly couple in the squad, a satisfied smile had appeared on his face. Fong Xian knew that Instructor Zhuge was always everywhere, which was why he hadn't used his slaughter talent earlier, choosing instead to proceed cautiously.
Hearing Zhuge's words, Fang Xian glanced at the massive centipede and shook his head. Too ugly. I don't want it.
In his mind, he compared it to the majestic Qilin from his journal.
This centipede didn't even come close. This is a level 4 mud dragon centipede.
Its growth potential is very high, it could accompany you up to level 10.
Zhuge Hong reminded him. Can I trade it for something else? You can.
If you don't want it, you can exchange it for something comparable at the Beast Palace, Zhuge
Hong replied with a nod.
With a snap of his fingers, the centipede vanished instantly. The team members from the 6th Division looked at Fang Xian
with envy.
This white-haired man was publicly recognized as the 9th Division's strongest genius.
With his support, Fang Xian's future was limitless. Oh, I almost forgot. Your Beastmaster talent hasn't fully awakened yet. I'll take you to the Beast Palace to activate it. Snap. A crisp
snap of Zhuge Hang's fingers echoed, and the scenery around them shifted rapidly. They first appeared atop a mountain peak, but the landscape continued
to twist and transform. After 3 transitions, they finally arrived in a luxurious bedroom. On the massive bed lay a man with a face full of stubble, long hair cascading over his shoulders, and a chest covered in dense hair. Flanking him were 2 stunning beauties of completely different styles. The 3 of them looked like they just experienced an intense battle. At the moment, they were all sound asleep. Zhuge Hong sat down in a chair, pouring himself a cup of tea. He sipped leisurely, his expression relaxed. Suddenly, a mass of black mist surged up from under the large bed. A massive shadow emerged from beneath the bed. It looked like a giant serpent. Upon closer inspection, it was a black venomous snake with a large lump on its forehead. It was only 1 step away from transforming into a flood dragon. The snake opened its blood-red jaws and lunged fiercely at Zhuge Hang. Zhuge Hong ducked his head, narrowly avoiding the attack. The momentum caused his sunglasses to slide slightly, revealing a pair of eyes flashing with blinding lightning. Get out, he roared coldly.
A trace of fear flashed in the snake's ferocious eyes.
It quickly recoiled to the edge of the bed, nudging the burly bearded man sleeping on it.
The man was startled awake. When he saw Zhuge Hong casually sipping
tea, he immediately became fully alert.
With a mix of irritation and helplessness, he asked, Mr. Zhuge,
what are you doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Zhuge Hong swirled the lid of his teacup, stirring the tea leaves, and took a light sip. I heard that the master of the Beast Palace has an exceptional talent for taming beasts.
I didn't expect you to be just as skilled at taming people.
The bearded man sat up in bed.
The 2 women beside him had also been startled awake. When they saw 2 strangers in the room, they clung tightly to the beast palace master, trembling in fear.
The master reassured them, signaling that everything was fine. Mr. Zhuge, what brings you to the Beast Palace?
In the dead of night, the Beast Palace master asked.
Zhuge Hong adjusted his sunglasses, covering his eyes. Put the gun down first. I don't like being aimed at with a weapon.
The master quickly grabbed a pair of shorts from nearby, pulled them on, and threw on a golden robe before getting
out of bed. Now, can you tell me why you've come here at this hour? I've recruited a new student with a beast-taming affinity. I brought him
to the Beast Palace for a complete awakening and to help him choose 2 suitable ferocious beasts to form contracts with.
The master of the Beast Palace frowned, glancing at Fang Xian, who was still in his sleepwear. You came all the way here in the middle of the night just for that?
The
master sat back down.
I have other matters during the day, I didn't have time to bring him then.
The master's eyes scanned Fang Xian, noticing
traces of blood on his sleeves and shoes.
A beast-taming talent worthy of your attention?
That must be at least S level, right?
Yes, S level, and without the use of any enhancers. The master froze while tying his robe. No enhancers? Then that's an SS level beast-taming talent? As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Fang Xian like a predator sizing up its prey, his eyes gleaming. Mr. Zhuge, would you consider letting us have him here at the Beast Palace? No. Mr. Zhuge, the 9th Division is strong, but everyone has their specialties. Our Beast Palace leads the field in taming abilities.
Give him to me, and I'll train him to his full potential.
The master's gaze lingered on Fang Xian, as if he were a wolf eyeing a lamb, practically drooling. But Zhuge Hong refused decisively. No. Why not? With his talent, he's better off being trained here at the Beast Palace. Zhuge Hong set his teacup aside. Beast taming isn't his primary talent. What? An SS-level beast taming talent isn't his main ability? Then, what is it? The master stood up, visibly agitated. SSS level strength affinity. The master clasped his hands behind his back, circling Fong Xin. While forcing a smile he thought was friendly. He patted Fong Xin's shoulder. Young man, what's your name? Fong Xin. The master pondered for a moment. Fong Xin? I don't recall seeing your name on the list of SSS level talents this year. Zhuge Hong chuckled. Didn't I just say? He hasn't used any enhancers. The master smacked his forehead, his eyes brimming with envy. All the best talents get snatched up by you at the 9th division. Sighing, he sat back down and poured himself a cup of tea. Mr. Zhuge, we've known each other for years. You know I'm half a businessman. At heart, I always weigh the benefits first. Awakening a beast-taming talent here at the Beast Palace has distinct advantages. It enhances future relations with beasts and makes forming contracts much easier. Zhuge Hang spoke bluntly, the Myriad Beasts Palace helps him awaken, and I'll give you some valuable information. The palace master tugged at the edge of his robe. Weren't you just saying you'd send him a ferocious beast? Zhuge Hong snapped his fingers with a crisp snap, and a massive centipede appeared in the bedroom. This one, he found himself. All you need to do is exchange it for a beast of the same level. Of course, if you want to establish a good relationship with him, you could send him something more advanced. Completely up to you. The palace master chuckled and gave Fong Xin another glance, his eyes clearly indicating a desire to keep him in the Myriad Beasts Palace. But standing before this white-haired man, competing for someone seemed out of the question. In the end, he held back. All right. Then what's the information you mentioned earlier? The palace master asked again, and Zhuge Hong flashed his signature grin, his white teeth gleaming. Let him awaken first. After that, I'll tell you. I guarantee this information will keep you so excited tonight you won't be able to sleep. The palace master stood up. Mr. Zhuge, within the Sky Shield Bureau, you're my favorite business partner. I only consider you a friend. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? So, ready for the awakening? Let's go. I'll take you there. Zhuge Hong laughed. Why make things complicated? As soon as the words fell, the surrounding environment began to distort and blur. In the blink of an eye, Fong Xin found himself standing at the foot of a mountain. A winding mountain path snaked its way to the summit, with dense trees on either side obscuring the view. The palace master clicked his tongue. Spatial affinity truly is the pinnacle among all abilities. Zhuge Hong tilted his head, motioning for the palace master to lead the way, casually remarking, strong individual abilities don't necessarily imply stronger talent. The palace master burst into hearty laughter, the night wind lifting his golden robe to reveal a chest covered in thick hair. As they walked and talked, the palace master asked, I heard a rumor that you're getting a promotion, Mr. Zhuge. Any truth to that? Zhuge Hong responded with a knowing smile. Who'd you hear that from? Overheard it while chatting with some folks from the Five Elements Alliance the other day. Zhuge Hong continued climbing. They gave me two options, either become the governor of the Red Lotus district under the church or pick any one of 8 other divisions to head as director. The palace master paused briefly, but then resumed walking. So, which did you choose? I went straight to the old geezer in charge of signing transfer orders. After a bit of friendly negotiation, he agreed to let me stay in the 9th division. No transfers, no changes. The palace master glanced back at Zhuge Hang. Becoming the governor of the Red Lotus district under the church, that's a big promotion. Zhuge Hong sneered. Those old priests in the church are nothing but con artists and power-hungry schemers. They're useless and annoying to deal with. The palace master, as if jolted by electricity, hurriedly covered Zhuge Hang's mouth. You can't just say things like that. Zhuge Hong brushed his hand away in disdain. I said it. If they want trouble, they can come find me. The palace master kept glancing around nervously, as though afraid someone might overhear. He dropped the topic and continued. Leading Zhuge Hang and Fong Xin up the mountain. At the summit, there was a massive altar. At the center of the altar stood a grand staircase. The staircase had 9 levels. Upon closer inspection, the steps were entirely covered with the bones of dragons. The topmost step, the 9th level, was where the dragon's skull lay. Zhuge Hong tilted his head toward Fong Xin, signaling him. Go on. Climb as far as you can. The palace master interjected with a reminder. Once you're up there, if the pressure becomes overwhelming, stop and stay put. Try to hold out as long as you can. Especially on the last 3 steps,
Be cautious and don't push yourself too hard.
But with your SS rank Beastmaster talent, you should be able
to endure a good while on the 8th step if you grit your teeth.
Fong Xian asked curiously, what's the benefit of staying up there?
The palace.
Master patiently explained, by absorbing the aura of the dragon bones, your Beastmaster talent will awaken. The dragon's aura will merge with your own.
The longer you stay, the more of the dragon's aura you'll absorb into your body.
Later, when you want to form contracts with spirit beasts,
or even divine beasts, others might take 3 hours, but for you, it'll only take 3 minutes.
Fong Xian stepped onto the staircase. He immediately
felt an unusual aura, reminiscent of a wild beast's presence, carrying a palpable pressure.
He climbed 4 steps in one go. With each rise,
the pressure increased, like being stared down by a beast king.
Yet Fong Xian felt no strain and quickly reached the 7th step.
The pressure intensified significantly, but it still wasn't too challenging for him.
He pressed forward to the 8th step.
The pressure on the 8th step nearly doubled that of the 7th, and his heartbeat quickened slightly. But he could handle it entirely.
Fong Xian looked up at the 9th step, his gaze
filled with an intense desire to conquer the challenge. The chief steward of the palace couldn't help but drool.
It seems like he's already at his limit. An SS-level Beastmaster talent is a treasure in the Myriad Beast Palace. If no one with an SSS-level Beastmaster talent appears, he's
got a strong chance of becoming the future palace master.
As soon as she finished speaking, Fong Xian took another step and ascended to the 9th level. What is he trying to do?
The palace master of the Myriad Beast Palace couldn't help but cry out in shock upon seeing this.
Zhu Hang also displayed a look of confusion. If he can't withstand the pressure from the true dragon aura, he might directly explode and die. The chief steward quickly reminded him. Zhu Hang watched silently for a few seconds before saying, if he can go up there, it means he's mentally prepared.
Don't rush, just watch quietly. But young people these days love to show off.
He might not even realize the intensity of the 9th level.
The
chief steward cautioned again. Zhu Hang gave him a sideways glance.
Old Shang, are you afraid something might go wrong on the 9th level, and
I'll have to take the blame? Relax, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility.
The chief steward gave an awkward smile.
I'm just concerned.
Such a rare gem, how can we just watch him die in front of us? As they spoke, the chief steward kept his eyes fixed on Fong Xian.
Fong Xian had been
standing on the 9th step for over 10 seconds, his face slightly flushed as if he'd been exercising, but otherwise, he showed no abnormalities.
That doesn't make sense. Only someone with an SSS-level talent should be able to stand there, the chief steward muttered in confusion.
Zhu Hang appeared equally surprised. He understood the significance of the 9th level all too well.
After thinking for a moment, he guessed, maybe he has a strength-type talent? The chief steward nodded. That's the only explanation. A strength-type talent and SSS level 1, no less, would make his body much tougher than the average beast.
Master.
That would make sense. Time ticked by second. Fong Xian could feel a strange aura merging with the energy inside his body.
His demeanor became more rugged and wild, exuding
an indescribable aura of authority. In the history of the Myriad Beast Palace, what's the record for staying on the 9th level?
The chief steward recalled, our founding ancestor stayed for
a full 40 minutes. The current retired palace master lasted 32 minutes.
The third longest was only 13 minutes.
All three triggered celestial phenomena and drew the worship of myriad beasts. I myself have an SS-level beast master talent.
I tried before, but I could only last 2 minutes before I couldn't take it anymore.
This new recruit of yours has an SS-level beast master talent and a top-tier strength-type talent. He should be able to hold out a bit longer.
But the true dragon's aura is so pure, no matter how strong his body is, there's still a limit. Zhu Hang said nothing, continuing to quietly observe Fong Xian.
At this moment, apart from a slightly elevated heart rate, Fong Xian showed no signs of discomfort.
The mysterious aura was still
merging with him. 10 minutes passed.
The chief steward was starting to get restless, craning his neck to look up, his eyes wide with disbelief.
10 minutes? How is this possible? Could he already be dead up there? Sitting cross-legged, Fong Xian opened his eyes and signaled that he was fine.
The chief steward froze for a moment.
From this far away, he can hear us talking? Zhu Hang chuckled lightly.
I forgot to mention, without using any potions, his sensory talent is S-level. The chief steward's eyes grew even wider, filled with envy, as if he were looking at an invaluable treasure.
You've really struck gold this time. He glanced at the time again. He's already lasted 11 minutes, he's close to surpassing the third best record in the history of the Myriad Beast Palace. Before their very eyes, a faint purple aura began swirling around Fong Xian. Many of the lower-ranked fierce beasts and spirit beasts in the Myriad Beast Palace started becoming restless, growling softly. 2 minutes later, the chief steward slapped his furry thigh and stood up. He's surpassed the third best record in the Myriad Beast Palace. The aura surrounding Fong Xian had grown thicker and denser. Throughout the Myriad Beast Palace, lower-tier fierce beasts frequently let out loud roars. In the wilds, a deer carrying a monkey on its back sprinted rapidly toward the palace. The chief steward looked at them. The deer and monkey both fixed their gaze on Fong Xian, standing on the 9th level. A few seconds later, the deer turned its head to look at Zhuge Hang. Zhuge Hang gave a warm smile. "Good evening." The next moment, the deer spoke, its voice carrying a magnetic female tone. "Mr. Zhuge, what is this?" "A new recruit on the 9th level." The two of them focused intently on Fong Xian, standing atop the 9th level. Time continued to pass. Fong Xian had already lasted 20 minutes. The aura surrounding him grew even thicker and more powerful. Mid-tier fierce beasts and spirit beasts began to grow agitated and uneasy. The entire Myriad Beast Palace became lively and chaotic. Even the atmosphere in the skies above the mountains seemed to grow tense. The clear night sky suddenly gathered thick layers of fog. In the haze, a terrifying figure seemed to flicker in and out of view. 20 minutes. Chief Shang gulped nervously. From the distance came the roar of a tiger. A majestic white tiger streaked across the ground with incredible speed, stopping not far away. Its golden eyes glared intently at Fong Xian. Right after, a brilliantly colored, unknown fierce bird descended from the sky, circling above before perching atop a treetop. Its gaze also locked on Fong Xian. Then, a wild boar, as tall as a man, charged forward, halting in front of the group. Its scarlet eyes fixed on Fong Xian as well. "Good evening, everyone." Zhuge Hang greeted the crowd with impeccable politeness. "The 9th batch of new trainees," the boar asked in a gruff, gravelly voice, its two tusks, one snapped in half, the other gleaming coldly shifting as it spoke. "Yes. An SSS grade beast taming talent," the boar pressed further. Among the 3 people who had accompanied them, Chief Shang's demeanor became noticeably more respectful. He patiently explained, "No, it's an SS grade beast taming talent, but paired with an SSS grade strength talent." Seconds ticked by. Time passed minute by minute. Half an hour had elapsed. The faint purple aura around Fong Xian split into 2 streams, swirling joyfully around him. Up in the sky, the dense clouds churned. A colossal dragon's head slowly emerged from within the clouds. An overwhelming and oppressive aura swept across the surroundings. The dragon's roar thundered across the sky. In an instant, every fierce beast and spirit beast within the Beast Palace went into a frenzy. Everyone was roused from their stupor. Chief Shang's eyes widened to the size of saucers. Half an hour. 31 minutes. 32 minutes. 33 minutes. At 32 minutes, Chief Shang clutched his head in excitement. He surpassed the second strongest in the history of the Beast Palace. The others were too stunned to speak. The commotion within the Beast Palace grew louder and louder, as if the entire world were ignited by the roars of these feral creatures. All eyes were fixed on Fong Xian. 34 minutes. 35 minutes. The Beast Palace's elites kept their gaze firmly on Fong Xian as he steadily climbed closer to the heights of the Beast Palace's founding master. If he truly surpassed the founder, they would stop at nothing to keep this young man here. 37 minutes. 38 minutes. Fong Xian's face turned bright red. He glanced down at the back of his hand. He could clearly feel it as this aura fused into his body. He could hold on a little longer, but his slaughter talent was on the verge of losing control. 39 minutes. Just 1 minute shy of being on par with the founder. Fong Xian suddenly stood up, forcefully, cutting off all the processes. The clouds in the sky churned. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. Its might pressed in all directions. Every beast in the Beast Palace bowed in unison. So close. Just a little more and he would have surpassed the founder. Chief Shang licked his lips nervously, his forehead drenched in sweat. What started as a simple favor had stirred up a storm of unprecedented proportions. It even triggered a celestial phenomenon, beasts bowing in reverence. The onlooking deer, monkeys, white tiger, colorful bird, and wild boar were all stunned, their expressions varying. Especially the wild boar closest to Fong Xin, it looked as though it was about to make a move to seize him. At that moment, a sparrow fluttered over, its wings beating as it landed in front of Chief Shang. Chief Shang quickly reached out his hand to catch the sparrow. Old Palace Master. The sparrow's gaze fixed on Fong Xin, then tilted its head to glance at a white-haired, handsome young man with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his lips, Zhuge Heng. The next moment, the sparrow spoke in an aged voice. What? A remarkable talent. Young man of the Zhuge family, give this child to our beast palace, and I'll gift you a 12th tier divine beast with battle power. What do you say? Zhuge Heng's lips curled into a smile. A 12th tier divine beast? The old palace master sure is generous. So, you agree? I don't agree. Zhuge Heng refused outright. The sparrow let out its aged voice again. 13th tier. I'll give you a 13th tier divine beast. It's a steal, this kid placed in your 9th division? Your beast tamers there can't possibly train him. Such a promising talent can't just go to waste. Zhuge Heng still shook his head. I don't agree. Nearby, a wild boar, with blood-red eyes and gleaming tusks, radiated a ferocious aura. Old palace master, stop wasting your breath. Just snatch the boy already. A massive white tiger coiled its enormous body, seemingly in agreement with the wild boar's suggestion. The king character on its forehead exuded a chilling, murderous intent. The seven-colored bird looked conflicted, while the monkey and the stag with sprawling antlers appeared torn, hesitating. Zhuge Heng nodded slightly. His sunglasses slid down just enough to reveal his piercing eyes. Boom! The sky instantly erupted with thunder and lightning, as if a thunder pool hovered above. Fearless, Zhuge Heng casually slid one hand into his pocket while raising the other. A ball of lightning appeared in his palm, distorting the space around it. A sly grin spread across his face. Want to give it a try? The sparrow coughed lightly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The deputy palace master quickly interjected. Mr. Zhuge, didn't you say you have some news that would excite us all so much we wouldn't be able to sleep tonight? Old palace master, Mr. Zhuge mentioned. This news is worth trading for awakening the new recruit's talent. The sparrow tilted its head to look at Zhuge Heng. What news? To everyone's surprise, Zhuge Heng chuckled. I've changed my mind. Not only should his talent be awakened, but you should also help him find a suitable spirit beast. The deputy palace master coughed nervously. Zhuge, wasn't that not what you said earlier? That was before your beast palace decided to make a move. The psychological toll on me and this kid needs to be compensated, don't you think? White-haired brat, you're causing trouble in our beast palace. Did you pick the wrong place? The wild boar growled. Zhuge Heng remained unfazed. Your beast palace can't stop me. Maybe not stop you, but we can make you suffer. And you can forget about taking this promising seedling with you. He's been personally selected by Old Master Yi for special training. Let's see when Old Master Yi decides to come and settle accounts with your beast palace. Zhuge Heng's words left everyone in the beast palace momentarily stunned. The sparrow quickly changed the subject. What exactly is the news you mentioned earlier? Let him pick his spirit beast first. The sparrow fell silent for a few seconds before flapping its wings. A flash of light appeared, and a small mountain materialized in the air, with numerous spirit beasts roaming about. Choose. The sparrow's tone softened as it addressed Fong Xin. Fong Xin, tense for a long time, hadn't expected these people to actually consider fighting over him. He couldn't help but glance at Zhuge Heng. This white-haired guy was incredible, storming into someone else's territory, facing so many powerful figures in their lair, without showing a hint of fear. Fong Xin's gaze shifted toward the floating mountain in the air, where the words Beast Mountain glimmered in golden light. This was clearly a treasure artifact. Fong Xin didn't know its rank, but it was definitely far superior to the aquarium-like artifact he had seen earlier. Inside the artifact, there were countless miniaturized spirit beasts. Zhuge Heng reminded him, pick the one you feel the strongest connection with. Fong Xin's eyes eventually settled on two wolves. One black, one white. The moment he saw them, Fong Xin felt the blood in his body rushing toward his palm, where the slaughter rune resided. Both his beast-taming talent and his slaughtering talent seemed to resonate deeply with these two wolves. I want them. Zhuge Heng advised, they're only 3rd tier. How about picking a stronger one? See that bear lounging in the cave? It's at the peak of the 4th tier. Massive potential, it could reach the 12th tier in the future. Pick that one, and once your strength reaches the 4th level, you can form a contract with it. White-haired kid, the boy can pick whatever he wants.
He's already made his choice. The wild boar interrupted. The sparrow turned to Fong Xin. You've made your decision? Fong Xin nodded. I've made my choice. Very well. The sparrow flapped its wings once more, and in an instant, the black and white wolves appeared before Fong Xin. The two wolves stood in front of Fong Xin, locking eyes with him for just a moment before seemingly recognizing him as their master. The black wolf had a speed-based affinity, while the white wolf had a spiritual-based affinity. Fong Xin placed a hand on the foreheads of both wolves. A faint glimmer flashed across the foreheads of the two wolves. Fong Xin merged his own aura with those tiny points of light. In just a moment, Fong Xin established a connection with the two wolves. When he closed his eyes, not only could he control them, but he could also switch to their perspectives. The sparrows, white tigers, and wild boars before him, these spirit beasts were being used by their beast masters to communicate with Zhuge Han here. Ordinary beast masters, after awakening their talents, could only form contracts with first-tier spirit beasts. The relationship between beast masters and their spirit beasts was mutual. As the spirit beasts grew stronger, the beast master's power would also increase. The more talented a beast master was, the stronger the spirit beasts they could contract with, and they could even form contracts with multiple spirit beasts or snatch spirit beasts from other beast masters. Fong Xin, now at third-tier strength, could easily form contracts with third-tier spirit beasts. When everything concluded, the two wolves transformed into streams of light, diving into Fong Xin's arm, where the wolf tattoo on his arm briefly shimmered. These two wolves seemed to have some connection to his slaughter talent, but with so many people around, Fong Xin decided to wait until he was alone to examine it further. Zhuge Han, seeing Fong Xin choose those two wolves, couldn't help but mutter softly. The wild boar let out a faint chuckle. The sparrow flapped its wings, and suddenly, the mountain of 10,000 beasts vanished. An elderly voice echoed once again, "Young man of the Zhuge family, I've granted all your requests. Now, it's time for you to share the information you mentioned." Zhuge Han waved his hand and adjusted his sunglasses, concealing the eyes that harbored the power of thunder pools. The thunder pools in the sky also gradually dissipated. Do you all still remember primordial number 1? At the mention of that name, everyone in the palace of 10,000 beasts froze. Fong Xin also paused, stunned. He knew about it. It was the secret mentioned in those torn newspaper fragments and notebooks. The core secrets of primordial number 1 have long been lost. What's the point of bringing it up? Zhuge Han smiled faintly and said, the professor who developed primordial number 1 had 3 students. When the professor was captured, one student committed suicide, another fled abroad, and the third disappeared. Recently, the student who fled overseas was extradited back. She revealed that during the professor's research on the primordial number 1 serum, he had nurtured a divine beast. This divine beast's strength rivaled that of primordial mythical beasts. Its codename is Qilin. Qilin? The sparrow's voice carried a slight tremor, revealing that the name stirred some intense emotions within it. The other powerful beings in the palace of 10,000 beasts also grew visibly tense. Go on, the sparrow urged impatiently. Zhuge Han maintained his calm demeanor. The student extradited from abroad is now under the control of the church. The powerful figures of the palace of 10,000 beasts fell silent for a few seconds. The church? That complicates things. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Han chuckled. Those church fools are useless. All they care about is fighting for power and prestige, not much else. The remnants of the Eternal Night Army took advantage of their flaws and intercepted the transport, seizing the professor's student during the transfer. This revelation caused the palace's powerful beings to collectively release their oppressive auras. When? Where? The wild boar immediately demanded. Zhuge Han casually touched his ear. That information comes at an extra cost. If you want to know, you'll need to pay more. Name your price. What do you want? Zhuge Han pointed at Fong Xin. After he enrolls, I want Palace Master Shan to personally teach him 1 day every week. Palace Master Shang hesitated briefly but then agreed without a moment's doubt. Deal. May I continue now? Zhuge Han continued. 4 days ago, at Dangyin Mountain, the remnants of the Eternal Night Army, led by someone with the surname Ko, seized the professor's student. Surname Ko? The sparrow's voice faltered before it exclaimed, It's him. Zhuge Han snapped his fingers. I've reviewed the interrogation records of that professor's student. She discovered the Qilin divine beast by accident, but she is certain that her teacher entrusted the Qilin to his most talented, now missing disciple. As for the whereabouts of this disciple, she doesn't know. However, she was deeply involved in the development of Primordial Number 1. You all know the power of Primordial Number 1, don't you? The powerful beings in the palace of 10,000 beasts fell silent, though their intentions were evident. Especially the wild boar, whose eyes gleamed with a single thought seize it, the white tiger and the rainbow bird exchanged a glance before turning to the sparrow, their eyes full of inquiry. Zhuge Hong refrained from speaking further, quietly observing the reactions of these powerful figures. Fang Xian, meanwhile, stared at this assembly of towering powerhouses, feeling like a weak and helpless novice caught in the midst of giants. The most unsettling part was, he knew exactly what they were looking for. All the formulas of Primordial One were hidden in that diary he had found earlier. It truly felt like carrying a treasure in being afraid of attracting attention. Afraid, insert awkward laughter. Although the silence lasted only a few seconds, every second felt extraordinarily long. Sparrow was the first to break the silence. The little brat from the Zhuge family, this is indeed good news. So, shall we leave now? Wait a moment. Sparrow interrupted again. Zhuge Hong stopped in his tracks and turned his head slowly. Old Palace Master, is there something else? With a wave of its wing, Sparrow conjured a treasured artifact of the Myriad Beasts Mountain, and a massive white bear appeared in front of Fang Xian. Fang Xian, isn't it? Yes. Sparrow smiled kindly. Consider this blazing flame bear as my welcome gift to you. Fang Xian looked at the bear. It was the very same one Zhuge Hong had asked him to pick earlier. He glanced over at Zhuge Hong, seeking permission to accept it. Zhuge Hong smiled and said, state your terms. No terms, really. Just consider it a gesture of goodwill. If you ever encounter a disciple of the Myriad Beasts Palace in need while you're out there, lend a hand if you can. That way, we'll have a friendly bond. Zhuge Hong tilted his head and glanced at Fang Xian with a smile. Say thank you. Thank you, Old Palace Master. The Old Palace Master's smile was warm. Come visit the Myriad Beasts Palace whenever you have time. If you have any questions about beast mastery, you're welcome to seek me out. Got it, Old Palace Master. Alright, let's go. Zhuge Hong snapped his fingers. In an instant, their surroundings blurred, and the two of them vanished. The wild boar watched the spot where they disappeared and grumbled in its deep voice, and we're just gonna let him take such a promising kid away? The rainbow-colored bird spoke in a woman's voice. If we tried to forcibly keep that kid, that white-haired one definitely wouldn't let it slide. If it came to a fight, all of us here combined could indeed heavily wound him, but the Myriad Beasts Palace would then face the dual wrath of the Zhuge family and the 9th Division, something we cannot afford. The wild boar snorted, a puff of white mist escaping its nostrils. As for the matter of the Qilin, Sparrow's tone turned cold. Investigate immediately. Head to the Shadowdine Mountain for clues. Do whatever it takes to reclaim that professor's student from the Evernight Army. Primordial One is far too important to the Myriad Beasts Palace. The scenery shifted rapidly. Fang Xian was back in his bedroom. Zhuge Hong picked up a bag of chips from the table and took a bite. I've taken care of that centipede for you, and your points will be issued shortly. As for that bear, I've created a new dimensional checkpoint and locked it in there. Here, take this dimensional sphere. Once your level is high enough and you're able to control it, crush the sphere, then the bear will appear right in front of you. With a flick of his finger, Zhuge Hong caused a small dimensional sphere to materialize in front of Fang Xian. Fang Xian caught it, intrigued. If I crush it, will you also show up in front of me? Zhuge Hong chuckled. You, my friend, seem to have a knack for getting free favors, don't you? Fang Xian smiled awkwardly. But you can appear in front of me anytime, right? As long as I know your exact location and spatial coordinates, of course. Fang Xian nodded, understanding. Got it. That makes sense. Any other questions? Nope, that's all. I've got things to handle, so I'm off. If you need anything, just give me a call. Oh, by the way, this decapitation mission will last half a month. Make sure to rest during the day. I'll call for you tomorrow at exactly 1 a.m. With that, Zhuge Hong vanished in a flash. Fang Xian lay back on his bed, taking a deep breath. The events of the night had been overwhelming. Outside, faint noises occasionally drifted through the window. He looked up at the night sky. The massive barrier that had once shrouded Lan City was now gone. It seemed tonight's operation had concluded. Lying there for a while, Fang Xian's mind wandered back to those two wolves. Earlier, he had only used his beast mastery talents to control the pair of wolves, but his slaughter talent seemed to resonate better with them. He sat up again, raising his arm. A black light and a white light suddenly appeared. The two wolves were now before him. The black wolf possessed speed-based talents, while the white wolf excelled in psychic talents, and together, they were capable of executing coordinated attacks. The black wolf had a lethal instant kill skill, capable of channeling all its strength into a strike delivered at astonishing speed. However, this skill required a relatively long preparation time before activation. The white wolf's psychic talent, on the other hand, could disrupt the enemy's perception and slow down time, perfectly compensating for the black wolf's lengthy setup, creating an ideal opportunity for its instant kill. To prevent that white-haired Zhuge Hong from suddenly showing up, Fang Xian immediately withdrew the two wolves. He flipped over lightly and silently leaped out of the window, disappearing into a park 2 miles away, activating his killing talent. Symbols of slaughter once again appeared on the back of his hand, 4 of them glowing an especially blood-red hue. The two wolves bowed their heads before him, like loyal and devoted warriors, steadfastly by his side. At the exact moment Fang Xian's palm gently touched the two wolves, the bodies of the black wolf and white wolf trembled slightly. Then, 2 nearly invisible streaks of blood-red light shot into the center of their foreheads. At that moment, Fang Xian distinctly felt a strange resonance emanating from the two wolves. Their eyes flashed a vivid crimson, and within their pupils, a fleeting symbol of slaughter appeared. It was as if Fang Xian had injected them with the power of slaughter. Moreover, Fang Xian had a clear premonition: as long as the wolves began to kill and devour power, their strength would increase significantly. With the added bonus of the slaughter talent, the strength Fang Xian had already enhanced through his beast-taming abilities would grow even greater. The slaughter talent completely upgraded the wolves' physical capabilities, and their regeneration abilities became terrifying. In other words, at this moment, Fang Xian was like the king of slaughter, bestowing a simplified version of the slaughter talent upon the two wolves. The aura of the two wolves was noticeably stronger than before. The most intriguing part was that wolves, born fierce and bloodthirsty, naturally concealed their slaughter talent, making it perfectly secret. Not only that, the original level cap for these two wolves was 10, but it had now been raised to 12, with potential for even higher levels in the future. Fang Xian was thrilled. He hadn't expected his slaughter talent to have such a hidden skill. And with a mission scheduled for tomorrow night, Fang Xian could test this new ability on the battlefield. Now, there was still the bear gifted to him by the former master of the Beast Palace. If he could bestow the slaughter talent on that bear as well, just thinking about it made him excited. But first, he needed to find a way to upgrade his strength talent to level 4. Only then could he officially form a contract with the bear. He named the black wolf Little White and the white wolf Little Rainbow. Raising his hand, he made a grasping motion in the air. The two wolves transformed into streams of light, darting into Fang Xian's arm. A wolf-shaped mark appeared briefly before slowly merging into his skin. Fang Xian returned to his room. As soon as he lay down, the card from the 9th division on his phone lit up. His points had increased by another 400. The total now stood at 3,463. Checking the details, he saw the points came from the centipede he'd turned in. At this rate, with a few days left before the youth training camp began, he was confident he could hit 10,000 points before the first day of class. As he lay down again, something else came to mind. He rolled over and brought out the items he had taken from the beast tamer and the witch doctor earlier today. The old man's spatial ring contained few treasures, but Fang Xian's gaze landed on a single scale. Taking a closer look, it was a Tier 4 defensive artifact. In addition, there were several insect eggs, all containing spiders. Fang Xian glanced at them and shoved them back into the spatial ring, intending to exchange them for points. After finishing his inspection, Fang Xian discovered a bright red triangular pair of underwear. Scanning it with his intelligence device, he found it to be an artifact capable of resisting curses and venomous insects from witch doctors. To use it, he would need to wear it over his pants and activate it with his vitality. Though its design was peculiar, it was a Tier 7 artifact. Fang Xian scanned each item with his device and stored all of them. There weren't many artifacts, most of the loot consisted of gold, silver, and cash, totaling over 10 million. These individuals were highly sensitive about their identities and avoided storing money in banks, fearing frozen accounts and lost assets, so they carried most of their wealth on them. Fang Xian next examined the old witch's spatial ring. The old witch had a Tier 6 headscarf artifact that could resist mental attacks. The scarf was a dull grayish blue and looked a bit shabby, but its function was what mattered most. There was also a Tier 4 human skin drum, capable of launching mental attacks. The old witch's spatial ring contained 4 million in cash, along with various jars and bottles filled with poisonous insects and toxic substances.
Additionally, Fong Xin found a straw doll and a few needles.
Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a Tier 6 curse artifact. By placing the hair, nails, or blood of the intended target into the straw doll and stabbing it
with needles, the target would experience unbearable pain, or even death by curse. Even those without witchcraft expertise could use it, though it would consume a considerable amount of vitality. Fong Xin carefully scanned each item and added them to his collection. Tonight's haul was abundant. He quietly awaited tomorrow's battlefield. After a busy night, Fong Xin was drained. Knowing there was action later that evening, he slept soundly until 10 in the morning. When he opened his eyes, Fong Xin grabbed his phone and read a few messages. Xu Xinyao had sent several. Xiao Fong, I'm leaving Lancheng tomorrow. Spend the day with me, okay? Fong Xin replied, where are you going? Xu Xinyao responded, to my dad's place. Fong Xin didn't press for more details. Sure, I'll hang out with you, but don't expect me to do any heavy lifting. Get over here right now. First, we'll sit by the moat for a bit, then we'll stroll around campus, and after that, accompany me to Fengming Temple. I heard there's an old lady there who's amazing at fortune-telling. I want to get a reading. Fong Xin glanced at the message and didn't ruin the mood. Alright, then get ready and come over to my place. My mom's not home. By the time I finish doing my makeup, we can head out. No problem. See you in 2 hours. Fong Xin. You're begging for a beating, I swear. Fong Xin took a quick shower and changed into fresh clothes. In the living room, Zhang Xiaoyu was pestering Jiang Weidong, whining, Dad, can I have that spatial ring? All my rich classmates have one at home. If I wear it out, they'll definitely envy me to no end. Don't worry, I'll pay you back double as soon as I get my allowance. Zhang Huilan said sternly, Xiaoyu, that's just vanity talking. This isn't right. But, Mom, I'm not saying I won't pay it back. Dad, come on, give me the ring. Zhang Xiaoyu retorted, not backing down. Jiang Weidong replied in a serious voice, no way. That ring is for your brother. Ugh, Dad, why are you always so biased? Even if you give it to him, he might not even want it. If your brother doesn't want it, then it's going to your sister instead. Fine, I don't want it anyway. Zhang Xiaochai's always been the kind who doesn't fight for anything. If you say it's hers, she won't object. You're really giving me a headache, kid. As Fong Xin was about to leave, Jiang Weidong immediately stood up, his face lighting up with a wide smile. Ever since Fong Xin joined the 9th Division, Jiang Weidong's attitude had done a complete 180. He was now especially attentive and eager to please. Heading out, Fong Xin? Yeah, Auntie, I won't be back for lunch. I'm eating out with a classmate. Oh, Fong Xin, I bought you a spatial ring. It's only a cubic meter of space, but it's really convenient to carry around. Xiaoyu, bring the ring over now. Zhang Xiaoyu pouted but reluctantly took off the ring unexpectedly. Fong Xin smiled and said, I don't need it. With that, he walked out the door. Downstairs, he ran into Zhang Xiaochai, who was taking out the trash. Heading out, bro? Yep. The exams were over, and students were on break. The top performers went to the youth training camp, while those with lower scores stayed behind for remedial practice. Fong Xin paused and said, Xiaochai, I've got something for you. He handed her a spatial ring. Wait, is this a spatial ring? Zhang Xiaochai asked in amazement. Yep. Where did you get this? Picked it up while on a mission with that white-haired guy. Jiang. Xiaochai stared at the ring. But if you give this to me, what about you? I've got another one. Zhang Xiaochai looked up and smiled. Thanks, bro. Fong Xin lightly flicked her smooth forehead. Go on, get back inside. Back in the house, Jiang Weidong was stunned. He turned to Zhang Huilan, baffled. Does the kid still hold a grudge against us? With the things you've said and done, how could he not? Zhang Huilan replied angrily. Jiang Weidong held a ring in his hand, looking dejected. What do we do now? This ring wasn't cheap. Maybe you should talk to Fong Xin, he listens to you. Zhang Huilan sighed. Fong Xin's just as stubborn as his parents were. If he says he doesn't want something, he won't take it. Zhang Xiaoyu, now wearing the ring again, grinned smugly. If he doesn't want it, then I'll take it. Just then, Zhang Xiaochai walked in from outside. Xiaochai, did you run into your brother just now? Zhang Weidong asked urgently. Yeah. How was his mood?
he pressed. He seemed fine. Jiang Weidong finally relaxed. Xiao Chai, Dad's giving you a spatial ring. Xiao Yu, hand the ring over to your sister. I'm not giving it up. If it's on my hand, then it's mine. Jiang Xiaoyu shouted defiantly. What's gotten into you, kid? I said no, and I mean it. Jiang Xiaochai cast a cold glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. I don't want it. Even if you did, I wouldn't give it to you. It's mine. Jiang Xiaoyu said with glee. As Jiang Xiaochai went to grab an apple, Jiang Huilan glanced at her fingers, her expression complicated. Xiaochai, where did you get that ring you're wearing? Jiang Weidong leaned in to take a closer look. This looks like a spatial ring. Where did you get it from? My brother gave it to me just now, downstairs. Jiang Weidong and his wife froze for a moment. Your brother gave it to you? Then what is he using? He said he has another one. Did you ask your brother where he got the ring? Fang Huilan followed up. He said he got it while on a mission with that Mr. Zhuge from the 9th Division. Jiang Weidong slapped his thigh. Joining the 9th Division really is different. So, how big is the space inside this ring? It's as big as a room. Jiang Xiaoyu's smug smile slowly faded as she realized the spatial ring on her hand only had a capacity of 1 cubic meter. Unable to hold back, she burst into tears. Fang Xian drove into Chu Xinyao's villa community. The security guard at the gate, after receiving a call, let him through. Fang Xian had been to Chu Xinyao's house before. He hadn't met her father but had seen her mother once. That woman always carried an air of superiority, leaving Fang Xian with a less than favorable impression, so he rarely visited. He rang the doorbell. A window on the 2nd floor opened. Xiao Fang. Come in first. Wait a bit, I'm just finishing my makeup. Fang Xian shrugged. Habitually. To his surprise, it wasn't a housekeeper who opened the door, it was a tall, muscular man. The man was dressed in a suit, exuding an imposing aura. On his collar, there was a peculiar badge. The badge depicted an eye, its pupil shaped like a sun. The man looked down at Fang Xian, his golden eyes filled with disdain. Are you Fang Xian? If you're planning to hit me, I can call Qin Juanhao for backup. The two locked eyes. The golden-eyed man attempted to suppress Fang Xian with his overwhelming presence. But to his surprise, Fang Xian wasn't fazed in the slightest. Perhaps in the past, he might have been affected, but things were different now. After spending time with Bai Mao and encountering so many experts, this level of intimidation was nothing to him. Judging by his opponent's combat strength, Fang Xian estimated he was on par with Shang Tianqi, the leader of the 7th group, or maybe even slightly stronger. This only deepened Fang Xian's curiosity. Just who was Chu Xinyao's father? Not only did the 7th Division assign people to protect her, but now there was also this 8th-level powerhouse from some unknown organization. Hearing Fang Xian's words, the golden-eyed man sneered, a lowly ant who only knows how to run his mouth. The smile on Fang Xian's face gradually disappeared as his gaze turned cold. Move aside, doorman. Fang Xian's words made the man's forehead veins bulge, his golden eyes flashing with a radiant glow. Yet, he dared not act rashly. Resorting instead to releasing a pressure meant to make Fang Xian suffer. But Fang Xian had endured the true dragon's pressure from the 9th level of the Myriad Beast Palace. Compared to that, this minor intimidation was nothing like a drizzle. Was sure, let my friend upstairs. Chu Xinyao's voice came from above. Fang Xian glanced at the golden-eyed man. So, his name was Hua Shi. The golden-eyed man placed a hand on Fang Xian's shoulder, glaring at him. You lowly ant, you'll pay for those words. And when you speak to my miss, mind your tone. Fang Xian smiled faintly. He was never polite to people like this. He stepped forward, his shoulder ramming hard into the man. Despite the man's higher level, his physical strength was no match for Fang Xian, whose SSS level strength talent made his body incredibly powerful. At such close range, Fang Xian's robust physique caused Hua Shi to stumble slightly. Fang Xian tilted his head and said, a poodle may have the word noble in its name, but it's still just a dog. When the owner speaks or acts, it's not the dog's place to teach others manners. With that, he headed upstairs. Hua Shi rubbed his shoulder, rolling his arm. Though he trained his body regularly, against someone like Fang Xian, whose physical prowess was maxed out, he couldn't compete at close range without using his full strength. His golden eyes blazed as he stared at Fang Xian's retreating figure, veins bulging on his forehead. But remembering that Fang Xian was Chu Xinyao's Guest, a new recruit to the ninth division, and under the protection of that prodigy by Mao, he could only grit his teeth in frustration.
Xiaofeng, wait. A moment, let me tie my hair real quick.
Chu Xinyao's room was a sea of pink blankets, a pink princess bed, even the piano, bookshelf, and vanity
were all pink.
Her parents didn't spend much time with her, so they showered her with material gifts to make up for it.
Chu Xinyao tilted her head, looking at Fong Xin.
Today, she wore light makeup, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. A pale blue blouse and a short skirt paired with over the knee. White socks gave her an air of youthful energy. She bit down on an elastic band as she adjusted her ponytail.
After glancing at herself in the mirror, she smiled sweetly at Fong Xin and asked, Xiaofeng, do I look any different today? Did you wash your hair today?
Chu Xinyao placed her hands on her hips, puffing up her cheeks in mock anger.
Xiaofeng, why are you always so infuriating? Fong Xin sat by the desk, flipping through a manga. Because I have an SSS grade talent for being annoying. Born with it, can't help it.
Chu Xinyao let out a huff, then bounded toward him barefoot.
Her white over-the-knee socks padding softly on the pink carpet.
A refreshing scent wafted over. She leaned in close and pointed to her eyes.
Look at my eyes, don't they seem different today? Fong Xin glanced at her beautiful eyes, catching his reflection in them like a mirror.
Lightly brushing his
bangs aside, he murmured, how can I be this handsome?
Furious, Chu Xinyao jabbed his stomach with her finger. I told you to look at my eyes, not
at yourself. Fong Xin leaned in and studied her eyes seriously for a few seconds. Doesn't seem any different from usual. Chu Xinyao huffed again. You didn't notice they're a little golden? Now that you mention it, yeah. Did you put on colored contacts? Nope. My light affinity talent awakened. Fong Xin froze for a moment, recalling the golden-eyed whoosher he had seen downstairs earlier.
So, this is what it looks like when a light affinity
awakens? Then that lion dog downstairs, is he also light affinity? Chu Xinyao laughed and pinched Fong Xin's cheek. Your mouth silent, it's tolerable. Speaking, it's infuriating.
That lion dog whoosher is indeed light affinity.
Xiaofeng, you are, too. An A-grade light affinity. Chu Xinyao shook her head.
No, you haven't taken any enhancement serums, so you're S-grade light affinity.
Your talent hasn't awakened yet. Here, take this, it'll help you awaken your light affinity. The more abilities you have, the better you can protect yourself. As she spoke, Chu Xinyao handed Fong Xin a small 3-inch sculpture.
It felt heavy in his hand, its material unknown, yet radiating a distinctive energy.
Day or night, hold it.
Under the sunlight or moonlight.
Let the light shine on it, and then stare at it. You'll enter a wondrous state, and your light affinity will awaken. Naturally. Fong Xin asked, you're giving this to me, what will you use?
Chu Xinyao poked his forehead with her soft, fair finger.
Are you dumb? I've already awakened, so I don't need it.
Oh, by the way, normal light affinity users can only awaken under sunlight or moonlight, but since you're S-grade,
you'll definitely awaken under both. Okay, save this for later. Today, you're here to keep me company.
She tugged at Fong Xin's arm, pulling him toward the stairs. Downstairs, whoosher watched the two of them, their closeness clearly bothering him.
He quickly interjected, Miss, you are of noble. Before he could finish, Chu Xinyao cut him off. Whoosher, I'm leaving Lan City tomorrow. Today, my friend took time out to be with me, and this day is very important to me. I appreciate your protection. But don't overstep, and don't interrupt us. Xiaofeng, let's go. Chu Xinyao slipped on her shoes and dragged Fong Xin out the door.
Whoosher's golden eyes brimmed with anger, but all he could
do was bow his head in resignation and silently follow behind. The two walked side by side through the tranquil outskirts of Lan City, with Chu Xinyao chattering endlessly beside Fong Xin. It was
hard to tell how much time had passed before they found themselves sitting together. Xiaofeng, we've grown up together. I didn't think we'd have to part ways for the sake of our futures.
It feels strange. Fong Xin gazed into the distance. Books say there's no such thing as forever, but they also say you never know when paths might cross again.
Resting her chin in her hand, Chu Xinyao stared out at the horizon.
Xiaofeng, what if I start missing you? Out toward Lan City, and I'll feel it. Xiaofeng. Chu Xinyao clung tightly to his waist, and Fong Xin pulled out a handkerchief, offering it to her. Here, for you.
Chu Xinyao glanced at the handkerchief, immediately wrinkling her nose in
distaste. It's so ugly, I don't want it.
This is a high-grade item, it defends against 6th-tier mental attacks. I don't care. It's ugly, ugly, ugly. Oh, by the way, Xiaofeng, do you have a spatial ring? Yes. Want one? I'll give you one. Sure, but if you give it to me, what about you? I've got two. Fang Xian handed Chu Xinyo a spatial ring without hesitation. Chu Xinyo held the ring, her face brimming with joy. Xiaofeng, you're amazing now, you even have two spatial rings. I actually had three. I already gave one to my little sister. Chu Xinyo clutched Fang Xian's arm, blinking her big eyes. Big brother Fang, you're so awesome. From now on, I'm sticking with you. Can I hold on to your leg for support? Fang Xian pushed her away. Get lost. Chu Xinyo chuckled. Come on. Let's go to Fengming Temple. Fengming Temple was a renowned and spiritually powerful Buddhist temple near Lancheng. It was famous and always bustling, especially during holidays when it became lively with crowds. Outside the temple, there was an ancient street lined with stalls selling local specialties, small inns, and all sorts of curious trinkets. Chu Xinyo dragged Fang Xian into Fengming Temple to burn incense and pray before pulling him along to explore the ancient street. After wandering for about 10 minutes, Chu Xinyo pointed to a small shop. Here it is. My sister said there's an old lady here who's amazing at fortune telling. They entered the shop, and Chu Xinyo glanced around. Hello, is anyone here? After she called out a few times, a door creaked open, and a hunched old lady stood there. Young lady, here for a fortune reading? Yes. Come on in then. Inside was a small room with walls adorned with all sorts of strange items. The old lady, severely hunched over, sat on the other side of a low table and pushed a crystal ball toward Chu Xinyo. Place your hand on it and think about what you want to know. Chu Xinyo did as instructed. The crystal ball emitted a soft glow, flickering on and off. It was at that moment Fang Xian realized the old lady was a gifted individual with perception-based abilities. She placed one hand on Chu Xinyo's palm, closing her eyes. A few minutes later, they both opened their eyes simultaneously. The old lady smiled and said, "Child, your future is bright. Even if you face darkness, it will only be temporary." Thank you, Granny. How much do I owe you? Anything you wish, 1 coin, 10,000, or nothing at all. Chu Xinyo promptly handed over 6,666 yuan. The old lady turned her gaze to Fang Xian. Her eyes had no whites or pupils, only a serene shade of light blue, but her stare seemed to pierce straight into Fang Xian's soul. Young man, let me read your fortune too. I've got nothing to ask. Fang Xian shrugged. With that, he was ready to leave with Chu Xinyo. Unexpectedly, the old lady's raspy voice called out behind him. The distant bells toll. The horns of war resound. Hawks circle the skies. Vultures scavenge the ground. The ancient king rises. The slaughter begins. This is the prelude to a grotesque apocalypse. The killing persists. This marks the end of false peace. Fang Xian halted slightly. He turned his head slowly, looking at the hunched old lady seated behind the low table. The old lady's serene blue eyes remained fixed on him. If anyone else had heard those words, they might have brushed them off as nonsensical ramblings, just an attempt to deceive. But Fang Xian couldn't simply walk away. Because his killing talent only he and his grandfather knew about. Everyone else who discovered the secret had been silenced by him. Even the reflection in the mirror called Fang Xian the king of slaughter. The old lady's words just now had almost directly revealed his identity and secret. Chu Xinyo, however, had no idea why Fang Xian had suddenly sat back down. Still, she obediently took a seat beside him. Child, what do you wish to ask? The old lady's light blue eyes locked onto Fang Xian. Their gazes met. Granny, what did you mean by those words just now? The old lady chuckled lightly. Nothing in particular. I'm just an old blind woman, and blind people love to speak nonsense. She paused before continuing. Child, give me your hand. Fang Xian hesitated briefly before extending his hand. The old lady grasped it, her gaze shifting into the void. A few seconds later, her body suddenly shuddered, and her hollow eyes fixed intently on Fang Xian. What's wrong? Chu Xinyo asked, puzzled. The old lady turned to Chu Xinyo. Young lady, step outside for a moment. I have something to say to him. Confused, Chu Xinyo complied and walked toward the door. Once she had gone far enough, the old lady turned back to Fang Xian. Child, close your eyes. Fang Xian closed his eyes. The moment he did, he found himself standing on a battlefield. Corpses were strewn everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. The bodies were piled high, forming a towering mountain of the dead. At the summit of this mountain of corpses sat a throne. That throne was all too familiar to Fong Xin. It was the same one he had seen in the mirror. Unconsciously, he began to walk toward the throne. But in the next instant, a sudden burst of golden light pierced through his chest, straight into his heart. He tried to turn around, but he couldn't see the person who had stabbed him from behind. The figure wore a mask. Fong Xin reached out, trying to remove the mask, but his vision blurred. He opened his eyes abruptly, his heart pounding as he clutched his chest, gasping for air. Beside him, he heard the soft voice of the old woman. The circle of slaughter pierces the mortal realm. The sword of hypocrisy strikes through the heart. Darkness shall descend, and you will ascend the throne. Fong Xin collapsed onto the table, one hand pressed against his chest as though his heart might explode. The old woman placed a warm hand on his shoulder, and a soothing energy flowed into his body. Gradually, he began to calm down. "Grandmother, what was that just now?" Fong Xin asked after steadying himself, lifting his head. The old woman chuckled lightly. "That was a glimpse of the future. You'll have to forgive me for being dense. Please, guide me, grandmother." The old woman smiled kindly, her expression gentle. "Child, I've been cursed. There are things I cannot say, but I can warn you, there is someone you must beware of." Fong Xin's head snapped up, his gaze fixed on her. The Fong Xin in the mirror had once said those exact words. Who? The old woman pulled out a clean handkerchief, gently wiping the sweat from his brow. Her eyes were filled with warmth, the tender gaze of an elder looking upon a younger generation. "I told you, I am a cursed soul. There are things I cannot say plainly, but here's a clue, that person stands in the light." Fong Xin froze, slowly turning his gaze toward the door. "Grandmother, is it her? Is the person you saw her?" Fong Xin thought back to the masked figure who had stabbed him. "I couldn't see clearly. Then it remains uncertain." The old woman withdrew her hand, still smiling at him with that same warm, kind expression. "It's time for you to go. That pretty young girl was supposed to leave Lon City today, but she stayed an extra day because of you." Fong Xin stood up, pulled out his phone, and transferred 6,666 yuan to the old woman. "Grandmother, about today." The old woman laughed. "I'm just a blind old woman, spouting nonsense. No one takes me seriously, and no one listens blindly. Grandmother, is it true that only those with perception-based talents can see these things? In the entire Dragon Nation, only 3 people can see it. One is me, another is the nation's master of fate, and the third you'll meet them one day." Fong Xin stared at the old woman before him, surprised that such a remarkable person could be hidden in a small place like Lon City. "Grandmother, you," the elderly woman raised her hand to stop Fong Xin, who was about to ask a question. "The past is merely the beginning of a story, and what you see now is the future. Child, we shall meet again if fate allows. Goodbye, ma'am." The old woman nodded gently. As Fong Xin left the small shop, he felt a sudden lightness in his body. He couldn't help but glance back at the elderly woman's humble little store. Earlier, he had clearly sensed that she posed no threat to him, which made him feel at ease enough to sit down. But the images he had just seen remained vivid in his mind, impossible to forget. Fong Xin could sense that the old woman possessed a powerful ability to perceive things, yet there was also an air of fragility about her. And when she mentioned being cursed, it all seemed to make sense. Chu Xinyao nudged Fong Xin. "Xiao Fong, what did the old lady just say to you?" Fong Xin replied with a straight face. Fabricating a tale, she asked me if I preferred sweet or salty toppings on my tofu pudding. Chu Xinyao poked him again. "Humph, still daring to lie to me." The old lady also mentioned that today you were originally planning to leave. Chu Xinyao froze for a moment. Wow, she even knew that? Fong Xin, curious, asked. "She seems pretty accurate at fortune-telling. Why don't more people come to see her?" Chu Xinyao clasped her hands behind her back, walking beside Fong Xin as she explained, "Because she only tells fortunes when fate aligns and only when she's in the mood. If no one comes to find her, she'll just stay for a short while and leave. Naturally, her customers are few. Besides, there's the Fengming Temple nearby, which has some highly skilled fortune-tellers. Most people go there instead." Huasher followed behind them. "Miss, if you're looking for a fortune-teller, the most skilled one in Long Country is a friend of Mr. Chu. You can definitely go to him." Chu Xinyao stomped her foot and turned back to Huasher.
Don't interrupt our conversation. Keep your distance. Miss Chu, I'm here to ensure your safety. Chu Xinyao retorted angrily, isn't Lan City pretty safe right now? Hua. Sure responded respectfully, Miss Chu, after the last time you were attacked, Mr. Chu was furious and initiated a decapitation operation. Although Lan City has already been cleaned up once, we can't let our guard down. I'm here to. Enough. Chu Xinyao interrupted him immediately. Fang Xian's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap? So the decapitation operation was initiated by Chu Xinyao's father? Chu Xinyao grabbed Fang Xian's arm. Xiao Fang, let's go quickly and ignore him. Noticing Fang Xian's expression, she asked, Xiao Fang, why are you staring at me like that? Chu Jia, I don't want to work hard anymore. Take care of me. Chu Xinyao gave a sweet smile. Sure. From now on, just stay behind me. I'll be your rock. Your strongest supporter. After spending the entire day with Chu Xinyao, they had dinner and even watched a late-night movie. Before getting into her car, Chu Xinyao waved enthusiastically to bid farewell to Fang Xian. Fang Xian waved back. Bye. The time he got home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Fang Xian quickly washed his face and returned to his room. He pulled out the phone his grandfather had sent him, hidden in a secret compartment of the drawer. He planned to watch that video later and then head to the bathroom to look in the mirror. But when he turned on the phone, Fang Xian was surprised to find a new message. He quickly opened it to check. Xiao Xian, during the midterm test at the youth training camp, you must go to the number 9 Divine Demon Ruins. Remember, don't forget. Delete this message after reading it, and don't contact Grandpa on your own. Wait for my instructions. Fang Xian stared at the message, his mind filled with questions. Why did his grandfather insist that he go to the number 9 Divine Demon Ruins? The mention of Divine Demon Ruins immediately brought to mind the Qilin. While flipping through the diary in the notebook earlier, a student of the professor had explicitly written that Fang Xian's grandfather had once helped them. Fang Xian tossed and turned on his bed, his thoughts in turmoil. He checked the phone number that sent the message, only to find that it belonged to an unknown region. Taking a deep breath, he decided to set aside his doubts for now. He figured that everything would make sense once he got there. For now, he wanted to take another look at the King of Slaughter in the mirror. The King of Slaughter hadn't finished speaking last time, and today, the old woman had repeated the same words, warning Fang Xian to be cautious of someone. Thinking back to the person who had stabbed him, Fang Xian knew he had to find them in advance. He replayed the video again. Then he went to the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror, waiting for half an hour. Nothing happened. Fang Xian returned to his bed, trying to recall the conditions that triggered the incident last time. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what step he was missing. Glancing at the time, it was already past 12:40 a.m. Zhuge Hong had mentioned that the operation would start at 1 a.m. Fang Xian got dressed, put on a mask, and sat on his bed, silently waiting for Zhuge Hong's call. Footsteps echoed outside his room. Fang Xian casually sensed that it was his aunt heading to the bathroom. A heightened sensitivity of perception-based abilities could sometimes be more trouble than it was worth. Fang Xian had already lost count of the times he'd witnessed intimate moments between couples in this building. As a result, once home, he made it a point to only tune in to his own room. A gentle knock sounded on the door. Xiao Xian? Still awake? Yeah, auntie, he replied. Can I come in? She asked. Again, Fang Huilan had always been kind and respectful of the children's privacy. Sure, auntie. She pushed the door open and was surprised to find Fang Xian sitting on his bed, fully dressed and still wearing his shoes. Why are you still dressed? Are you planning to go out? I've got a mission coming up, Fang Xian replied plainly. Fang Huilan looked baffled. A mission? What kind of mission? Before Fang Xian could respond, a hand suddenly materialized in midair, fumbling around before grabbing hold of Fang Xian's face. Fang Xian swatted the furry white hand away and then grabbed it firmly, signaling that everything was fine. The white-furred hand gave a tug, and in an instant, Fang Xian vanished from the room. Fang Huilan stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. It wasn't until several moments later that she finally exclaimed, "My goodness, these awakeners are unbelievable." 500 meters above the ground, the white-furred figure, having grabbed Fang Xian's face earlier, now nonchalantly wiped the saliva it had picked up onto Fang Xian's clothes. As if by magic, a crystal orb appeared in its paw. Zhuge Hong tossed the orb into the air. The crystal orb spun rapidly mid-flight, emitting a cold, radiant light that illuminated the entire city below.
Within seconds, a translucent dome encased the city, and layers of light shields began enveloping various residential buildings. Zhuge Han, hands tucked into his pockets, yawned lazily and tapped the arm of his sunglasses with his finger. His voice rang out, "Move out." It was then that Fong Xian noticed the white-furred figure's sunglasses were actually a treasured artifact. All at once, teams of operatives sprang into action across the city, sweeping through its streets and alleys to purge the remnants of the Evernight army. "This isn't Lanchang," Fong Xian observed as Zhuge Han casually cleaned out his ear. "Correct. A small place like Lanchang wouldn't be a priority target for the Evernight army. That makes it easier to clean up. Any other questions?" Fong Xian's curiosity had already shifted elsewhere. He was eager to test the combat prowess of his two wolves. "Can I act alone?" "Go ahead." No sooner had the words left Zhuge Hang's mouth than Fong Xian found himself on the ground. The moment his feet hit the earth, Fong Xian began preparing for action. He donned a headscarf to protect against mental attacks, pulled on his red anti-curse shorts over his pants, threw on his cloak of invisibility, holstered his revolver at his waist, and gripped a defensive artifact, a scale, in his hand ready for battle. He melted into the shadows of the night above him. Zhuge Han watched his preparations and rolled his eyes dramatically as Fong Xian activated his tactical device, which displayed the locations of the Evernight army remnants. For his first operation, he decided to keep it low-key. He targeted a squad with a mere Tier 3 combat rating. Releasing his two wolves, he watched as a streak of black and a streak of white flashed through the night. The white wolf struck first, launching a mental assault. The black wolf followed, gathering energy briefly before transforming into a streak of black light that pierced straight through an enemy's chest. A clean kill. The entire process was as swift as lightning. The two wolves absorbed the blood essence of their prey, significantly enhancing their power. Simultaneously, Fong Xian felt his own strength rise as well. From the fallen enemies, he seized a few valuable artifacts and solidified his control over the two wolves. He continued to stalk the shadowed streets of the city, silent and unseen. Using this method, Fong Xian racked up an astounding 4,620 points overnight. His total score reached an impressive 8083. Operating alone, Fong Xian was effectively a one-man army, and his points naturally climbed faster than anyone else's. By the time he was sent back home that night, Fong Xian had meticulously sorted through his spoils. He set aside a few useful items and converted the rest into points. His score surged to 9228. Suppressing his excitement, Fong Xian gazed out at the moonlit night. He retrieved a small figurine gifted to him by Chu Xinyao. The figurine depicted a slender, winged humanoid resembling a female angel. Holding it up to the moonlight, Fong Xian studied it closely. Gradually, a soft, cool glow began to emanate from the figurine, encircling Fong Xian and entering his body with each breath. In his mind, a colossal figure began to take shape. The figure was clad in silver-white armor, wielding a cruciform sword. Its pristine wings beat gently, keeping it aloft under a radiant, full moon. Moonlight cascaded over the figure, bathing it in a divine glow. With each beat of its wings, countless specks of light scattered like stars across the earth. It seemed to embody both the guardian of the night and its ultimate ruler. But the vision grew increasingly strange. The pure white moon in the sky began to shift, turning a deep blood-red hue. Within the crimson moon, a faintly discernible throne emerged. Seated upon the throne was a shadowy figure, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed to dominate the heavens and earth. Gazing down upon all creation, the 12-winged deity suspended in the night sky slowly turned to face the blood moon. Bowing its head in reverence, Fong Xian slowly regained his composure from the hallucination. Thinking back to the figure he had just seen, the silhouette within the blood moon seemed all too familiar. A thought stirred within him, and he could almost guess it must be the influence of the slaughter talent. He lifted his head to gaze at the night sky. The cool moonlight seeped into his nose and mouth, penetrating deep into his lungs. It actually felt quite soothing. The light talent was divided into two types, sunlight and moonlight. He decided to test the effects of sunlight tomorrow. The next day, with the sun hanging high in the sky, Fong Xian once again took out the small statue, holding it up toward the sun. As he began to meditate, gradually, an image of a blazing sun appeared in his mind. Beneath the brilliant sunlight, a colossal figure hovered between heaven and earth, clad in golden armor and soaring with mighty wings. Even from a distance, the scorching energy radiating from this figure was palpable, as if it could dry up the land in an instant. The massive figure seemed to be the very source of all light in the world. But as Fong Xian continued to meditate, that blazing sun began to change. The sun in the sky, shockingly, began to darken over time, as though it were undergoing an eclipse. And the golden warrior who once stood proudly beneath the sun, that ancient deity symbolizing daylight and radiance, his golden armor began to dull, and tendrils of black energy started to emerge from his body. Slowly, he turned around, facing the darkened sun. With both hands cradling his sword, he bowed his proud head, as if choosing to submit. Following his gaze, one could see that, at the center of the blackened sun, a throne was suspended. A figure sat sideways on the throne, an elbow resting on the armrest, one hand propping up their chin, coldly surveying the entire world.
Whoosh! Fong Xian opened his eyes, recollecting the images that had just surfaced in his mind. The figure on the throne was all too familiar, wasn't it himself? Fong Xian raised his hand, and the slaughter rune appeared on the back of it. Who would have thought this slaughter talent would be so powerful?
Previously, the reflection of himself in the mirror had claimed to be the leader of the 7 kings, which meant that besides the king of slaughter, there were other kings representing
different talents. Coming back to his senses, Fong Xian felt specks of light gradually gathering within him.
It seemed he had also awakened a light talent. He took out his phone, opened the front-facing camera, but noticed no changes in his
eyes. Fong Xian pondered, perhaps his awakening process was different from others.
After a moment of thought, he grabbed his SmartLink device and searched for information on the awakening process of light talents.
The results surprised him yet again.
Light talents were categorized into sunlight and moonlight types, and ordinary individuals could only awaken one of the two. Only those reaching S rank or higher could awaken both simultaneously. During awakening, one had to hold a statue of the goddess of light, face either the sunlight or moonlight, and only then could they see either the sun god or moon god. The number of wings on the deity they saw varied depending on their talent rank. Below B rank, they could only see a 2-winged deity. B rank and above could see 4, 6, 8, or 10 wings, with 12 wings being the highest.
Fong Xian was baffled. The talent measuring potion had assessed him as A rank, but in reality, he was S rank. By logic, he should only have been able to see an 8-winged deity. So why had he seen a 12-winged one? Could it be the influence of the slaughter talent?
He continued to dig into information about light talents, but found very little available.
While most
talents had corresponding skills and techniques, there seemed to be no such information for light talents. Searching further for why this was the case, he finally stumbled upon a few answers. All resources and skills related to light talents were strictly controlled by the church. As Fong Xian flipped through the information, his gaze halted on an emblem, the symbol of the church, an eye, with a sun at its center.
Fong Xian recognized the emblem immediately. Wasn't it the same insignia on the chest of the lion dog owned by Chu Xiniao's family? This revelation led him to deduce Chu Xiniao's father was very likely a member of the church. Fong Xian recalled that back in the Beast Palace, when Zhuge Han and the palace master
were discussing, it was mentioned that the church had once sought to make the white-haired Zhuge Han the governor of the Red Lotus district, but he had refused. Even the professor who developed the Primordial One formula, his student, had been extradited by the church from overseas. This showed just how immense and far-reaching the church's power truly was. From the scattered words of Zhuge Han, it was evident that the internal power struggles within the church were intense, and the white-haired man had a deep disdain for the church's actions. Fong Xian searched for more information about the church, but apart from what he had just seen, there was nothing else, making it appear extremely mysterious.
Thinking back now, Chu
Xiniao's consistent silence regarding her father was likely for this very reason. There was another noteworthy detail: anyone discovered to have a light attribute talent would be forcibly taken away by the church, regardless of their talent
level. Fong Xian touched his Jilian device. His own light attribute talent was far from weak, and the only reason he hadn't been taken by the church was his recruitment into the 9th division. As Fong Xian contemplated all this, in the imperial capital, within the ancient and grand Temple of Light, a middle-aged man wearing a crown and draped in a white cloak embroidered with golden threads looked up at the enormous statue of the goddess of light that dominated the center of the temple. The cloak's embroidery depicted the sun, moon, and stars, and as it swayed, those celestial patterns seemed to move gently. Behind the statue, a massive orb hovered in midair, resembling the sun suspended in the sky. At that moment, the daylight began to dim, as if the moon was gradually eclipsing the sun, and darkness began swallowing the sky bit by bit. The crowned man's eyes shone with dazzling golden light. The temple began to quake. A figure hurriedly rushed into the hall, his red cloak dragging on the ground, swaying wildly as he ran. Seeing the scene before him, his pupils contracted sharply. "Your Holiness, what is happening?"
The crowned man kept his golden gaze fixed on the sky as it was slowly engulfed by darkness, murmuring softly, "The day of calamity, when black and white are reversed, the 7 kings will gather once more, and judgment will descend." The man behind him trembled upon hearing this, his voice shaking. "But the war of the gods ended less than a century ago. Is there any way to stop the 7 kings from returning? The crowned man slowly turned his head, his golden eyes burning even brighter. There is a way. Either we control them and make them serve us, or, by any means necessary, we kill them at birth. The man behind him trembled harder. What had once been a warm, sacred temple was now filled with a bone-chilling cold. Keep a constant watch on the remnants of the eternal night. Send agents to infiltrate them. If the 7 kings appear, they will surely sense it first. We must act before they do. Those who prosper through us shall thrive, those who oppose us shall perish. Understood. Fong Xin, wanting to recharge his energy, spent the evening hunting for more points and even allowed himself to sleep in a bit longer. Night fell in a blink. Fong Xin persistently practiced in front of a mirror. As always, there was no response, and he eventually returned to his bed to wait quietly. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of thin air. Fong Xin reached out and grabbed it. With a tug, Fong Xin vanished instantly. Looking down at the city beneath his feet, he realized he was in a completely different place. Zhuge Hong tossed the spherical artifact into the sky, and a protective shield descended once more. Any questions? Zhuge Hong asked. Can you help me find some light attribute skills or techniques? Zhuge Hong paused from picking his ears. You awaken light attribute talent? Yes. Light skills and techniques are different. Other talents can be easily searched for online, and there are plenty in the Zhilian database too. But light attribute skills are monopolized by those old geezers in the church. They're full of themselves, thinking they're superior to everyone else. Getting your hands on those is indeed tough. Just the other day, the nephew of the church's top figure gave me a hard time, almost broke my leg. But since you're asking, I'll figure something out for you. I'll get it to you after school starts. Fong Xin was surprised. This guy was really capable. Thank you. No problem. Anything else? Not at the moment. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, Fong Xin found himself back on the battlefield. Tonight's gains weren't as plentiful as the previous nights. The decapitation operation had entered its 3rd day, and most of the remnants of the Eternal Night and the irregulars had either fled or been wiped out, leaving far fewer targets. Fong Xin managed to collect 2,832 points in one night. His total points now amounted to 12,060. Once his points hit 10,000, his card suddenly flashed, and 2 stars appeared on its surface. Congratulations, Mr. Fong Xin, on your promotion to 2-star user. In the following days, Fong Xin continued slaying enemies and collecting points under the cover of night. The Sky Shield Bureau members who joined the campaign to eliminate the irregulars all knew about the 9th Division's new recruit on the battlefield, a figure in an invisibility cloak, cold and decisive in action. Though he hadn't officially enrolled yet, his combat prowess had already reached level 3. No one had ever seen his true face. In the cover of night, only his legend was whispered. Everyone thought things would settle down peacefully. Unexpectedly, on the last day, he encountered an air elemental mutant. With one gust of wind, the opponent blew away Fong Xin's invisibility cloak, revealing him in nothing but a pair of bright red underwear. This moment was captured by the agents of the Sky Shield Bureau. Although his face wasn't visible in the photo, word quickly spread. The 9th Division had a flashy new recruit, combat level 3, and he had been caught venturing out in a pair of red underwear. As soon as Fong Xin got home and collapsed onto his bed, a message popped up in the 9th Division's rookie training group chat. Sure, Tailang sent a text. Do you guys know? Our 9th Division got a big shot this semester, already combat level 3 before even starting training. Zhang Yaozu was the first to reply. Who? That's insane. No idea. Their identity is classified. And no one on the mission is allowed to talk. But a photo leaked. With that, Sure Tailang posted the photo. In the picture, the figure was leaping high into the air, wearing an old lady's scarf on his head and a weird mask on his face. One hand gripped a revolver, the other held a laser sword, and over his outerwear, he sported an eye-catching pair of bright red underwear embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks. Look! Everyone's calling him the Red Underwear War God now. Too flashy. Who is this guy? Could he be someone in our group? Sure Tailang continued. There are 2 people in this chat who haven't said a word. Could it be one of them? Bai Yulin jumped into the conversation. You can tell from the photo it's a man. The 2 silent ones here are Fong Xin and Li Bauer. Bauer's a girl. Sure Tailang tagged Fong Xin at Fong Xin, brother Xin, is this war god in red underwear you? Fong Xin stared at the messages in the group chat and then at the photo.
With trembling hands, he slowly typed a reply, "No way, it's me. There's no one in Lancheng, or even the entire Crimson Lotus district. Who's that?" Over the top. Fong Xian wished he could bury himself in a hole. This was too humiliating. He wanted nothing more than to hide. "Sure." Tai Lang chimed in with another message. "Wow," Brother Xian actually replied. "That just leaves Li Bauer as the only quiet one in the group. By the way, did any of you guys participate in the Crimson Lotus District's decapitation operation?" Zhang Yaozu asked. Shen Yu picked up the thread. "This semester, the 9th Division only recruited 36 rookies. I heard they only chose the top scorer from each team to participate in the trial run during that mission. Can't confirm, though, it's just something I heard." Zhang Yaozu asked again, "So who from our team went? Was it Brother Xian or Bauer?" Bai Yulin replied, "Bauer messaged me that day. She said Instructor Zhuge sent her to the battlefield. Looks like Bauer's the top scorer on our team." "No way. Our team already has someone as strong as Brother Xian. How amazing must Bauer be?" Zhang Yaozu exclaimed. Bai Yulin explained, "Bauer has a rare blade god talent. SSS level. She's insanely good. We went to the same school. Her grades were the highest in our entire Taiyang district." Zhang Yaozu was floored. "No way. Our team has 2 SSS level geniuses? The 9th Division is basically a monster academy." Sure, Tai Lang added, "If Bauer isn't the red underwear war god, then it must be the top scorer among the other 5. We'll find out once we get to the rookie training camp. Sky Shield Bureau trains all its new recruits there together." Sure, Tai Lang switched topics. "I've got some insider info from my grandpa. He said the palace master of the Beast Hall is going to personally teach at the 9th Division. The palace master of the Beast Hall? A big shot like that? Coming here to teach? Are you sure your info is solid?" "Pretty sure. My grandpa said a few nights ago, a rookie in the 9th Division with beast taming talent was taken to the Beast Hall to awaken their power. Apparently, the awakening caused a heavenly phenomenon. Their talent is second only to the founder of the Beast Hall himself." Even the old palace master was stunned. They wanted to recruit the rookie, but got so scared in the end they backed off. Still, the Beast Hall really liked this rookie and arranged for the palace master to teach them personally. Whoa! That's insane. Someone so powerful they got the Beast Hall's palace master to come teach? Sure, Tai Lang continued. "No idea who it is, though. No one in our group specializes in beast taming, so it's gotta be someone from another team. We'll find out tomorrow at the training camp. Time to sleep, everyone. We need to report in by noon tomorrow. Placement tests start at 3 p.m. Fong Xian set down his Jilian device. Although the youth training camp was in Yuncheng, Red Lotus District, it wasn't in the same province as Fong Xian. He'd have to take a plane tomorrow, and the trip would take over an hour. He pulled out his card and swiped it on the Jilian device. Beep. The card displayed his points, 18,328. These were the hard-earned points Fong Xian had accumulated over the past few days. Converted to cash, they equaled a staggering 180 million. Among the treasures he had scavenged recently, only 2 caught Fong Xian's attention. One was a 5th-tier artifact called the Earth Spirit Pearl. With it, he could burrow 10 meters underground and even phase through walls. The other was a 6th-tier mask known as the She Mask. Wearing it would cause enemies to experience 3 seconds of blindness. On a battlefield, those 3 seconds could completely change the tide of a fight. These 2 treasures were obtained during Fong Xian's ambush on a level 4 combatant altered being. The rest of the treasures had been exchanged for points. As for cash, Fong Xian had scavenged over 230 million from the altered beings he encountered in recent days. Some of the weaker altered beings didn't carry valuable treasures, but they had accumulated quite a bit of wealth from their habitual robberies and raids. However, what gave Fong Xian a headache now was that he had run out of bullets for his revolver. On the Jilian device, there was a marketplace specifically for buying and selling treasures, and Fong Xian did find bullets that fit his revolver. One bullet, though, cost a whopping 400 points. Fong Xian asked the seller if they could throw in a few extra rounds since he was a student. The seller was blunt, telling him to get lost. In the end, Fong Xian reluctantly spent 2,000 points to buy 5 bullets. After all, a single bullet could take down a level 4 altered being, making the return far greater than 400 points. The next morning, Fong Xian heard his aunt bustling about, packing things. He got up, checked the time, packed lightly, and took a quick shower. His aunt, Fong Huilan,
was busy helping her daughter, Jiang Xiaocha, pack her luggage, all the while giving her a flurry of reminders about various do's and don'ts. Seeing Fang Xian emerge, she said, Xiaoxin, once you and your sister get there, stay in touch and take care of each other.
Got it, Auntie. Fang Huilan stuffed even more
things into the luggage, extra clothes, and even several homemade dishes she had woken up at 4 a.m. to prepare, all of which were Fang Xian and Jiang Xiaocha's favorites. Her husband, Fang Weidong, tried to reassure her, the kids are just going to school. Don't cry. They'll be back during the midterm break. Fang Huilan patted Fang Xian's head and gently tapped Jiang Xiaocha's shoulder, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Their youngest daughter, Jiang Xiaoyu, wasn't heading off this time. Due to some recent changes in the system, she had to stay at school for one more semester to focus on theoretical studies. Still, Jiang Xiaoyu had already signed a contract with an organization and was receiving a decent stipend while in school.
Fang Xian and
Jiang Xiaocha were on the same flight. Yunqing. The plane landed at 10:30 a.m. From there, a direct shuttle to Tiandun Academy awaited them.
Fang Xian led Jiang Xiaocha onto the bus.
The vehicle was filled with unfamiliar faces, new recruits from all over the country joining the Tiandun Bureau. The chatter was deafening.
Fang Xian sat down, grabbed a travel brochure from the seat pocket in front of him, and used it to cover his face, intending to rest. But the noise from the new recruits was relentless.
Jiang Xiaocha pulled out a pair of earbuds, gently placing them in Fang Xian's ears with a sweet smile.
Fang Xian
leaned his head against the window, appreciating how well his sister understood him.
In the row ahead sat a girl with a piercing
voice who hadn't stopped talking since boarding.
Honestly, I didn't do well on the test. I was off my game that day and barely managed to get an A grade. Otherwise, I'd already be in the 9th division.
Unfortunately, no one from my school made it into
the 9th division. The best placement we got was the 6th division. My name's Huang Hui. What division are you in? What's your name? We're all classmates now, so let's get to know each other. She went around asking everyone nearby. No one here made it into the 9th division?
Huang Hui seemed surprised.
Well, it makes sense. The 9th division is a special department, it's not for just anyone.
This year, the Tiandun Bureau recruited over 1,800 people nationwide across 12 districts, but the
9th division only took 36. As she spoke, she turned to look at Fang Xian and Jiang Xiaocha in the back row. What about you? Too? What's your name, and which division are you assigned to?
Jiang Xiaocha, 1st division.
The 1st division, not bad.
Huang Hui then turned her attention to Fang Xian, who still had the travel brochure covering his face.
She reached out and pulled it off. Hey, what's your name? Which division are you in?
Jiang Xiaocha frowned slightly.
Fang Xian opened his eyes, clearly annoyed. Xin Juwenhao, 7th division.
Huang Hui gave a nonchalant "Oh, the 7th division, huh? Not as good as the 6th division, but still decent."
Fang Xian responded with a fake smile, then promptly covered his face with the brochure.
Again, pretending to sleep. Huang Hui pursed her lips.
Kind of standoffish, huh?
Who knows, after graduation, I might end up being your superior. The bus jolted along the road.
Huang Hui's chatter was incessant. When they finally arrived, the school
gate was lined with parked vehicles. One after another, new faces filled with curiosity and anticipation made their way towards Skydome Academy. At the entrance, several signs stood tall, marking the 9 special operations divisions. Each registration desk had its respective members stationed there. Hui Huang stepped out of the car, still murmuring with excitement, "Wow, the senior students are so handsome.
So cool." Xian Fang's gaze shifted toward the 9th division's desk.
There, the person registering was none other than the little deer he had seen before. Xiaochai Jian waved at Xian Fang.
"Bro, I'm off to register." Xian Fang replied, "Let me know if you need anything."
Hui Huang gave Xian Fang a sideways glance. "Your cousin's 1st division is way better than your 7th division, Xin Juwenhao, classmate."
Xian Fang chuckled softly. Hui Huang pointed to the side.
"Your 7th division is over there, right next to our 6th division. Guess we're neighbors." Junhui Tian approached them from a distance. "Hui." Huang called out excitedly, her voice full of energy, "Hi, senior. I'm a new recruit for the 6th division, Hui Huang." Junhui Tian nodded and gestured toward the 6th division's registration desk. "Head over there to register." "Got it, senior." Just as Hui Huang turned around, Junhui Tian suddenly straightened up and snapped into a salute toward Xian Fang. Xian Fang returned the gesture. Junhui Tian smiled and said, "Your 9th division is over there.
Xin Fong nodded.
He patted Junhui Tian lightly on the shoulder.
I'll head over there now.
Alright. Hui Huang stood frozen in place, staring at Xin Fong's retreating figure and then back at Junhui Tian.
Senior, is he from the 9th Division? Junhui Tian's expression turned stoic again, and he gave a simple Hui Huang watched Xin Fong disappear into the crowd, completely dumbfounded.
She felt tricked but had no way to do anything about it.
Xin Fong weaved through the crowd and approached the registration window for the 9th Division.
The little deer had her chin resting on the desk, dozing off.
Xin Fong waved and called out, "Sister dear."
She raised her head and flashed a sweet smile.
Xin Fong, you're here. Face the camera and register. Xin Fong turned toward the nearby camera.
With a soft beep, the little deer gestured to him.
Welcome aboard, Xin Fong, a voice called out.
Xin Fong turned to see a round-faced, fair-skinned chubby guy standing behind him. The chubby guy stepped forward, hand extended, smiling.
I'm Tai Lang Shi. Xin Fong gave a simple handshake. Nice to meet you. Standing behind Tai Lang Shi was a slightly tanned girl,
wearing a tracksuit with the word strive printed on the front and youth on the back.
Bro Xin, guess who this is? Tai Lang
Shi slung his arm around the girl, grinning mischievously.
Xin Fong thought for a moment. Li Bauer? The girl blushed, lightly punching Tai Lang Shi in the stomach before shyly smiling at Xin Fong. Bro Xin, I'm Zhang Yaozu.
You're Zhang.
Wait, what? You're a girl? Xin Fong was stunned. That's quite a name.
Zhang Yaozu scratched her head and chuckled awkwardly.
My brother's name is Zhang Guangzong. Xin Fong was momentarily speechless.
He suddenly remembered the person in their group chat who often argued with Tai Lang Shi, the
one with the middle-parted yellow chick avatar. Turns out, it was her. Where are the others? The other 3 went to their dorms to make their beds.
The 2 of us stayed here to wait for you and keep watch, Tai Lang Shi said with a sly grin.
Keep watch for what?
Tai Lang Shi leaned in.
Don't you want to know who the Red Underwear Warlord is? A lot of people are curious about his identity right now. Xin Fong cleared his throat. I'm not that curious. Even if he shows up, he's not going to wear his underwear on the outside, right? Tai Lang Shi chuckled. Actually, after some investigation, everyone's pretty sure the Red Underwear Warlord is Zhang Chang from the 6th team. Their team ranked 1st overall and even participated in the Red Lotus District decapitation operation. Someone asked him about it, and he didn't deny it. He just checked in 5 minutes before you got here, dressed ridiculously flashy. No one else would dare claim that title. Xin Fong thought to himself, if someone's willing to take the blame,
let them have it. Tai Lang Shi continued. Bro Xin, before heading to the dorm, you need to go over there to pay your accommodation and miscellaneous
fees. Don't forget your card. Zhang Kolbal will take you there. The 9th Division dorms are all single rooms. Shinyu came early and already cleaned up for us. You can just drop off your stuff when you get there. I'll book a private room at the cafeteria so the 6 of us can have a meal together. Kolbal, take Bro Xin to pay the fees. I've posted the location in the group chat. The slightly tanned Zhang Yaozu punched Tai Lang Shi in the stomach. Again. Fatty, shut up. You're the Kolbal. Your whole family's Kolbals. Tai Lang Shi laughed cheekily. Bro Xin, I'm off. Zhang Yaozu led the way, and Fong Xin asked curiously, you 2 know each other? Our families have been friends for generations. We've been close since we were kids. Zhang Yaozu explained. When it was time to pay the fees, Fong Xin ran into another familiar face.
Standing among the students from Division 7, Qin Juanhao declared boldly,